Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space, where I take stories from across the internet and read them for your entertainment. This particular story is called Never Eat the Human First, written by T.R. Burke. Forward. This is my log from when I was a first officer on the cargo ship Frackalot. I've decided not to remove or alter any of the entries and have made the appropriate apologies, so don't get angry with me. My mind was on survival above all else. First Officer's Log 6146.489.654. I'm surprised I'm able to make this recording, as the trap we found ourselves in was a good one. 4 pirate vessels pulled us out of FTL and got the jump on us. A couple lucky shots took out the bridge of 2 of them early, and the rest took some time. Unfortunately, the captain fell out of his chair and he's no longer with us. While we managed to destroy the pirate ships, our ship was nearly destroyed as well, and might soon be. Our engines are offline, maneuvering thrusters offline, FTL comms offline, and I was told so is the coffee maker, which is a real shame. Hopefully my next entry will contain some better news. First Officer's Log 614.489.657. We have some good news. One of the pirate ships we destroyed turned out to be adrift alongside us, close enough that we could use our suits to get over there and salvage some parts. We also found 3 pirates who managed to get to a bunk and lock themselves in. They are trapped there and begging for help. I'm going to take a vote amongst the crew, as there are some who don't feel right leaving them there to die. One suggested that we force open the doors and speed things along. I like to think that we are better than that, so we'll vote. First Officer's Log 6146.489.658. The vote wasn't as close as I thought it was going to be. We pressurized the area on the other side of the door with the suits for them. 2 Darth Vass and a Boarcat. The Boarcat might be a problem, as they are a brutish species, but this one seems to be more interested in survival than being the strongest, and the Darth Vass might be cunning, but they know that we are the best chance at survival. Won't try anything until we are close to being rescued. Surprisingly, our human came up with a brilliant idea. We have no way of telling the ships that come into the area which way we went, so we are going to release some unshielded containers with enough radioactive material to last 20 years. I believe he called it breadcrumbs. I'm not sure how the crumbs of food item are going to help us. First Officer's Log 6146.489.661. I'm glad that we voted to help the pirate survivors. Well, not up to code. They had a fix that got our maneuvering and landing thrusters online, which is good because it appears our current trajectory is going to take us into a gravity well of a planet. The only good thing about that is the planet appears to have a breathable atmosphere. At least, that is what our scans and information the pirates have told us. We should have arrived at the port today. Hopefully they'll send out a search patrol and find us before we even make the planetfall tomorrow. First Officer's Log 6146.489.668. Finally got this thing working again. It seems that for every bad thing that happens, a good thing does as well. And so, we're the other way around. We got ambushed and taken out too quickly, win the battle, lost the captain, got thrusters working, unable to change course in time to avoid a crashing. Everyone survives the crash. Our food preservation box breaks. We ate what we could before it spoiled and have enough emergency rations to last a week. But I'm afraid the carnivore species are going to have to make a tough choice. And the herbivore species already know it, I feel. They are getting nervous. But it makes more sense to eat one of the carnivore members first, as the plants are not deadly to the others. We might pick the human first, even though he is an omnivore. First Officer's Log 6146.489.671. I think the human knew what was being planned because he vanished into the forest 2 days ago, then hasn't returned. Now scanners are picking up his vital signs, so we know he's still alive, but we can't locate him. I was almost going to talk the others into choosing someone else, as it was like the human was such a boost to morale. Talking about how this was just like back home during the scout days. I didn't even know that he was in the military. Called himself a Eagle rank. Humans are a primitive species, so it must be a tribal thing. The strange thing is, if he was planning on abandoning us, why didn't he take the water system he built? First Officer's Log 6146.489.671. I was wrong about Bill. the human. He returned with the cart that he had half finished the day before he left, but this was finished, and he had a large creature from the planet on top of it. We aren't sure how he brought down the creature or even loaded it onto the cart. We know humans come from a world with high gravity, but I think it wasn't that high. Even more confusing is that after we prepared the creature, it turned out to be a predatory species. That was when Bill informed us that while the local wildlife of this home planet does get the better of humans sometimes, but humans are the apex predators of their world. I thought it was a joke until I saw it with my own eyes. He got a lot more respect from me. None of us informed him what we had planned. First Officer's Log 6146.489.671. Bill continues to amaze us with his wilderness survival skills, as he calls them. Apparently, the scout role that he was talking about wasn't a military training. It was a youth group, and the Eagle is the highest rank one can achieve in the organization. When things started, we were forced to take shelter in the ship's debris that had crashed. But with his guidance, we now have personal quarters for each of us, a dining hall, and water showers that he should have heated in a couple of days. The most surprising thing about all of this is how he hasn't used electricity in any of these constructions. Of course, we are using salvaged heating coils instead of the biofuel that he planned to cook our food. First Officer's Log 6146.489.682. Never go hunting with a human. I thought I was going to die, not from the beast that we were after. It would run away, and he figured that was it. But he followed the creature without using a scanner. We walked for 10 hours. Eventually, we told him to scout ahead and that we'd catch up. He came back the next day with the creature that we were tracking, and we returned to camp. He said he was going to go for a hike to see what else he could find. I don't know how his legs are still working after all of that. First Officer's Log 6146.489.674. Remember how I said I had more respect for the human? I take it back. I can't respect someone who is clearly insane upon further review. On his hike, he came across a young beast that was similar to one we killed in his first hunt. But instead of killing the thing, he brought it back as a pet. Said the creature's mother had died at the bottom of the cliff, and it was alone. The strange thing is I think the little beast bonded to the human. He said it was okay to pet it, but I nearly lost a finger. He seems attached to the young beast, so I'll have to figure out a way to kill it without him realizing it was me. First Officer's Log 6146.489.676. That creature the human brought back has been terrorizing the crew. It stalks the others, and a few have had bite wounds. Well, the herbivore members are terrified of it. The others seem to be warming up, as the creature seems to enjoy when you slide your hair over its back and gently scratch behind its ears. It even started to walk up to people and gently tap its foreleg against them until they gave it a pet or scratch behind the ear. A few times it has scared crew members by getting what the human called the zoomies. It is impressive to see how agile it is as it runs between legs and furniture, though it has knocked a few things over. It is hard to yell at the creature when it lowers its muzzle and looks up at you with those big, sad eyes. First Officer's Log 6146.489.678. Fang has grown on me, as Bill said it would. It is true at first I was ready to kill the little warg. I believe that is what we decided on based on the description given. She was very aggressive towards everyone at first, but after socializing with the others, she seemed to view them as part of her pack. She doesn't even stalk the herbivore crew members anymore, though she doesn't seem to get along with the boar cat still. She has also grown quite a lot in the past few days, which tracks with how much she eats. We had to go on extra hunting trips just to feed her. First Officer's Log 6146.489.680. I knew the pirates would be a problem, but I never thought the Davas would be the ones to be the loyal ones. It was rough at first, but the crew had started treating them like one of our own, which is why when Boarcat tried to smash my head in while I was asleep, it came as a surprise. Didn't even try to deny it. Said if we had just died like good weaklings, they would have been rich, and he wouldn't be stuck on this planet with us. He broke free and tried to dig his claws into my neck, but Vang was quicker and sunk her teeth into his. I was planning on rewarding her with him as a meal, but was told it would be bad to let her think that eating people she killed was okay. So we ended up tossing the body off a cliff. First Officer's Log 6146.489.684. Things have finally come to an end. We received a subspace transmission from a rescue ship that was heading to our location yesterday. It turns out the trail of radioactive containers helped lead them to us, and the Darvas have been asking if I would speak on their behalf. I'm inclined, as I thought they would try to sabotage the radio equipment or kill us in our sleep after finding out. Bill is also nervous, but only because he doesn't want to give Fang up, who he has been riding on his hunts, as she is apparently as big as an Earth horse now. I did talk to him in private, as I needed to come clean about what we talked about when we first crashed, and how, if he hadn't left to go hunting that first time, we probably would have eaten him. He took it surprisingly well, and I won't tell the authorities that his right hook hurts. End of story. How Humans Deal with Muscle, written by XR171. I was on temporary assignment with the famed Terran Marines. We were studying their boarding methods, and they our close combat tactics. Overall, it was a great exchange, with both of us developing new methods. I had spent the previous day with the company's 3rd platoon tossing each other around, as the sergeant put it. We had agreed to use today to recover. I was slightly surprised when their CO, Captain Jason Fox, contacted me over the comm.
"Jor, I have a surprise for you. I bet with all those muscles you're probably hurting. I know something that might help. Care to join me?"
he stated by way of greeting. "Yes, I am very sore, but I'll be ready into action again in a couple of days. I've heard the pain-dulling effects of your suits, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that," I replied.
"Nothing like that. It'll be relaxing, and you'll feel sore, then amazing. Pick you up in 20?
"Yes, I'm intrigued. Yes, I agree." 35 minutes later, we were walking into a place designated as Divine Touch House of Healing. I assumed that we were going to a clinic of some sort, only the atmosphere was unlike any clinic that I'd ever been to. Instead of being cold and sterile, it was warm, slightly humid, and welcoming. "Good morning," stated the person at the front desk with a smile that I could only describe as inviting.
"Hello, I'm Jason Fox, and this is Joel. We have a 10:30 and a 10:45.
"Great. I'll have you both checked in. Joel, since this is your first time, I have a couple forms for you to fill out. I'm sending them now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." My data access terminal beeped, indicating incoming traffic. Jason and I sat down. I'd sat on a couch and easily took up almost half of it. The form seemed standard for medical treatment, asking about previous injuries, sore areas, concerns, medications, and more. Within a few minutes, someone came to take Jason back. I completed my forms and returned them when someone came to get me. "Hello, my name is Jenny, owner and operator. Before we begin, I want to talk to you for a few minutes. You're the first Roth client to ever have a massage on Earth. I have to be honest, I've been studying your muscle and anatomy since Jason made the appointment, and I'm eager to try, but I can't promise the same benefits as a human." "Well, I understand. You've been training for humans and I'm not one. I assume that you see no danger in this massage, though," I replied. "None at all. I just may not be able to work the tension out of your muscles as effectively," she stated. "I must admit to being confused. Muscles are normally tense, are they not? That's what muscle relaxants are for. I don't see how you could, work the tension out." She chuckled lightly. "On Earth, we humans find it very effective and relaxing to have another person manually apply force to our muscles. Ours tend to develop these spots we call knots. Having someone manually loosen them can feel mildly uncomfortable during the process, but wonderful afterwards. That is my goal with you today, to manually undo the muscle tension. It may feel slightly uncomfortable during the massage, but I truly hope you'll feel better after. That's why I've been studying not only your anatomy, but your culture and preferences as well." "I'm here to learn. I will comply," I stated. "Thank you, Joe. Please follow me," she stated. I followed her into a large room. The first thing I noticed was how brightly lit it was. In the center was what the humans called a boulder, a large flat rock that I could spread out on. There was a small hole where I'd place my head, the perfect size to lay on and bask. The air was humid too, almost thick enough to swim in. "Joe, human customs for a massage is to disrobe to a level that you feel comfortable at. Any area that you leave covered we tend to take as a sign that you prefer not to be touched. We never take offense to it. I'll step out while you do so. Once you've disrobed, please lay on the rock face down. There's a spot there for your face. There's also controls for lighting, temperature, and humidity of this room, and for the rock. You're welcome to adjust them to your ideal comfort," Jenny explained, and then stepped out. I never considered myself a modest person, plus the experience so far was very fascinating. I disrobed completely and laid on the rock. I could feel the heat soaking into my skin, just like a hot Kaila oil I use at home. I adjusted the light controls, and the light stayed strong, but took on a more red hue. I felt almost as if I was home, basking on the roof at sunset, an activity I'd always enjoyed with my father. The humidity was cleansing. I was already feeling relaxed. I heard a light tapping on the door, followed by Jenny entering. "It looks almost like sunset in here. I like it," she stated. "I've done a lot of research, so I'm going to start with the skin cleaning, then we'll move on to the massage. If anything feels uncomfortable or less than enjoyable, please let me know." With that, she took a small brush about the size of her hand. She dipped it into a pail of water that I could see steam rising from. The moment the brush touched my back, skin felt amazing. The bristles were firm but not tough. She started at my left spine, just under my neck. Her pressure was firm. She was cleaning an area, then used a towel to wipe away any dirt. While I knew I was clean, I could feel tiny bits of terror washing away. I'd become attached to this world, but cleaning it away made me feel more raw. A feeling I could only describe as home. I felt the brush as it scrubbed my left leg. She used a small brush between my toe claws, which felt amazing. I had to admit that I wasn't always the best at cleaning between them. I groaned slightly as she worked a tiny pebble out that had gotten stuck the other day in the sand pit. The process was repeated on my right side, head and then front. I thought of home being bathed by my mother and foremother at the bubbling spring of their homestead. By the time she was done, I was already feeling amazing. Jenny then explained that she would start the massage using her hands, then transition to her feet for extra pressure. I agreed already, feeling relaxed. I felt her hands where my neck and shoulders met, using her entire palm to examine and apply pressure to muscles. I still had my doubts on her ability to perform any major help. Raw muscles are much denser and stronger than that of humans, combined with the fact that she was barely 2 meters in height. I could not see her small frame applying any meaningful pressure. Yet, I was more than happy to give her the chance, especially after making my skin so happy. She then worked her way down my back. I suspect that she was just checking my muscles against her textbook knowledge. Her touch was becoming quickly familiar to me. After she had worked back up to the neck, she whispered into my ear, "Now the fun starts. I might be slightly uncomfortable. Let me know if it is, especially if it hurts." I then felt her hand going to my shoulder. Only this time, it felt like she was almost trying to grab a lung. She held her hand there for a moment, and I felt my muscles relax. Then she released the pressure and moved her hand over the skin a few centimeters away and did it again. Each time she did this, it felt uncomfortable in a very mild way, but great once relaxed. After my shoulder, she grabbed the back of my neck in an almost choking manner. Had I not been used to her touch, my instincts would have had me slam her into the closest hard object. Instead, they told me to let Jenny work. Her hand worked its way up the back of my neck. When she reached the bottom of my head, she worked her way back down. My neck hadn't felt this great in years, I had to admit. "I'm going to transition to Ashashisu," she stated. I could hear her step onto the rock with me and heard her lean against a cloth of some sort. I felt hot oil being poured on my back. The scent was similar to Kyla oil, but slightly different. Again, the heat was amazing. Though I was beginning to get concerned for Jenny, I knew human comfort limits tended to be well below our own. Then I felt something else on my back. It felt like a boot, but soft. I realized it was a foot. She worked it around my right spine. The pressure felt almost like a warm, heavy rock rolling on my back. An amazing feeling. Anyway, I had tension, she found it, on her own mission to search and destroy. The broad sole making large sweeps, the toes reaching for details, and the ball working deep, deep under my skin. Sweep, probe, pressure, discomfort, and then it went away and became the pattern. I felt I might melt into the rock and have to be scraped up before too long. Once everything on my backside had managed to relax, she had to help me turn onto my front. It was then I noticed a large beam hanging from the ceiling and the canvas-appearing cloth. I can assume that she leaned onto it and held onto the beams to support herself. I noticed a sheen of sweat on her skin.
"Are you okay?" I asked. "Court is a very hot world, and our cities are humid. I do not desire for you to suffer."
She smiled. "Thank you. I appreciate the concern. I really do. I used to be a botanist, and I worked in the Amazon here for years. I learned to find the heat and humidity comfortable eventually. I still sweat like any other human, but it honestly doesn't bother me," she answered.
You might want to visit my world sometime then. You might find it comfortable," I suggested.
"Shh," she said gently, silencing me. I was happy to comply. I shut my eyes and let my mind wander, and she started on my chest. Again, her pressure was firm. It seemed she used her planet's gravity to enhance her own strength. Again, the relaxing pattern repeated itself. After she had finished my legs and arms, she came off the table. I felt like warm rubber and assumed the treatment was done. She surprised me by grabbing my left hand and pulling it gently away from myself. She then placed a palm on the rock and then seemed to grind her elbow into my palm. Combined with the heat of the rock and her pressure, my muscles had no choice but to surrender. This was repeated with the other hand and both feet. Again, I was surprised as she moved behind me. She cradled my head in her arms and gently pulled it away from my body. On the battlefield, this would have met with a vicious attack, but here it was compliance and respect. Then I felt her palms gently squeezing from both sides. Again, my muscles could only relax. I had not felt this good in decades. I felt like a young recruit eager to start their training. I felt her pull away. "Joel, this concludes the treatment. I hope I helped you. I'm going to step out now. Please take your time getting dressed. There's hot tea over there for you. I think you'll like it," she stated as she pointed to a small table with a cup of steaming liquid. She then stepped out. I had to lay there for a moment as I adjusted to the new feelings. Soreness and some pain was simply a part of Row life. We had medications to help when needed, but this was unheard of. I knew I would need to draft a report and that the upper echelons would need to learn about this. I grabbed a cup and took a drink. I later learned that it was called green tea, an amazing drink. It satisfied my thirst and rejuvenates. I got dressed again and realized something. This massage concept, if embraced, could change my world. I owed a great debt to Jason, but also to Jenny. As I walked back into the room where we entered, they were both waiting for us.
"How was it? Feel better?"
he asked. "I am unable to accurately describe how good I feel. We have no equivalent to this in my world. It is expected that one gets used to being sore as one ages. You are both in my debt. I'm glad that I could help, Joe. It was my honor. Plus, I get to be the first human to massage a row. That's something," Jenny stated.
"Happy to introduce you to something new,"
Jason replied. "I don't think you understand. I haven't felt this good in 70 of your years. Quite a time, even for me. I have something to offer you, both of you." "Thank you, Joe, but Jason has already paid," Jenny stated.
"Yeah, man, no worries."
"No, something deeper." I reached to my collar and removed my clan's pin. "On my world, family is everything. You two have introduced me to something that has the potential to reshape my world and deepen ties between ours. It would be my honor to accept both of you into Clan Highjaw. It is no insult for you to turn it down, and the offer will always remain," I explained. Is that like a marriage proposal?" Jenny asked. "I was married once, and it's not something I plan to do again." "No, I think the closest term is like a blood brother and sister. You would each be a full-fledged member of my family. You need not relocate, as families often spread apart in space. But in time and our home fires, you would always be there, and always welcome."
"I think I need to think about this. Plus, honestly, I gotta clear it with the chain of command. Not sure where the Corps stands on an officer accepting a great honor from an officer of another military," Jason explained.
"Me too. I honestly want to research this some more. I'm truly honored, but this is a lot, and pretty fast," Jenny chimed in. "Of course, please take all the time you need. You may take forever to consider this without offense. Please keep these cons, symbols of my clan. Should you decline, I only ask that you return them." That was some years ago. Jenny and Jason both accepted. they each plan on visiting my home village of Front for our Festival of the Sun in a few weeks. My commanding general took some convincing to believe that a massage could be so beneficial. He had to visit Earth himself to understand. I think the Terran generals may have felt slightly offended when he cut his reception short just to see what Jenny could do. Since then, ties between Earth and Gort have deepened. Despite their supposedly weaker strength, human massage therapists hold a place of honor amongst us. The great houses, the Grand Army, the High Navy employ them. Even businesses seeking the best employees have hired human massage therapists to entice the best workers. I believe that we would have eventually discovered this on our own, but the fact that an ally, a trading partner, introduced us informally to this spoke volumes about the humans. Though I am confused by my friend. That simple massage has caused so much prosperity for our great races, and yet he still says it didn't have a happy ending. End of story. Fair Exchange, written by Weekly Faithlessness 0. When I was growing up, my father took me down to the city shipyard to show me a ship that he was helping build. When we got there, he told me to look up. I was completely awestruck. It was nothing I had ever seen before. It looked like it could reach the sky. It was so tall. When we walked around the front, I looked down the shipyard, and I saw something even more amazing. There was no end to the ship. It was so long. It was a huge project for civilization like ours, but nothing for them. These off-worlders who had come with the promise of prosperity. When they came to our planet, our great nation was the only one to welcome them. All 56 others decided that them and their empires were too good for these people who came from the stars. They were openly hostile. But not us. We were the only friendly ones. We discovered shortly thereafter that they were after a resource that was not yet useful to us in our current steam-powered state. So we accepted the offer. The exchange wasn't usual. It didn't involve any currency, but promises. If these people of the stars were such great builders, they could do what they say. Besides, with the technological disparity, there was little in the way of refusing. Or so we thought. The promise they made in exchange for this thing they called black gold or oil was not only help with technology and society, but the greatest merchant marine this world had ever seen. They were strong proponents of peace, so warships were out of the question. Instead, they guaranteed our protection in case the new envoy of the world they were going to give us started anything with the more hostile foreign empires. At the docks of the great coastal city, Port Warford, they began to build, and in the endless plains of Norau, they started digging. The logistical finesse was truly something we all learned from. Their ruthless efficiency, no doubt honed over 1,000 years, shined brightly in the construction of these giant ships and the transport of their newly found goods. With the promise of technology, they showed us some things that, in hindsight, should have been no-brainers to come up with. They gave us the knowledge to create steel, an alloy so strong that it could hold up buildings far taller than the greatest iron constructions that we were so proud of not even a year prior. They helped us build better sewer systems, which helped improve the sanitation, even in the grimmest of industrial districts. They helped us research our medicine and created cures for deadly diseases that had been haunting us for millennia. They gave us an ever-efficient power grid with a great generator that also reached the sky, which allowed for power even in the summits of the great Thorax Range. They held up their end of the promise and helped us fulfill our end too. We offered to help with finding their oil, and they accepted, taking along a few to show them their equipment and how they found these oil wells. We believed that we had truly mastered our corner of the world, but instead, they did it for us and taught us how to tame it even further. Some smaller, more personal exchanges happened between us and these builders from the stars, which was surprising. They had figured out the exchange rate for our currencies by the time our skies and borders opened up for these off-worlders. And so, our economies went forth and began intermingling. They gave us their money, and we gave them our goods. We would then use their money to buy goods of private merchants or at their very newly built spaceport. and some of them would also take us up beyond the sky to show us the vastness and beauty of our own world, and the wonders they had built in the vastness between the stars. The strangest thing, however, is that our domesticated animals seemed like their most popular merchandise. They were never too popular with our people, since there was always work to be done in the shops, the factories, and the streets. You may find a few domesticated animals hanging around very niche and expensive shops, where the owner would know most of their customers on a personal level. But these people, they seemed to love our pets so much that it boomed the pet industry so greatly that our own people even started to buy some, just to see what was so awesome about them that the Offworlders wanted so much. However, not all was sunshine and rainbows. There was a very good reason why we accepted this merchant marine deal. It was because we have barely been making enough food for our own population, and had to import much of it. When the Offworlders took note of this, however, they offered to help us again, at no greater cost than financial. So we accepted, curious to see what they would do, and by the earth, they did a lot. Our fields ran along rivers which would often flood, so the Offworlders demonstrated their true mastery of nature and how they could bend any environment to their will. They built a great wall to hold off the mighty Agro, which ran through the Grand Humber Valley. This did come at a cost, though. It flooded much of the land behind the wall itself, but at least it ensured that no others would be taken by the many floods. When we wondered how this would help with our food situation, they showed us. They used the water to create an irrigation system on a scale that we had never imagined, which created a gigantic harvest the next year. This giant water wall also served as a station to produce electricity, and necessary for the winters to come in the more remote places. We could finally heat the small mountain villages, and also grant them a better supply of water for their steam heaters. We also told them that our cattle farming was at a low point too, and our people needed the meat to work the factories and mines, and they helped us with that too. Expanding the cattle sector would take a long time, so instead of magically growing more cattle, which seemed out of the capabilities, they carefully and steadily imported their own animal products. It was in this little era of food trade that we discovered that many foods and eating cultures they had, which many people quickly started looking up to and following. We came to learn that the name they called themselves by is human, but it was inevitable that it became synonymous with Offworlder or Great Builder. The many I have coming to meet and exchange with tell me about the wonders they built on their home planet, and the many other star-striding peoples of the galaxy. They say that when the time comes, they will introduce us to the wider Galactic Council properly, and the rest of them who haven't taken an interest in our primitive world. Some of these humans talked of others like they are threats, and that peace must be enforced by strength. With what they had shown and given us until now, I do believe that they have a mighty space-faring merchant fleet, and an even mightier navy. It became clear to other nations and empires that these humans came to help, and haven't once showed us any sign of hostility, so others began to ask for exchange and deals. Our greatest city, Port Wooford, had become a cultural exchange zone, and the city representing peace, prosperity, unity, and the everlasting golden age that humans would keep going. And all they wanted was that viscous black liquid. I wonder what for. End of story. Story number 2. Don't Touch the Ships, written by OK Peak 9537. The Rishar Empire was a galaxy-spanning empire that existed for more than 130 galactic years. What was unusual for our monospecies empire was our propensity to make allies. Our military doctrine was that of providing aid, use our allies as defense, and strike out with our military. The proverbial sword and shield. This worked for years, until it didn't. One of our allies, the Gear Boss, whose economy revolved around piracy and raiding, they decided to take a ship belonging to the Galactic Republic of America. The ship was unmanned, piloted by an extremely intelligent and powerful AI who was transporting fuel. We didn't know this at the time, but the AI gave our allies a warning. Apparently, there is a standard procedure under Sol military doctrine. Never touch America's ships. The cargo was looted and the ship scrapped. All was quiet for 3 weeks, till an emissary from another country from the Sol system of Great Britain came and asked for a meeting between the US America and the Gearbus. This meeting, when it happened, was a disaster. America's demands were simple, in fact, laughably so. They only requested the return of their ship. The Gearbus, who valued strength, laughed the American delegation out of the room. When I made my move to leave, however, the emissary from Great Britain stopped me and told me that if I valued my nation, I would not have our troops be sent anywhere near the front line of what was about to kick off. I never had the chance. Immediately following the meeting, the Americans had declared war on the Gearbus. Within 72 galactic hours, all of the Gearbus ship manufacturers were destroyed or occupied. Then the largest fleet swept into the system and completely wiped out the stragglers. Leaving only the planets alone, they asked the Gearbus to surrender. They refused. A standoff brewed for more than 2 weeks, with the Gearbus asking all of its other allies for aid. My people, at my advice, decided only to sell weapons and supplies. Our 7 other neighbors and allies, however, joined in on the battle. In return, a 3-month war took place upon trillions of miles of galactic space. When the dust cleared, only each nation's homeworld was left. Their holdings, merchant ships, were all seized, billions of lives snuffed out for one single ship. When the Gearbus finally did indeed surrender with the remainder of our allies, America had decided to terms. America would occupy each nation's territory until it could rebuild to where it had been roughly before the conflict. But everyone would follow the Sol system rules. These rules had been laid down at a military convention in Geneva, and added to the rules were, don't touch the ships. End of story. Just One Human, written by T.R. Burke. Queevac poked his head into his boss's office. You wanted to see me, ma'am? The hexapod alien slowly walks into the room. His 2 sets of hands nervously fidgeted, as he wasn't sure why he was called in. His feet shuffled some as he tried to stay close to the door for a quick exit. Losars looked up. Queevac, thank you for being on time. I wanted to talk to you about some of the mission reports you've given me by the Explorer branch. Please, have a seat. Putting up multiple reports on a holomonitor, and while his reading backward skills were not the best, he recognized they all involved a specific employee of the branch. Oh, Queevac said as he made his way over to the padded spot on the floor designed for a species with more than 2 legs. Laying down, so he was facing not only Losars, but the other 2 chairs for bipedal races as well. The statement "oh" got an annoyed look in response from Losars, as if he should already know what the problem was. Yes, and I have to say that your lying has been rather uncreative. Losar started, and Queevac blurted out and stuttered. Liars? I haven't lied or falsified any of my reports. This wasn't completely true. He did leave out some of the more embarrassing events that didn't need to be reported. Losars snapped her head to look up at Queevac. Yes, you have. You said only 1 human in the entire galaxy has been found, and yet your reports seem to indicate that we have well over a dozen, and that most of them have died. A sharp hand movement pulled up a list of all the events from the 10 reports Losars had where normally those involved would have died. Queevac blinked a little in confusion, not the reaction Losars had expected. Queevac sat there a moment in silence as he processed what he just said. Then it dawned on him, and he started to relax some. Well, that's because there is only 1 human, and we didn't die in any of those situations. His posture became a little more confident, just a little. Are you lying to my face right now? Orbital crash landing that destroyed 20% of the ship, exposure to 100 rads, an injury that resulted in half a liter of blood loss. You expect me to believe this human survived all of this? Pointing to each report that she was referencing with her long 5-jointed finger. Queevac shrugged. Well, yes.
Because that is what happened.
Quivik started to press a few buttons on a communication band on his lower wrist as he sent a message to the human on his crew to get to the office as quickly as possible. It would probably be better to have him there to explain what happened.
I will summon him as quickly as possible.
Losars nodded slowly and leaned back in her chair. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to say that you couldn't, unless it is a story that you've both been working on. The pair waited for the human to arrive.
Dave walked through the door and said, You, wanted to see me?
The figure that entered was fit for a human. He had to be with what his mission was. To be the first human to attempt FTL travel after several FTL probes were sent out and telemetry was received over 2 decades. Losars pointed to a chair. Please sit. I just want to review some of the reports you were mentioned in. Dave looked over to Quivik, who rubbed the back of his head with his hand. Sitting, Losar started. I just wanted to say that it was very lucky that you happened to appear close to one of our ships. We found a few probes by your people that ran out of power despite having a radiological power source.
Dave nodded. I figured it might be a one-way trip. But navigation back has been the hardest part, as the stars aren't in the positions we thought they were, and, you haven't really explored much in the direction of Earth, is?
Losars nodded. Yes, but your technology seems to have a greater reach than we first expected. 20 cycles and still nothing. The human ship had apparently traveled more than 10 times what their most powerful scout ship could in a single jump. The technology of the human engine had been baffling, to say the least. Their scientists can't believe it even powered up, let alone traveled such a great distance. Dave nodded again with a hint of disappointment.
Yeah, didn't think I'd miss the Earth, but can't change that now.
And Dave smiled up, as if being homesick wasn't a problem at all. Losars smiled some, as the reports made him out to be some kind of unkillable monster. I'm just a little confused. Are you the only human who came all this way? These reports that I've received are all of a mission that you were on, and I must say, they seem more plausible if they were others.
Dave shrugged. Not sure. I was the first manned ship. There could have been others after me. Well, the loss of a single human might delay the next test. It won't stop progress.
The thought of a race of individuals willing to throw their lives away for the sake of progress was admirable, if worrying at the same time. Bringing up one of the reports, Then can you please explain how you survived the crash on Yetzer 5?
Dave laughed. Oh, that, yeah. The ship lost power during a routine pass, and I barely got maneuvering thrusters back online before landing. If I hadn't, I probably would have crashed nose first into that cliff. I had 2 broken ribs and a broken fibula.
Dave made a hand motion of a ship flying with one hand and the other acting as the side of a cliff, as if verbal explanation wasn't enough. Losars reviewed the report again. I don't understand. I don't see any expenditures for cybernetic replacements. And even started a real-time scan of Dave to see if the bones were still broken. Dave thought for a moment and then smiled.
Oh, right, no, they healed. None of the species in the convergence made casts before. We used an organic resin that held the bones together so they could heal. To be honest, better than anything we've had back home.
Quivik laughed again.
I put that in my report, that the bones were healed, didn't I?
And Losars looked back in shock. That his species' bones just decided to put themselves back together wasn't even on the list of possible explanations for how they were healed. I thought that it was some new technology our medical division had developed, and have been asking for 9 cycles about the reports. Are you saying all human bodies are able to put themselves back together? To her, it was the closest thing to a species with a regeneration superpower.
Dave looked for the words, not exactly.
He wasn't sure how to explain it.
It is just something our bodies do. The bones regrow and connect back to each other. If not said properly, it can cause problems. But your medical team put every tiny piece back to where it belonged. I think that is why there is barely any long-term damage.
Quivik turned to his boss.
It is one of the reasons humans are so resilient, in my estimation, and why we should seek out their homeworld for recruitment.
The smile on his face was one of pride, as if his revelation of humans as a scouting force would make casualties nearly 0. Losars blinked a few times. What about this? You were aboard the Severius when it suffered a containment breach in the radiological generator. While others ran out, you ran in and contained the breach by holding a piece of shielding that was going to be used to service the reactor until the team in full environmental protection gear was able to arrive and sealed the breach. You were exposed to 100 rads of radiation and survived." Their boss laughed like it was a fantastical story, and Dave looked confused.
Why, it did happen. There are videos, and I even have one saved on my personal datapad. Humans can actually survive 9 times that amount. I was sick for a couple days, and after getting some potassium iodine, I felt much better. The medical division is currently looking into it, but fears that many species will die from exposure to potassium iodine, which would be more fatal than the radiation.
Starting to look more scared now, Lasars turned to the next report. "I see. While radiation might affect you less, surely blood loss should be fatal. This next report is of an altercation that has..." She scrolled through the report to find the line, "resulted in eating utensil becoming lodged in your abdomen."
Dave nods. "Oh, it is. Anything over 2 liters will kill a human without transfusion."
If Lasars had been holding anything, she would have dropped it. "Transformation?"
And Dave shook his head. "No, transfusion. A donation of blood from another human. They have to be of the right blood type and all, but we put it under the same category as organ transplants."
There was a moment of silence as Lasars was in such shock she forgot to speak the words out loud before realizing it. Humans take organs from someone and put them inside another person? The idea made the human body sound more like a machine.
Dave nodded. "Yes. Mostly from those who recently passed away, though some organs that we can't survive with one less of, or half of, are taken from living humans."
The smile was meant to be reassuring, but Lasars felt that it was anything but. Were humans able to do this with other species? If so, humans might consider every race in the universe spare parts. Quivik looked between the two and didn't want his boss to die from fright. "But humans only do so willingly, even if it is the wishes of the individual who passed."
Dave nodded. "Oh yes, we wouldn't force, well, I mean, there are criminals who'll do it illegally, but they are punished for it, in addition to murder."
Lasar squeaked out, "By harvesting organs?"
Dave gasped in horror. The first sign the conversation was disturbed him. "What? Oh, no. That is a monstrous thing to do. We put them in prison."
The first civilized thing Lasars thought humans did was hesitantly before returning to reports.
"Or execute them if it's severe enough."
Well, so much for civilized. "There was an altercation with 7 Malaservians, but it says that you stopped them after they engaged 20 members of the crew who retreated, leaving you by yourself." While her voice wasn't as squeaky as just a moment ago, there was still a twinge to it.
Dave smiles proudly. "I did. I never liked bullies, even on Earth, sir. Do you not know Earth has 3 times standard gravity?"
Lasars shook her head as her people came from a world with 3/4 standard gravity, like most bipedal species. While Quivik was from a world with 1 1/4. Melisarvan's homeworld was the highest recorded to have sentient species, at 2. Lasar's hearts were pounding fast from fear and excitement that not only was this human as much of a monster as reports were making him out to be, but he was friendly at that. Phasal 9 temperature, 244 or -20 Fahrenheit, and Walter Vac, 2 temperatures, 305 or 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Dave laughed. "Midwest boy, those extremes are an average annual event where I'm from. Not even the lowest and high."
The inaudible gulp was heard. "It says here that you landed on Pulsar 4 before it underwent a strange gravitational phenomenon where its gravity shifted from half standard to 10 times standard."
Dave nodded once more. "Yeah, 10 Gs. 30 times standard gravity is what humans can resist, but not for long. Maybe a minute."
Lasars wasn't even bothering to read the summary of the reports at this point, and just reading what was supposed to be impossible. "He who were lost for a standard month with only 2 standard weeks of food and water."
"Yeah, that was tough. And I lost a lot of weight, but humans can go 3 Earth weeks without food. About 2 standard weeks, but it takes a toll on the body. I was able to make those supplies last, so I only ran out with half of the standard weeks left."
The way he said it was as if it wasn't a life-ending experience every other species found it to be. Pulling up the last report, Lasars had finally reached a limit and closed it. "I think we are good here," she deciding to end the meeting there. Dave, who had been enjoying his time and had looked at Quivik and Lasar's faces to see the shock side.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Quivik saw half of those things in person, but I guess it never really hit him all at once. So, I guess you want to hear about the human endurance then? Lasars looked confused.
Endurance?
And Dave's nodded. Yes. What we consider our best trait, and what allowed us to not only survive, but thrive on our home world. We couldn't outrun things we hunted, but we could wear them down by chasing them for days.
Lasars looked intrigued. Days, you say? Quivik slowly turned to look at Dave and quietly whispered to the human,
Don't.
End of story. Voices Deep and Otherwise, written by Marilyn of Many. I was thinking how nice it was that the spaceship and elevator buttons made for human hands when the deepest voice ever spoke behind me.
Please press the button for upwards.
I jumped unprofessionally. Whirling around, he'd finished the sentence. A looming bulk in a spacesuit stared down at me while I got my heart rate under control. Sure thing, I said, pressing the button. Sorry you startled me. Has anyone told you you have an impressively quiet for such a big fellow? The brown eyes visible through the visor crinkled in what might have been a smile.
It has been mentioned,
he said. If I remember correctly, this was one of the new species that everyone was calling Smashers. I didn't know if that was a direct translation of their own names for themselves or just a description of something they liked to do. This one was built like a bear with a stubby dinosaur tail, so I could easily picture him smashing. And, as I recalled, he was a he. The males were said to have that yellow/orange color above their face, so handy for their species to be color-coded this way. Going all the way up to the top, I asked while waiting.
Yes,
he said. I'm going to go meet. The floor slipped out from under me, and I nearly bashed my face into the elevator door as alarms began to whoop. A loud thud told me that a big guy hadn't been so lucky, but at least he was wearing a helmet. Very lucky, I realized, since he just cracked a sculpture with his face. Are you okay? I shouted over the alarms. He was already getting up.
Yes. What has happened?
I think we hit something. That's the sign to evacuate. Come on, the escape pods are right down here. He didn't object when I grasped his arm to help guide him into the right direction. He was a little unsteady on his feet, and the floor kept vibrating like we were flying through a field of debris too large for a shield. I hoped the escape pods were up to it. Dang, I hope there's enough pods, I thought as I entered the room to see crowds funneling into every available exit. I spotted one on the end and pulled him towards it. Nobody claimed it before we got there. Get in, clear the door, shut the door, sit down, hit the thrusters. We blasted away under automated controls. Pray to all the gods of space travel that we make it. I looked to my companion, who was holding a hand against his helmet. Pray real hard. Are you okay? I asked.
I think,
he said, in the highest, squeakiest voice ever.
My suit is leaking.
What? I laughed, unprofessional again. I cleared my throat. This wasn't funny. Is it damaged when you hit it? The chipmunk voice replied,
It must be, and I had to bite my lip.
Let me see, I said, moving closer. Maybe we can fix it. He lowered his hand to show a deep dent right at the seam of the visor, with worried eyes behind it. I opened my mouth to describe the leak, but my voice came out as shockingly deep.
Yeah, it's dented. What?
We realized the difference at the same time. My ear, he squeaked.
What do you breathe?
I coughed. Sulfur hex or whatever. My voice returned to normal when I stood back and took a deep breath. But he didn't. The urgent conversation that came next led to a tableau that lasted until our rescue. Him lying on the floor in a puddle of dense gases, and me standing on a seat with my face as close to the top of the escape pod as possible. When it became reasonably clear that neither of us was about to suffocate in each other's air, we turned to small talk and the sea shanties to pass the time. He was a great singer with a subterranean bass, and he picked things up quickly. By the time our rescuers opened the door, we were deep in a rousing chorus of "What do we do with a stubby Roomba?" On the way to the medical ward, we exchanged contact info and promised to stay in touch. This had the makings of a great band. End of story. Story number 2. Perfection, written by Coyote Havoc. The humans will explore anything. The Taxili survey fleet hung in high orbit of the planet in abject fear. Being on the mutual border with human space was enough to invoke a sense of trepidation. But for once, that was not the case. Nothing on the planet would suggest any sense of danger to the untrained eye, and looked perfect for immediate inhabitation. That's what kept the Trixili at a very safe distance. The perfection. Everything was absolutely perfect, down to the cycle of cesium-133. One rotation was exactly 24 hours, and one cycle was exactly 234 rotations. As if that wasn't strange enough, the distribution of water to land was exactly 50-50. But if it went further, deep oceans to shallow water, to lowlands to mountains were exactly 25% of each. The polar regions were exactly equal to the tropical regions, as were the subarctic, temperate, and subtropical, a perfect 20%. Furthermore, the biomes were all balanced as well. Deserts occupied the exact same area of surface as rainforest, woodland, grasslands, coastal, and so on. Everything was perfectly proportional, and though distributed at random, no biome had even a 1/10,000% more or less than any other. Scientifically, this planet was impossible. Even the background radiation was a perfect wavelength of 30 meters. Humanity responded immediately to the conundrum. In less than one rotation of the planet below, a Ransur Mark III heavy cruiser jumped into system.
"Explain your intentions,"
barked the middle-aged human. The insignia on the lapel indicated a rank of lieutenant commander.
We were on a routine survey. Much of our border space is still unknown,
the Trixili arbiter explained.
As we entered the system, our instruments detected a habitable world. It wasn't until we checked the second time that we realized the system was in a border. We did not intend to violate your sovereign territory.
Nodding, the human examined the survey fleet on the sensors.
"No heavy weapons, no colonization ship. Accidents happen, my friend. So, you have found this odd planet and decided to give us a call."
"Exactly, Commander. It's perfect in every way, scientifically impossible."
"You wanted us to explore it, didn't you?"
the commander shot back. Sheepishly, the Taxili replied,
"Well, we were hoping that you would. Humans explore everything, and we thought—"
"You assumed that we would do your work for you,"
the human commander finished.
"Give me a moment to clear it with Captain."
The Trixili arbiter tried to hide its excitement when the channel was once again opened, only to see the grim face of the human commander facing him once again.
"The captain sends his greetings, but is in contact with Terran Command," he explained. "However, the information I am about to relay to you is given in the utmost faith and trust to further our peaceful relations with the Taxili."
The arbiter paled slightly. They were not going to explore this world for them, and already knew of its existence, but had never colonized it.
What could be keeping the humans at bay, he wondered.
"The planet is known as Equinox. Everything on the planet is balanced perfectly, done so by colonists."
Shock rippled through the arbiter's mind.
"We detected no colonization."
"There are none left to find," he continued the human. "They wiped themselves out."
"Impossible," exclaimed the arbiter. "The planet is perfect in every way. How?"
"You detected the background radiation, right?"
the human interrupted.
"It's a radio frequency. Tune your comms to receive it."
The arbiter didn't have time to relay the command until the communications officer on board his ship did just that.
"This is the last voice of Equinox Colony signing off,"
came a disembodied voice.
"Give it a few more seconds, it repeats," said the human commander. "This is a general warning from the planet Equinox. Do not attempt to land on the surface. This message is being broadcasted as a warning and a safeguard by the last of the Equinox Colony. We succeeded in creating paradise, and we are transmitting the repeating communication to warn others not to share in our fate."
A short pause, the communication was detected.
"What could they possibly have done wrong?" thought the arbiter.
"We set out to create a utopia, and we did succeed. What we did not plan for was our own inclusion. The planet you see is perfect in every way, down to the atom. Our terraforming effort was exact to the microbe and grain of sand. We believed that we had created a perfect planet for human existence, and if it wasn't for our own imperfections, we would have. It started with a lack of desire to work. We dismissed this as resting on our laurels until the colonists no longer desired to eat either. It escalated into a desire to do nothing at all, and as I continue, I must take stimulants to keep from falling asleep, like the rest of the colony." Another pause. We have been visited by 3 other species whom all had the same effect and left immediately. Several hundred colonists were also able to escape as well. But having no more transports available and being short on stimulants, most of the colony has already succumbed to permanent sleeping state. Another pause followed by a yawn and a sharp intake of breath. We examine all possibilities of pathogen, radiation, bacterial agents, and have concluded that it's the perfect state of the planet itself. In perfection we forgot who we were. Humans and most other species need something to challenge themselves in order to maintain functionality. On this utopia, there are no challenges, no adventures. It is a state of perpetual bliss. Having nothing to challenge ourselves except for the routine, we attempted to entertainment, and that conversely led to death sleep that awaited us. In this constant state of perfection, nothing could stimulate the population except the stems that I now use to broadcast the signal. Another pause, a yawn, and deep breath. That was the last of the stems I just took. Again, this is a general warning to keep a safe distance from planet Equinox. This is the last voice of Equinox Colony. Signing off. The transmission was shut off before it could continue again. The Taxili Arbiter looked into the grim eyes of the human commander on the comm. They died of boredom. That's one way to look at it, replied the commander. Another way is to look at it as is. And they created a perfect environment that humanity was never meant to experience. Now you know.
Accepting the incomprehensible explanation as gospel, the Taxili Arbiter nodded and said, Thank you, Commander. We will add a warning with this planet's location to avoid at all costs. The Taxili communication ended, and their vessel turned and engaged their engines to leave.
Do you think they boarded?
The captain asked from where he had been coaching the commander from the view.
Pretty sure, sir, the commander replied.
Why, you'll contact command and let them know. The human vessel stayed in orbit one more rotation to ensure the Taxili didn't return, then itself began to leave. Humanity's secret was safe. Not that the world was actually ever colonized, but that it was so perfect that humanity was also terrified to set foot on it. End of story. Tanker Racing, written by FarmWitch4275. The perfect sport for humans, they called it. Holy gods, how right they were. I sat in my spectator seat, very much the only non-human in the stands of this strange arena. Humans told me this was an obscure but beloved once every 5 years event, where they would gather to watch, and gather they did. I had no idea this many humans even existed. Thousands, tens of thousands gathered in this arena, shaped like a figure 8 with an oval building surrounding it. The crowd was in a soft rumble as the general human things carried on, talking to relatives, explaining events to children, and trying to sell foodstuffs and drinks. A bell suddenly sounded, and a sign appeared in the courtside hollow displays. Waterloop wait 432. I was confused by this, very confused. Then a song started playing. It sounded very dated, even by human standards. But as the song began to play, the crowd grew to a dull roar. Then, for the first time, I saw it. The vehicles for this race entered the arena and slowly trundled over to their starting spots in various positions along the track. 14 of them. I looked at my holodeck device, looking for answers as to what this beast was. They were each of similar design, with only minor differences between them, mostly being of paint schemes or decals. The holodeck came back with an answer. They were called tanks, and humans used them as war machines. Specifically, at least according to the archive, were specialized tanks custom-made by their drivers based on the hull design of an old World War II tank machine called a Sherman. The hull design was standardized, the tracks specifically constructed with high-grade metals to handle exponential forces. The armor made of stupidly expensive nanocarbon polymer, and the cannon on top, all of the same 75mm caliber. The sign above the arena beeped again, Substance by Bazooka Groove 413. And the crowd's roar became ever more aggressive.
The crews of the people surrounding the vehicles on the ground hastily scrambled into the garage of the building they came from. Then I heard it, the sound that filled me with a mixture of sheer terror and awe as the engine started. First one, then two, then five, and within seconds, the arena was deafened by the thundering roar of hypercharged engines coming from these beasts. The sign changed again. Bay Tremors, 5:30. And the crowd cheered in anticipation. A pit crew member yelled out as he hit the switch on the fence line, "Shields up!" The crowd followed his vocalization with a "Hell yeah!" Then everyone's attention drew to the checkered line on the ground. The engines roared as the finish line let out 5 short alarms, each time lighting a red light. Then a long horn sounded, the light turning green, and the roar of both the crowd and the engines shattered my sensitive ears as these multi-ton beasts roared off the starting tracks at a speed far too unreasonable for machines of the size. I watched, wary, noting my exit point as the tank's turrets swung about, tracking their closest rival as they drove around the figure-8 track, their tracks emitting screeching sounds and digging up pieces of tarmac as they drove at speeds exceeding 200 miles an hour. The sign then changed, a new song that immediately started playing, Detour Our Tour 509. Then the first cannon started firing. Instantly, one of the tanks near the lead position was blasted off the tracks, impacting the barrier separating him from the crowd. A flash of light and a shimmer of a shield absorbing the impact billowed out from the sight. The tank that was hit was barely faulted and rode the impact to move a bit faster, expertly maneuvering his tracks to realign his momentum. 3 other tanks were hit, one of them spinning out, but regaining his footing again as he started catching up to the pack. The other 2 received barely glancing blows, one shell bouncing clean off the armor plating and causing a small crater to form in the ground, the other shell vaporizing at the impact on the arena shields. I'd before this never seen a more perfect concept of maneuverability and control, as each tank barely scored any hits as they fought for first place. The cannons spinning wildly around, firing any shot they could. Each time a shot was fired, the shot either bounced or missed completely. How was this even possible? How? The shots didn't miss because of poor aim. They missed because the driver somehow magically knew exactly where that shot was going to hit, and either steered away or fired a shell back, or slammed on the brakes for a split second, causing the miss. Each shell that ricocheted was due to the driver or gunner, somehow seeing the shell coming or moving in just the right way. This exchange continued for a good 5 to 6 minutes, before finally, a lucky shot managed to get one of the tanks, an obnoxiously painted green with the number 14 painted on it, to face direct hit during a turn, then tumbled onto the side and lost its grip. 14 is down and out, the announcer yelled out with a mixture of cheers and boos from the assembled crowd. With one competitor out, his tank now slowly smoldering at the side of the racetrack against the arena wall, the other 13 competitors slugged it out as still the race continued. Each time I saw a shell barely miss because of it, my mind raced with the near infinite questions. How the hell did the humans know? By all accounts, they were a little more than ordinary Death World millions, not as far stretched by the imagination for normal civilization. But somehow, they knew exactly where to be and how not to be there. I used my holodeck to conduct some minor calculations, missing the moment when competitor number 6 was knocked out, only now noticing his tank with the turret aiming downwards as smoke poured out from its engine on the grass by the inside track. I did, however, catch the very moment a shell ricocheted off a tank and bounced directly at me. It was the most horrifying thing I ever witnessed. The moment of time slowed to a crawl as I saw a tank shell essentially coming straight at me. That moment is permanently scarred into my mind to this very day. Before my brain could even register, the shield found it first, and the shell vaporized in a flash of energy. As it vanished into thin air, I held my hands to my face, getting a few human nearbys to either laugh at me or ask me if I was okay. The race continued unabated, with each shell hitting a target resulting in the crowd screaming in joy. I saw competitor number 7, colored a soft purple, take out 3 other competitors in a masterful turn of events. This one incident is what truly made me fear humans. It started with number 7 quickly passing number 9 on the right side, turning his turret to aim back to use the recoil from the gun as a boost. The tank shot forward just enough that number 7 was able to slam number 9 into a wall, then, with a tiny bit of acceleration, find the perfect spot in number 9's tank to send the shell straight into the engine block. Number 7 then spun around on the track several times as he was too hit by a shell side on by another competitor. Through means I still am unsure, or by simple luck or skill, number 7 managed to hold his momentum and drive in reverse for a full lap. His frontal armor deflecting every shell his competitors fired at him. Number 7 then used the momentum to lock one of his tracks, turning his turret. A sudden loss in speed resulting in number 4 catching up to him, only to receive a shell point blank to the left track assembly, blowing the mechanism off completely. With number 4 out of commission, number 7 turned his attention, still moving at a few hundred miles an hour. Number 7 found his target, number 8 and 2 slugging it out ahead of him. Number 7 apparently saw a perfect moment, tracking number 2. He fired a shell that either by luck or intent, number 2 had just enough force hit him that he lost control and the momentum carried him slamming into the wall at high speed. Number 7 then drove up, fired another shell straight into number 2's engine block as he zoomed by. This entire event took place in less than 2 minutes. Number 7 was then hit and taken out by number 12, and by this point, the only 2 tanks left were number 12 and number 3. These 2 tanks dodged, weaved, and bobbed at ludicrously high speeds for multi-ton armored vehicles, and the shelling became less aggressive, more calculated. Ultimately, however, it was victory for number 3, as at just the right moment, either by luck or skill, I'm still not sure, he fired a shot at just the right moment to catch number 12 out, resulting in his cannon being blown clear off the turret. A deafening loud alarm rang out, signaling the race's end, and the crowd all stood up in unison in a deafening cheer. I spent the next 6 months looking at other human sporting events, carefully comparing all the data I could. The maneuvering techniques, the staggering lucky shots, the sheer amount of will at tanking the G-forces involved, the seeming intuition of every single human involved to know exactly when to go where, and where to go when, at exactly the right time, in exactly the right place, with so few mistakes. If this was what they did for fun, I found myself dreading the possibilities of what they did for an actual war. End of story. The Terran's Sleeping Giant, written by the R Guy. The Terran's Sleeping Giant. Terran. That name conjures up a lot. The Terrans are the premier trading power of the galaxy. If you want something from somewhere, the Terrans will get it to you, and their ideal X-class super freighters are something to behold. Able to hold more than 1 billion tons of raw materials and luxury with a crew entirely of Terrans. You were guaranteed that nothing would interfere with your goods. Their position, 25,000 light years from the galactic core, meant that they were isolated from the disputes of the galactic conglomerate. They were also far enough that any species looking to fight would find them too far away to be worth the effort, but not too far enough that it would take 6 months for their ships to reach their destination. Instead, it takes just under a Terran month to get to that home of the galactic conglomerate, Ployus. The Terrans said they were pacifists and would not interfere with galactic politics. This principle was tested when the Tight War started, and the Terrans tended to both sides, giving them food and dihydrogen monoxide. They told the galactic consul this was to ensure survival of civilians caught in the war. So we had researchers investigate the Terran military doctrine and found a rich history that ended abruptly 100 years before first contact with a war they called the War to End History. We discovered they found something within themselves during that war they swore to destroy. After the war, they forged a document that the new Terran government must follow when it came to war, and on top of that list was the protection of civilian lives in times of battle. This word was foreign to most in the galaxy,
as once the country was begun a war, every member of that species is involved in the war. And for the Terrans to say that you cannot poison the water factory workers' drink so that they can slow down the production of shells or kill younglings to deprive the species of future fighting generations was a concept genuinely foreign to most species. However, we let them be as to why stop them for practicing their pacifist ideology. When the Terrans saw the bombing of Uma by the Tite forces, they suddenly stopped all ships transporting goods to Tite territories, and even turned around those already in transit. This act shook the Tite government, who immediately asked why the Terrans had stopped transporting vital aid. The Terrans stated that they could not be complicit in the killing of civilians. The Tite were outraged and confused by this, seeing the action as tantamount to a declaration of war. However, the Terrans were too far away for anyone to conceive of mustering an army to challenge them. So, the galaxy watched as the Tite civilization collapsed into a brutal civil war, letting it happen without lifting a finger to help. The Terrans, however, could not let the suffering endure even though they had partly caused it. Unfortunately, the Tite public had the same opinion as the Tite government, and the Terrans' peace forces were pushed back by angry mobs of civilians. The Terrans realized after this that the rest of the galaxy does not think like them, and, in fact, thinks they're borderline crazy for trying to protect civilians. So they accepted this fact and continued to trade with the core, but would no longer partake in supplying governments during times of war. However, what the Terrans did not see was that the enemies were beginning to see them as weak-minded and, with their vast resources, they were easy pickings for anyone within range. Within range was the crucial part, as it took weeks for almost any fleet to travel across the needed space to get to the border of Terran Federation, and even more time to get to Terra itself. So only two empires could do it, the Favja Empire and the Dietrich Empire. My people, the Dietrich, were neutral to Terrans and, being militaristic, fancied the Terrans' chances in battle, knowing the history, as we put it. You never unlearn the art of war. The Favja were much more opposed to the Terrans, and the two species had multiple close calls, mainly when super freighters were shot at for accidentally trespassing into Favja space. It started getting nasty for the Favja when one of their stars went supernova and destroyed a significant part of their breadbasket. This started a famine across large areas of Favja space, and looking for food to feed their people, the Favja began to sponsor attacks on super freighters near their border to collect food and meals for the hungry. Most were peaceful hijackings that stole the super freighters and ran into Favja territory, leaving the crew stranded or handing them over at a later date. Of course, the Favja leadership denied that they were sponsoring the pirates and that the pirates were looking out for those they loved. The Terrans were suspicious of these attacks and started to arm their super freighters lightly to defend off attackers and keep the cargo safe. This arming of cargo created a proxy war between the Terrans and the Favja, with only one side knowing it was a proxy war and the others trying to protect its money from criminals. Then the Favja did something to piss the Terrans off royally. They massacred a crew. Overnight, the Favja were no longer harboring pirates, but terrorists, so the Terrans demanded an immediate surrender of those responsible for the attack and the commander of the pirate organization to be extradited to Terra to stand trial, to which the Favja acted dumb. They said that they did not know what the Terrans were talking about and that the pirates were not a cohesive group, instead random bands of criminals. The Terrans, displeased, told Favja royals that if they could not hand over those responsible for the deaths of 578 Terran crew in a month's time, then war would be declared. The Favja queen scoffed in the Terrans' face and agreed to the terms. You see, the Favja could not just hand over those responsible for the attacks, because they were all high-level commanders in the Favja military, who were given orders not to kill the Terran crew members. But kinship and blood is stronger than all, so Favja had to protect them and face war with the Terran as a consequence. Compared to the Terrans, the Favja fleets were up and running quickly because of the recent conflict the Favja had been involved with, with the first war fleets being sent out only 6 months after the war began. These fleets knew that the planets and solar systems closest to the border would be more heavily armored, So the fleets took a longer route, hoping the Terran scanners would miss them. So, when they reached the system of Thales, the Favja caught the system entirely off guard, and with a few defenses, the system was crushed and captured, but not wholly destroyed. This attack was a statement to the Terrans. We can come at you anywhere, and we will beat you. Unfortunately, this backfired on the Favja, as the attack only seemed to add more fuel to the fire of Terran's rage, and boosted Terran willingness to fight. After the attack, a section of the speech by the Terran diplomat after the Terrans first united after the war to end history was published in news organizations across the galaxy as a statement by the Terrans' leadership on the declaration of war. May we hope that the giant of war may never wake, that after a millennia it spent chasing us, it has grown tired. May it only grumble and snore in its long sleep. We must strive to keep it within its slumber, for one day it might once again walk this earth to spite us all. At first, most races were confused about what the original speaker was implying. The original speech was layered with metaphors that made it hard to decipher. Some people thought that it was about the literal giant walking the planet. Some thought the address was about the Terrans' ability to make war. I proposed to my advisors that the speech might be talking about the Terrans simply waging war and the curse it places on them. My theory caught on as claims of massive fleets moving within Terran space emerged. The intel was brushed off as the ship was only found to be super freighters moving mass amounts of steel and potassium nitrate. The Favja continued to make attacks with more resistance than the last. With the growing losses suffered by the attack fleet, the Favja commander decided to move to a more strategic position and claim victory. They boasted in front of the Galactic Council about how they had beaten the Terrans easily and how little fight the Terrans had put up. After the speech, all eyes in the Galactic Council turned to the lowly Terran ambassador, who was smirking, enjoying the show. Standing up, the ambassador began to use the same metaphor as a speech presented by the Galactic Standard months earlier. No, the giant cannot simply wake up and start fighting. They need to get ready before such a clash. They need to cook breakfast, get their gear on, and grab their weapon, and it is then, and only then, the giant's fight truly begins. So no, the war is not over until we say it is. We don't accept the Favja's terms of surrender, she said sternly. The Favja ambassador laughed, as if the Terran had just told the greatest joke in the world. The die-tricked ambassador seemed to have had overconfidence in you because you seem to have forgotten how war works. Or do I need to explain it to you like you're my young? You've lost ground. We have killed millions of your men. You're losing. Accept it, Terran. The Favja spat. The Terran, not amused, stood up sternly and began to speak with death in her bright blue eyes. A forge does not simply alight to a point where it can be fit to melt metal. No, it needs to be heated to an intense temperature so that it can melt into a liquid. Sometimes you may place the iron too early and it does not melt quickly. Instead, it becomes soft and red. You and your race are the Iron Ambassador, and sooner or later, you'll start to melt, before walking out to silence. Little did we know then, but things were moving within Terran space. Old designs and concepts getting built in long-dormant factories, creating the essentials for trade surrounding great gas giants. Millions of Terrans were signing up to prepare for the Great Fleet. Scientists concocted great weapons that could burn away a planet's atmosphere and destroy stars. Finally, an armada that spanned solar systems was waiting at the Terran's borders, like it was all war about to fall. All this is kept secret and silent for the day that it is activated. That day was January 25th on the Terran calendar. Sensors across the core picked up a significant movement within space heading towards the Favja Empire. Closer sensors told the core that the campaign was so massive that space itself was moving because of the sheer number of ships going faster than light. All of it converging on Favja space. 2 weeks was typically enough to get some defenses up. But for armies of the Terran size, there was only one option. Pray to your God for mercy and accept your coming death. Foolishly,
The Favja put up defenses on their border, hoping that they could stand long enough to gather intel on what the Terran ships were and what the Terran weapons looked like. But they would not even do that. Most outposts lasted just 15 galactic standard minutes between first contact with the Terrans and ceasing all communications. The pictures they sent back haunted the Favja leadership. The images showed a great mass of grey getting closer and closer before the feed was cut. The first solar system hit was the Guard system. It stood longer than the defensive outposts, but only by a little. 37 minutes lasted before all signs cut except for the deepest military bunkers. They survived the longest of the lot at 1 galactic standard day before the Terran military kicked down the door, cut the final communications from the system, and lifted a flag on their conquest. In the time they had taken down 3 other systems, and Favja were increasingly getting worried because the Terran battering ram was aiming straight for Georgia Prime, the Favja home system. The only good thing from the losses of systems after system was that the Favja were getting more information about the Terran attack. The main front was what the Favja nicknamed the Planet Killer. This charge was the front that would destroy everything in its path and lay the way for the capturing front to do its work. The capturing front cleared the planets taken by the Planet Killers and ensured the main front was well supplied with goods and ammunition. The big surprise for the Favja leadership was that the Terrans used projectile weapons that can only be countered with thicker armor instead of lasers, which a good enough shield would block. The Favja panicked to thicken their armor on their weapons and move every military asset they could to the Georgia Prime system to try and hold out in one last stand. But to the Favja's surprise, when the Terrans finally arrived at Georgia Prime, they moved around it like a wave and plowed through the neighboring systems. Thus, the real panic began as those in leadership realized that the Terrans were moving to perform an encirclement of Georgia Prime's system. Every being in the system scrambled to make either a speedy exit or bunkered down in readiness for a fight. Weeks passed, and the Terrans stayed outside the Georgia Prime system, guns ready, watching the panic inside. Finally, the Terran ambassador called a sudden emergency meeting of the galactic conglomerate, and every species in the galaxy knew what it was for.
As you all know, the Terran Republic has been at war with the Favja Empire. We want to hold on to our promises and offer peace, but only if the Favja surrender unconditionally to the Terran forces. If our demands for peace are not met, we will destroy the entire Georgia system, home to 58 billion Favjari. Plus, the Georgia stars going supernova once we're finished wiping out the monarchy off the galaxy. The death toll could exceed 100 billion, and the plunge what's left of the Favja Empire into turmoil as we ransack the corpse. So, does the Favja ambassador accept his surrender? The Terran spoke as she commanded the whole room, her face cold and calculated. All eyes turned to where the Favja ambassador was meant to be sitting. He was only an interim.
"What happened to your ambassador?"
The High Speaker said, confused. He shot himself when we received the order for an emergency meeting, saying how this was the Terran backing us into a corner.
The interim started out.
"Dear me. Well then, Terran, you are now the ambassador to your people, and thus you have to make the choice to accept or decline the Terran's peace offer,"
the High Speaker said, saddened at the news that he was hearing. At this, the intern said, "Okay," before collapsing unconscious. It was soon after the intern collapsed and was carried out of the hall that the Favja direct line to their monarchy started to ring as the Favja queen was calling to accept the terms of the deal in place of her ambassador. I watched as the Terrans accepted the deal. They were calm. They knew the outcome of the war from the moment it began. The Favja had awakened the Terran giant. The galaxy had been shown the might of the Terrans held back, and their willingness to use it once provoked. I sat as the Terrans exited the conglomerate halls to stunned silence. I was the first ambassador to speak once all the Terrans had left.
The Favja have placed a curse on us all. The Terrans have revealed their hand.
We all walk carefully around the Terrans now, and they will know. They will know our fear of them, of their might. I believe it is best interest of the conglomerate to act as if nothing happened. We cannot let the Terrans know our fear or weakness.
We must treat them as always have, and trading partners in sophisticated web of galactic empires and species.
The Terrans were true to their word. The great fleet surrounding Georgia Prime retreated to the human territories, and the Favja monarchy continued to rule. But as they left the systems they had burned and ruined, they left only one message in their wake. May we hope the giant of war may never awake, for we all saw the giant's might and its power. May it only crumble and snore in its long sleep, for we must all strive to keep it asleep. So one day it might once again walk this earth to spite us all. We must learn from our mistakes so the giant can rest again, so that it may not haunt us with its presence in our minds. End of story. They called their god Science, written by Hatchetfield. Long ago, the orcs, elves, dwarves, and humans lived in a fragile peace. Each of the races watched warily to see who would initiate warfare and bring about the wrath of others. That all changed when a freak event caused humanity to lose their magic. This prompted the elves, dwarves, and orcs to attack humanity. This sudden power shift led to humanity being enslaved, but they refused to give up hope. Dwarves had used human slaves to dig deep into the mountains, searching for ore. Elven mages had used prisoners for sick experiments in magic. Orcs had gorged themselves on entire villages of humans until their mass bodies stopped breathing. One powerful human mage saw the events that would cause humanity to lose their magical abilities. He took many humans to an island, not on any map, and for years they toiled and researched for a way to fight back. Eventually, after 1,000 years, humanity was ready for revenge. A fleet of steel warships set sail for the lands they once called home. No human would be a slave again. The three races would feel humanity's hate. One morning, at the port of the grand city of magic, the de facto international capital city, due to its abundance of magic and cultural value, a perfect place to send a message. As orcs, dwarves, and elves went about their days, using their human slaves however they saw fit, a massive shadow could be seen in the mist of shore. Most paid it no mind, but some were curious. "What's that?" an orc said aloud, drawing more people to look at the approaching shadow. Soon, the shadow took shape, a massive steel battleship. Its four twin 41-centimeter guns let loose, and the naval bombardment had begun. For days, the human battleships and its escorts bombarded the city. The three races tried to put up a fight, but the machine gun fire from the human fleets stopped their Virums from getting close. Soon after launching their fighters, humanity had air superiority. Their fighter planes were faster and could fly higher than any dragon or wyvern. Their 20mm cannons were more powerful than the magic of aerial mages, able to smother the fire of a wyvern's shells and pierce through dragon scales with ease. On the ground, it was a different story. While guns proved effective for a short time, new armor made by the dwarves could stop a bullet. A prolonged 4-year war followed, humanity versus the allied races. Humanity had managed to reclaim some of its old territory. As word spread, human slaves escaped and headed for human lands. "How dare they attack us?" the king of dwarves shouted. "They are our slaves. They should be honored to serve superior beings like us," the elf queen stated. "They attacked the sacred city with this dirty, what do they call it?" the orc matriarch said. "Science," the dwarf king scoffed. "It is a perversion of nature. The smoke and pollution it creates is disgusting," the elf queen stated. "You hate us for attacking you, but do you not remember? You attacked us first," a voice said. The three leaders looked at the area the voice came from. A man with 4 soldiers around him walked out of the shadows. The guards of the three leaders acted quickly, but were cut down. "Surprised?" the now clearly human man asked mockingly. Our newest gun is able to punch through that armor of yours, the human man stated. What do you want, slave? The Dwarf King asked the human. I know you remember, your majesty, the human said to the Elf Queen mockingly. Your kind lost its magical power, thus you became property, the Elf Queen stated flatly. The Dwarf King and Orc Matriarch stood up and prepared to utilize their powerful magic to attack. One of the soldiers shot the Dwarf King in the shoulder, causing all three to be shocked. The Dwarf King had the best armor in the world, but this new gun was able to render it useless. I have a message for you. Surrender or be annihilated, the man stated. You may have shines on your side, but it's not the trump card you think it is. We are holding you off, the Orc Matriarch stated. For now, the man replied. Look over in that direction, the human stated, handing out darkened goggles. You expect us to wear these? The Elf Queen stated, offended. Your kind with your superior eyes will be even worse off than us. I recommend you do, the human man stated. Despite his hatred of the human, the Dwarf King's curiosity was too strong. He took the goggles and put them on, as did the Orc Matriarch. Reluctantly, the Queen also put on the goggles. As the 5 humans and 3 soldiers looked out towards the horizon, the man said, Over there is our HQ. Before anyone could say anything, the horizon was wiped out by a light brighter than the midday sun. The sky turned from white to yellow, then orange and red, before darkening to an inky purple. Smoke rose from the clouds, rolled back to reveal an enormous mushroom cloud reaching up towards the heavens. Our HQ is 100 kilometers away, the Dwarf King said, dropping to his knees. Was, the human corrected. You have 48 hours to surrender, or we'll wipe you out with our atom bombs, the man stated as he left, leaving the 3 stunned. The orcs immediately surrendered, turning over any humans they still had, living or dead. The dwarves thought of building defenses, but they remembered how long it took to make armor to stop a bullet. If they could make an A-bomb defenses, it would take too long. At the 11th hour, the dwarves surrendered to humanity. Only the elves continued to fight for 3 more days until an aircraft at 10,000 meters, far, far above what any winged beast or ranged magical attack could reach, dropped a bomb on the capital city. Once again, a light brighter than the sun could be seen, followed by the dreaded mushroom cloud. With the death of their queen and general, the elven forces surrendered. Humanity had won. They took revenge, and science is what enabled them to do so. Some of the other races say humanity is godless, but others say that humanity has a god amongst gods, and its name is science. End of story. Story number 2. The most recent reason humans are considered insane, written by Armored Cadian. Many alien species have many complaints about the humans. Typically, these complaints emerge after some sort of conflict with the humans. Mostly because humans seem to thrive on various types of conflict, which is believed to be the remnant of more primitive times when conflict was necessary for their survival. But the most recent complaint levied to the Galactic Council had the human representative want to bash his head against his desk. Except that if he did that, he might accidentally validate the complaint. These crazy apes, when we encounter their weapon with our superior defensive tech, refuse to surrender like us civilized beings, and instead decided that the appropriate response was to ram our ships with their own. These bloody savages don't deserve a spot on the civilized council. The Malcon representative was busy ranting. At this point, the human representative pressed the button at his station, signaling that he would like a chance to speak. When the council moderator signaled that it was his turn, he rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, as many of you may be aware, The Malkor have a history of taking those who surrender to them as slaves for a period. Humans find this practice repulsive, and most humans would rather die than be a slave. As a result, the crews of the fleet in question decided that they would rather die in a blaze of glory and attempt what they thought would be a suicide charge. How were they to know that the Malkor ships had no armor behind their shields, or that the shields wouldn't even try to stop something of the mass of a ship? Honestly, the crews only survived due to the sturdy human engineering of the prow to resist asteroids and space debris impact, and the Malkor ships having a glaring weakness. Best to not let them know about the old naval traditions of armored prows for ramming, he thought to himself as he sat back down. At this point, the moderator signaled quiet and then spoke. The human tendency towards using any tactic to win a fight and their disapproval of slavery is well-known facts. Furthermore, if you had spent any time at all researching the humans before engaging in conflict with them, you would know that ramming things is a common solution for them. They have done it many times in their history and their media. Yeah, honestly, your complaints are groundless, and this council has officially hit the required quota of stupid complaints for me to officially declare that this council will no longer field complaints directed at the humans unless they involve a breach of the council's rules of war, which I will take this opportunity to remind you was written by the humans. This meeting is adjourned. End of story. Omnipotence of a Sort, written by Lohuria. When any species first leaves its solar system, they are asked one question. Their answer often determines who they are in the galaxy. Some ask for life unending, others for wisdom overflowing. Some ask for the strength to destroy planets, others ask for the energy to harness stars. But humanity stands alone. Humanity is unique in more ways than they are similar to the other life forms of the galaxy. They know love and hatred. They are internally selfless, yet just as selfish. They are wise, not through calculations and simulations, but theory and trial. And, most obviously, they have never gone faster than light. When humanity first reached the stars, it was not with a pop of warping. When humanity first reached the stars, it was not with the silent hum of hyperdrives. When humanity first reached the stars, it was not the snap of exiting a rift. When humanity first reached the stars, it was with an incessant roar of an engine. When humanity first reached the stars, it was on a ship that had left centuries ago, flying through the depths of the void with only the dim hope that the grandchildren would set foot on a new world to guide them. So, when the first humans set foot on a planet outside their home system, they believed themselves to be cut off from Earth forever less one day. So, when the Rixan appeared before them and asked them what power they desired, the colonists answered as one immediately, to teleport, and the Rixan granted their wish. And the first human on New Terra returned to his distant cousins, and he said, "Hello, I come from the stars." And humanity stood once more united. End of story. Story number 2. To Become One, written by MWMN19. There is one universal law that every civilization in the universe abides by, and that is the law of tools. To create a civilization, you must have two things: appendages that can grab and use items, and a highly social society, a prerequisite to high intelligence. A species can do something as simple as grabbing a rock and using it for some purpose has a massive advantage compared to other beings. On that foundation, a civilized society may come into existence, thrive, and fall. A simple rock that bashes a coconut open, a sword that slays foes, and a pen that makes art
and poetry. Without tools, civilization would never form. And despite its universality, it comes in different flavors, new takes and perspectives. When coming in contact with other civilizations, that perspective is shared, and both civilizations benefit from it. Humans are no different. They have their own perspective of how to use tools, their own flavor and way of making those tools. But their biggest difference, the thing that makes them unique, is very simple. They are connected with their tools. There is a word in the human language, and that word is transhumanism. It describes the act of melding man and machine, putting something synthetic in an otherwise organic being. But they invented transhumanism much earlier than any other species, and in a way, that stretches its definition. But as many have witnessed those humans who continue those traditions, it is truly one and the same. I have been witness to one of them, a human, no modifications of any sort, a pure biological human. One of the human diplomats recommended him for a demonstration of one of the many human cultures that litter the planet they call Earth, their homeworld. I remember the man, middle-aged by human standards, a master in his art. What that art was, I couldn't tell. He had no brushes, he had no pen and paper. We were outside. I remember the gentle breeze as the trees swayed. I was thankful that Earth was so much like my homeworld, that I did not need to be in a suit, that I could feel the breeze on my face, that I can connect with nature of this planet, that I can truly experience this planet. The man came forth, kneeling down and uttering something in his language. It sounded like a prayer of sorts. Then he stood up and grabbed something in his hip. Then he stood there, breathing in and out deeply. He unsheathed the blade, shining bright despite the clouds above. Even from a distance, I could see the amount of craftsmanship invested in it. It was a marvelously made piece of ornament. But a weapon is a weapon, a tool for death and destruction. What art could be made through war? Stands still like a world on pause. I saw as he held onto his blade, absolutely still. He seemed to focus on a certain point, yet I saw nothing of interest in front of him. He was focused on something, but it wasn't anything that we could see. Was it something within him? A east cold breath of a wind pre-storm. I felt the wind become more violent. I could smell a change in the local atmosphere. There will be a storm of some kind. Will the performance be cut short? It would be a shame. A firm grasp. He let the blade conform. I could see the man took a deep breath, and his stance became tenser. He became the sword, unsheathed, cut, raw. Meet the rage on the field of war. The rain began, and as it started pouring, the performance began in earnest. The man swung his sword diagonally, elegantly, and changed hands, spinning around and swinging once again. With each swing, he cut through the rain. I saw his immaculate display of ancient combat prowess turn into a dance. He spun the sword in one hand with immense speed. I was worried the man would hurt himself, but I knew, somehow, that would not be the case. His feet went from one stone to another, his sword spinning and swinging around in the air all the while. He did it with such speed that I was sure that he made a force field around him. Where the sword swung and spun, the rain could not pierce. I saw many dances during my career as a diplomat, but I knew they were just for show, and the dancers who did those dances forced themselves to do it. But this was raw and unfiltered. The human danced with the blade as if it were his own appendage. He knew subconsciously where every millimeter of it was. He performed not for us, but for himself. His focus was not on pleasing his superiors and impressing me. It was something he enjoyed, and he did it just for himself. And for that, I felt honored to be present and witness this display. the man suddenly stopped. His blade finally stood still. Droplets slowly poured down the blade. The man swung the sword once more. The water violently sprayed to the ground. Then he returned it to the sheath. He turned to us and did a small bow, one of the human ways of greeting. The man left, and the human ambassadors wanted us to go back inside to continue the tour. But I wanted to stay outside for just a few minutes. I needed to take in what I just saw. In any case, this display wasn't something extraordinary. Humans are capable of things much greater than this. But never have I seen such a connection between organic matter and metal that wasn't inherently connected and stitched together. Humans advanced rapidly, that was a known fact. Many theories posited reasons as to why this was. But now, I was certain. Humans, unlike other species, didn't see tools just as tools. Once skilled enough, the tools became them. They became a natural extension of their own bodies. And throughout history, humans molded their tools as they crafted them. Then the tools molded them. Becoming an expert in a certain field or a certain skill isn't a proper way to express what humans do. Expert or master is not giving it enough justice. Because what I witnessed that day on Earth was a simple display meant to impress and then to be quickly forgotten in the light of much more important matters. That was a show of force that no technology or weapon of mass destruction could top. How can you beat a craftsman whose hammer is his hand? How could you beat a soldier whose manufactured weapon is as natural a weapon as that of a predator born with it? How can you beat an engineer whose creation is not just drawing on paper or raw materials turned into machine, but his own child, his kith and kin? What the majority failed to see was the simple fact that humans and their tools had a connection that was unbreakable. A connection between creator and creation, akin to a parent and a child. A connection akin to a brain and a limb. Creator and creation became one and the same. Creator and creation become one. End of story. Simulacrum, written by FarmWitch4275. I approached the human-controlled colony of Exodus. Exodus was a sort of midpoint in Terran space, within the realm of the Terran domain. It was more a way station used by travelers and cargo carriers the galaxy over. A tinge of fear erupted in my throat as my ship, a diplomatic corvette, quietly flew past one of the Dominion's massive 3-kilometer-long carriers. The same carriers that had become so deeply feared throughout the galaxy. The system bustled with activity. Even a Sarenus hive ship was docking at the human station, undergoing what looked to be a cargo haul. It scared us to no end to understand how humanity managed to actually pacify the Sarenus hive fleets, and more so than that, actively trade biotech with them. Most ships were human, straight edges mixed with curved hulls, cannons the size of smaller ships, and smaller ships with a kind of armament that you'd be crazy to fit on a ship that small. The human ambassador had asked us to come here with a volunteer willing to do something beyond the pale of unorthodox, and demanded that we agree on an explicitly and exclusively volunteer-only basis. I had that volunteer. It was one of us, a Draconus, a young one, barely out of the academy. He sat quietly in his seat, his tail fluttering side to side in excitement. He was genuinely amazed by all the ships on display. Humans had the most massive and diverse space fleet in any galaxy. Plasma, mass accelerators, energy weapons, spinal energy beams, kinetic bombardment cannons, missiles, torpedoes, anything that you could imagine. Every single Terran ship had at least a combination of half those things. Usually as standard too. Terran ships were also the largest. Even if you could get through their shields, their armor plating alone would shrug off most weapons' fire. The Zaxclacani Imperium found that out the hard way.
Next to this station, this is the Flying Cactus. VIP on board requesting docking permission.
Our ship's navigator calmly said, communicating with the station.
Copy that. Proceed to Vector 293-658. Traffic left and right. CZ-88 Heavy and Counter Cruiser at your right. Proceed Docking Bay 23 Charlie. Came the radio response.
Confirm traffic, Dock 23 Charlie at T-minus 2 minutes, the pilot said, the sheer confidence in her voice calming us down. We should be there shortly, sir. It looks like the human ambassador is already there.
Then we shall meet him. Cathus, come with me, please, I said and made my way to the docking tubes.
Cathus looked at me, the youngling clearly taller than his elder by a clear foot and a half. My lord, what exactly did the humans say they wanted?
No idea, Cathus. They said that this is an exclusively volunteer-only basis. So I expect it's important enough and dangerous enough that they expect trouble. I can tell you, youngling, when a human is acting that serious, you know it's important. They don't smile.
He looked at me, his jubilance suddenly vanishing. The door opened, and he saw the host of Terrans greet us. 2 of the legionnaires, flanked by a squad of marines on parade, to left and right with weapons at their sides. In between all was the ambassador, a kindly old man with graying hair and a walking cane. Just like me, he was getting on.
Cather, old friend, good to see you again. Indeed, it is good to see you again, Ambassador Reginald,
I replied in turn and surprised my escort by giving an old friend a hug. Reginald returned it and dismissed the soldiers at his call.
Thank you for coming at such short notice. We have 2 orders of business to discuss. The first is that cargo ship over there. Come, let me show you. Come, Gothus, don't dawdle,
I spoke up at Gothus, who was mesmerized by the legionnaire staring at him. We hurried over to the docking area and came upon a viewing deck looking over a Terran cargo ship. A small one. Well, small in terms of Terran ships, anyway.
Say hello to the Saucy Sue. Yes, I know, don't worry about the name. Her cargo is yours. Special delivery.
Reginald handed me the datapad. It was a ship cargo manifest.
2,000 tons of carbonite, 3,000 kilos of gold, 2 tons of 2 tons of artronite crystal, and 14 tons of copper, tri-steel, and titanium.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yes, all yours, Reginald smiled at me. Reginald, you are handing over a fortune of artronite crystal that will serve us for the next 16 generations. Why? How?
I asked, flabbergasted in shock.
Long story short, you know Abraxas 9, that seemingly worthless star system in your backyard you gave to us. Turns out the asteroid field is saturated in valuable resources. Some of the asteroids in that field contain atronite geodes, hidden by nickel, copper, and iron deposits. This right here is an adequate compensation in the form of 60% of our mining yield. The rest is already on the open market, at agreed prices.
Reginald simply smiled at me. I had to steady myself in Carthus' scaled form to stop myself from collapsing. We both nearly fell over in response to the news.
By all the gods of the void, 60%.
It took me some time to calm down and regain my composure.
You have no concept of what you've done, Reginald. If there is anything we can do in return, name it.
Well, we'll keep that in mind for the future. He smiled warmly and directed us inside the building.
As for our second order of business, remember what I told you? Volunteer only,
Reginald said as he walked with us through the corridor towards a specific door. Upon reaching it, I noted the name on top of the door.
Holodeck VR Suite,
I quizzed him, furrowing a brow. Reginald just simply smiled at me.
We have discovered something interesting during our test of some experimental equipment, a happy accident, so to speak. Please come in.
We entered at his behest and noticed a large domed room with 3 pods in them, one of which had a bald human wearing a white jumpsuit in it. He seemed to be connected to some strange devices, but I didn't ask.
Well, this is, peculiar, yes it is. Humanity has many secrets, and I feel it is time to explain one such secret. Virtual reality. Utilizing non-intrusive, non-surgical neural helmets, we can transfer the user's mind waves and brain patterns into a computer system. This user can then experience, anything. They can literally create an entire fantasy universe in their own heads, and we can see what they create. Mostly, we use it as a testbed for our starship designs and as a training tool for pilots and engineers, Reginald explained calmly. Suddenly, it all made sense. So that explains a lot. It explains how you were able to do so much with so little time back in the Elysium War. Suddenly, much of how you work makes sense. I let out a sigh of relief. An age-old question we had since meeting humanity had finally been answered. Recently, however, we discovered by accident another use for it. As sophisticated as the tech is, it recently had a slight incident when, someone's mind got accidentally uploaded into the wrong body, Reginald explained, gesturing to the human in the pod. Wait, what? I looked at him, genuinely confused. The neural helmets have a hidden secondary function, apparently, something we thought that only Starship core pilots could use. But apparently, if you complete a series of events and use a specific form of code, any individual can essentially download their neural patterns into another person's brain. Reginald explained this, and it suddenly hit me like a ton of bricks in a sandstorm. It hit me. How? Was all that I could manage to say. Quite by accident, we had a server malfunction in the system. A few crossed wires during a power surge caused one of our interns to download himself into one of these here blanks, as we call them, clones that we use to test new cybernetic software. Reggie pointed at the human in the pod. What? I exclaimed. The room echoed with my yell. That's illegal. Cloning is illegal in this galaxy. You are quite correct, but not correct. Cloning of functional creatures of sentience and sapience is illegal, yes. These, however, are not clones of sapient creatures, but more just blank shells of roughly similar genetic material. It is technically legal, Reginald said. Well, that's the best kind of legal. Have you fixed the error? I asked, taking a closer look at the pod. Yes, we use our Star Core pilots to adjust the system to fit specifications and rebuild the neural net and exclude any power surges. Several tests were conducted with blanks. That incident won't happen again, and we are absolutely certain that this will work when we use it, Reginald explained, adjusting some of the blank's clothing. And what exactly are you going to use it for? My tone of voice shifted. I was now actually scared. I shall cut to the chase. I want to put your volunteer Cathus into the spot here and put him in some sort of limbo using a neurohelm. Then transfer control of these processes into a blank, and then see what happens. Reginald's response made me collapse to the floor. Absolute madness! I'll do it, Cathus suddenly spoke. He stepped forward and held his tail high. Cathus, I forbid this, I yelled out, commanding him to stand down. I volunteered for this, so shut up. Cathus stared at me, dead in the eyes. I knew from the frills in his horns that he definitely was dead serious. What exactly will happen here, Ambassador? I clambered to my feet as Reginald began to explain. You are put into this pod. Your neural patterns are repeatedly scanned 15, 30, and 50 times in succession in order to guarantee a perfect synchronization. You are then put in a sort of biostasis where your body processes cease. We are aware of your cultural proclivities, so this won't be a full transfer. It'll sort of be remote control scenario where you'll have control of the blank. Oh, I thought it was much worse than that. I'll definitely do it. Where do I sit? Cathus said, chipper again as he was when we entered. Third pod there. The middle pod is kept vacant as a neural blank to store memories, just in case something goes wrong. In case the shit hits the fan, we can copy your entire neural pattern to a databank for storage and guarantee, even if the body is unrecoverable, you'll still be around for us to create a clone of you and get you back up and running, the female operator sitting at the console said. And if we knew there was even the slightest risk of something going wrong, we would not even be attempting this in the first place, Reginald said, pressing a button, opening the pod. This is entirely voluntary. As far as I am concerned, that cargo ship was nothing more than dues that we owed in accordance to our friendship as a species. You have no obligation to do anything beyond here, and I wouldn't hold it against you if you walked away. Think carefully. Do you still want to do this?"
Reginald asked Cathus, holding him by the shoulders with a serious expression, looking him in the eyes. Cathus thought for a moment and moved over to the pod. It took him a bit to get comfortable in the human-made seat and had to move his wings and tail around a bit before he found a sweet spot. He gave the nod to the operator. "Ready to go." I stood near the console by the operators and tried to compose myself. The operator started to do her routine. Tracking neural patterns. Neural patterns set for Valacanthus sapiens arinus. Tracing memory found. A monitor popped up showing a video from Cathus' very own eyes of his days in the combat training with the Academy.
"By the stars!"
I stood in absolute awe. We were actually watching his memories.
"Fascinating, isn't it? We use this tech to solve criminal cases. It's amazing just how many murderers and thieves we caught and punished with it. We don't do it without the proper legal course, of course. Innocence until proven guilty. We only use it in the absolute when we already have enough evidence to convict anyway,"
Reginald explained in a dulcet tone, having now moved to stand next to me.
"You keep saying something about core ship pilots, but its tech was based on them. What thing you said?"
I asked.
"Core pilots, or corers, are humans that have undergone a staggering amount of cybernetic and genetic augmentation to essentially plug themselves into a ship, feeding them ship systems into their bodies and allowing them to, control the ships they pilot as easily as they control their own bodies,"
Reginald explained, handing me a datapad. Another billion-piece puzzle suddenly fell into beautiful place. Now we understood why the Terran warships performed as they did. Now we know why the ship crews were so damn fast. There weren't any. Terran ships could be controlled perfectly instantly. It responded to any threat and direct its entire firepower into a single target in a matter of milliseconds. The Terrans suddenly became many times more terrifying than we already knew them to be. Neural registry complete. Running redundancy check. Complete. Rechecking. All systems okay. Checking neural pathways for transfer translation. Stand by, the female said as she worked away. I could no longer see Cathus. His pod had been covered in a black veil.
"Going well so far. Corers are a crazy breed of ship pilot, but almost every ship in the fleet has at least a basic variant of this tech. Corers usually control larger ships, such as a carrier you pass through. Most of the independent contractors are solo operators who simply just live their lives in the void, but each one is contracted to join us in the event of a conflict. You wouldn't believe what some of these guys find out there. It's beyond amazing,"
Reginald continued to explain as we watched. Neural pattern mesh stable, redundancy stable, backup copies 1 through 75 stable, patient stable, blank stable, system ready. On command, the operator put her hand on the key, ripped open the protective cover, and inserted a key. She then looked at me. I thought for a moment, then looked at her.
"Do it!"
Transfer commencing. T-minus 30 seconds. Time itself seemed to spontaneously stop. Those seconds seemed to be years, decades. I felt older by the time they finished by millennia. Complete. Checking system. Neural net. Okay. Neural mesh. Okay. Patient health. Okay. Neural stability. Okay. Connection established and stable. Check. Okay. All clear. Pod 3 is clear to open. Waiting order, she said. I waved my hand to give the go. A hiss of the machine parts and pneumatics followed as a pod containing the blank opened. Medics on standby. Security team on standby. System stable. I looked into the pod. Its eyes were open, looking at me. It slowly sat up and stumbled with its arms.
"Cathus, Platoon Corporal Cathus Delirious, is that you?"
It looked at me, then at Reginald, then at its hands. It raised them and took several deep breaths and clenched its fists. After what seemed like an eternity, he spoke. "Whoa! I know Kung Fu." This made Reginald burst into laughter and made the operator slap her forehead with a chuckle. The standing medical team laughed alongside the security officers too. Reginald composed himself and spoke.
The procedure was an absolute success. I knew that code phrase would be good.
End of story. Human Droppings, written by Dark Prince 010. The nurse finished giving the final few topical injections to the alien, who made a noise of delight as she said,
Okay, I think you're about done here. Next treatment won't be for 2 weeks,
she said, pulling off her gloves.
But until then, just keep an eye on the injection site and let me know if you have any other adverse reactions. Sound good?
The alien, roughly quadrupedal being with a body that looked like it was made out of pock-marked sponge, gave a sound of enthusiastic agreement, saying,
Absolutely, and my thanks for helping with this. I've had flake nodes since I was a hatchling, so it would be nice to have some relief from it for a time. Well, she said, that's the idea in theory, but it'll take several treatments for the full effect to kick in.
Here, let me sweep up my nurse droppings. As she started to clean up the bits of trash, gloves, gauze, and empty syringes, the other detritus from the procedure, the alien quickly said,
Oh no, don't worry yourself about it, I can help clean up.
They were a species known as the Swillifs in their own language, along with a number of unpronounceable, high-pitched clicking and a key few associated psychopheromones. But most other species simply called them void sponges. The human nurse smiled, as the habit of the void sponges to want to be helpful in tidying up was quite well known. Although, she thought as she finished closing up and repacking her bag and went back through the ship's door to her waiting shuttle taxi, it did seem like no one knew where they all put it. Within the privacy of his own room once again, Rill let out a stuttered click of triumph. This attracted the attention of his first mate and good friend, Bull, who poked his head in to see what was going on. He stared in amazement as he saw the pile of trash the nurse had left behind, saying, What is that? With excitement. Rill let out a sound of surprise.
You mean you've not had the chance to deal with humans before?
Only once or twice, said Bull, and Rill could tell his attention was still fixed on the pile of human trash, despite their species' lack of eyes or even discernible heads.
Well,
said Rill, emitting some new pheromones indicating excitement and a willingness to mentor.
Humans are messy,
he said matter-of-factly.
It's so exciting.
Bull was slightly confused. Yes, but many species are messy. Some of them are just unaware of cleanliness and tidiness, and others have fur, scales, or spines that attract and collect bits of dirt and debris. But this is clearly different, he said, admiring the pile of refuse once more.
Well, yes, humans are messy in ways that are permanent, or at least permanent enough. Would you like to see my collection?
Ball let out a series of clicks of excitement, so loud and numerous that it vibrated the metal surfaces in the room. Absolutely. It's been some time since I visited yours, I believe, he said with an undisguised enthusiasm.
Yes, said Rill. I believe it has been quite some time, but the route is still the same. You remember it?
Oh, I haven't forgotten, said Ball, and I'm locked in. I'm ready to travel there when you are. Rill's room was fairly Spartan, with only a desk, a computer stand, a small table with cup holders for beverages, containers and food, and a small chair. There was also a small stool by the window, looking out to the stars, now showing the human shuttle taxi as it prepared for final departure sequence. But now, the two void sponges were ready, and as one, they stepped into the void between dimensions. This was how they got their name, for their species had long ago developed the ability to shift into extra-dimensional pocket dimensions to escape predators and dangers. The route was not without its risks, and as Rill passed through, he could feel the ravages of the space between punching literal holes through his form. Luckily for their species, almost the entire disintegration of one's body was needed in order to perish. However, it did mean that he would lose a few memory clusters here and there. In particular, it seemed like the largest casualty from the shift was the memory of what cat-tart paste tasted like, judging from all the negative emotions and memories surrounding the gap that was their flavor of this food. He wasn't necessarily eager to refill that memory. He finished the shift into a large cavern that housed his collection. Bull also arrived a moment later, both of them sporting fresh holes through their already Swiss cheese-looking forms. but Bol simply let out a noise of wonder as they saw the size of Rill's collection. The space was psychoreactive and resembled the caves that their species once called home long ago, damp, moist, with luminescent mineral patches dotting all across it. There were also tens of thousands of small alcoves, each containing priceless items. There were entire wings that resembled ones Bol had seen before in his own collection, with different organizational style and different nuances that he could appreciate, if not necessarily wish to incorporate. But they contained perhaps the 10 or 20,000 different bits of discarded items that might be found amongst their own culture. There were a few rare items that it looked like he and Rill were both missing, but overall, they both had very respectable collections of their own species leftovers. But absolutely dwarfing this were the cavernous halls upon halls of human items, seemingly near endless, each massive room filling of vibrant colors and shapes, texts and words, images on plastic, wood, paper, and even some parts that were metal or more exotic substances. Bol was stunned and said nothing for a long moment as Rill drank in the awe of his companion with naked glee. Finally, Bol said, "There has got to be hundreds of thousands of items here. Do you know how much of the total human collection this is?" Rill, still clearly having a good time, amazing his friend, said,
"Oh, this isn't even a fraction of a percent. These are just what I was able to collect in the last century or so, but their history goes back thousands of more years. Humans have been producing remnants like this for almost as long as they've had fire."
Bol let out some involuntary clicks of amazement at the statement. "You're telling me that there's more of this in their history?" he asked incredulously. The collection from his own species was a fraction of this size, starting from the ancient history of tens of thousands of years ago when they first emerged from their caves and began to dream of the stars and more. There were pieces here and there, advancements made as they began to create more and more different things, but always carefully, bit by bit, very rarely changing anything more than a little bit filler here or a small nodule there. Certainly not enough to warrant a separate place in a collection until hundreds of such minor changes had gone by. But with humanity, here was a collection of various pieces and remnants, odds and ends that dwarfed the entire collection output of the species by order of magnitude, and all from an odd biped, little more than some electrical signals bouncing inside a bag of water and sticks of calcium. Yet they physically produced this, far more enduring than even their own bodies would be, and in an ecstatic array of variations. Rill, clearly no longer able to contain his excitement, ushered Bol towards the rest of these treasures. Walking along the nearest segments, he pointed out alcoves of new shapes and colors of the items within.
"These are all the plastic wrappers and a carbon polymer that humans use to preserve and protect their foodstuffs."
"But why so many? I see languages across them as well, several of them, if the sigil differences are any indication."
"Well," said Rill, "their culture still is heavily entrenched in a selfish barter system called capitalism, and as a result, each merchant of foodstuffs tries to attract others to purchase it with credits, changing the appearance to make it more enticing or to convey vital or desired information about the contents within."
They passed by dozens of rows of these wrappers, almost all of them different shapes, with colors rarely shared from one to the next. On several of them, Bol's photoreceptors were drawn by the twinkle of metallic coatings on the inside, clearly some variations of the material to help protect the foodstuffs it covered. They turned towards another adjoining cavern. They began walking in that direction, their short footsteps crossing many long striding distances thanks to the non-Euclidean and thought-reactive nature of the pocket dimension. Reaching this wall, Rill began to rattle off names of what we were looking at, saying,
"Over here we have packaging. Humans like to put almost everything in something else. These often display not only the item inside, but also a fictional or fantastical context, further enticing passing eyes."
Then he saw Bol stare towards the glimmering and shimmering lights from another room.
"This is one of my favorites. Follow me."
They passed into a room that was one of the most beautiful Bol had ever seen. All across it were shapes, all translucent, mottled, and reflecting the lights carefully displayed behind each. The result was an unpredictable and chaotic yet mesmerizing mosaic of reflections and flicks of illumination that scattered all across the floor and ceiling of this cabin. "What is this beauty?" he finally stammered, involuntarily clicking as his photoreceptors were entranced by the beauty.
"This is an outdated form of human containment," Roll explained. "It fell out of favor due to the stubbornness to decompose in landfills and such, thanks to that type of polymer. But for a time, it was some of the most ubiquitous and varied creations that I've ever scarcely dared to imagine. This stunning art form is known as clamshell."
Bull felt confusion as he remembered that it referred to the name of a mere mollusk from the human's home planet. The pictures he remembered seeing were boring, white, and plain, with some organic variation, sure, but nothing as magnificent as this. "I must say," he said at last, "they certainly improved on nature's design." Brill nodded emphatically. "But if they don't make it anymore, how did you come to acquire such a collection?" Bull said, gesturing at the tens of thousands of arrayed pieces covering all of the surface around them.
"Well, it turns out that humans, when they dispose of their waste, most often simply just put it in a heap. They called it a landfill."
Bull could tell Rill had been waiting to drop this particular bombshell as he felt a wave of cautious questioning trying to temper his sudden kindling of unreasonable excitement. "They have just make piles of this stuff. It never breaks down, never decays."
"That's right," Roll confirmed. "Sometimes they cover it with a thin layer of earth, but mostly for aesthetic purposes. Functionally, everything remains almost the same, with minor, if any, cosmetic damage. But it's still there for anyone to clean up. Those who keep the landfills are not typically predisposed to dig it up on a whim, but for a nominal fee, they are happy to let curious beings such as ourselves take a closer look."
Bull let out a subsonic screech as he felt his membranes stiffen with purpose. "We're going. Next shore leave, you and I. You're going to show me these landfills filled with treasure. Understood? Agreed?" Rill smiled.
"I thought you'd never ask."
Johnson heard a noise and looked up, starting with surprise as he saw a pair of aliens in front of his desk. They both looked as if a child had tried to badly carve a life-size cow out of a kitchen sponge. But the translators quickly spoke up, saying,
"Hello, is this New Centauri Waste Management Office, keepers of the New Centauri County landfill?"
Johnson's eyes widened, recognizing the aliens from description that he'd been warned about. "Yes, that's right," he said, but he stood from the chair to be eye level with the creatures, or at least where he would guess their eyes were. "Hope you know that void shifting inside a landfill is not allowed, understood? Anything you want to dispose of, you put it in here," he said, handing them each a 5-gallon bucket. Even without any recognizable face or features, he could sense the disappointment from them as they saw the minuscule space for items. Johnson sighed. "There is also a scale cart around the corner as well. Anything you find and want to keep, piled on there. Price is 10 credits per half-ton, understood?" The first alien quickly stumbled out of the room, excitement visible even across species differences. The second stood thinking for a moment, and then held up a credit link wrapped around one of its odd blocky limbs. He scanned it over and receiver in front of Johnson, and with a peep, he'd registered a deposit of nearly 1,500 credits, causing the employee's eyes to nearly bug out of his head.
"I think my friend might be a little eager," they communicated, "so I figured it might be good to pay in advance."
Stunned at seeing more money in a single transaction than he had seen it for anyone dropping off even the largest loads from construction megaprojects, he slumped back in his seat with a nod. The alien stomped out, and Johnson, still in amazement, looked at the window as he saw the two strange creatures leaping happily between and through mountains of trash. "I guess one man's trash really is another alien's treasure," he thought to himself with a smile. End of story. The Bipeds, written by Iowa Kid 97. It had been 50 rotations since the Federation's flagship protector had gone missing. Its last reported position was near the edge of Federation space, right on the frontier of the unexplored wild space. It had reported detecting an unidentified vessel of an unknown configuration and was going to move in for a standard seize and investigate mission. That was the last transmission ever received from the Protector. They had sent multiple search party fleets, done sweeps of dozens of systems, starting with the closest ones to a last reported position, and slowly expanding outwards, searching system by system, coming up empty every time. Eventually, they officially declared the Protector lost in space and called off the search. The disappearance was somewhat of a mystery for a while, having no leads save for the unidentified vessel of unknown configuration, and we knew that they were going to investigate. Truth is, we had no idea what happened. That is, until about 5 rotations ago. A small scout ship located a single escape pod from the Protector about 50 light years from the Protector's last known position. It held a single occupant, Commander Ziop, the Protector's first officer. He had put himself in stasis, likely due to the lack of enough rations to last long enough. The scout ship had revived Commander Ziop and brought him here, to my base. Initially, I was excited to debrief him, but he could not say much of anything. He was quite literally too scared to speak, save for some muttering of a symbol. That was 4 rotations ago, and every day I waited in anticipation for him to be ready to debrief. And every day he had broken down halfway through his first sentence. Today, though, today was different. Today he finally recovered enough to speak. Finally, the mystery would be solved.
Date rotation 155, year 1011, Central Federation calendar,
Spoke the analyst into a recorder.
Commander Ziap to recount the events that led to the Protector's disappearance.
The analyst motioned to Commander Ziap, who sheepishly leaned forward and began a quiet, almost whisper.
It was a standard. Speak into the recorder, please.
The analyst cut him off. And start with the date. I shifted in my seat. I'll admit I was a bit impatient, but I held myself together. The analyst was just doing their job.
The date was rotation 105.
The year 1011, Central Federation calendar. We had detected a small vessel of unknown configuration. It couldn't have been more than 50 zans long. Hell, the Protector was 1,000 zans long. The damn thing fit in our cargo bay. He paused for a second, collecting himself before continuing.
It should have been a standard seize and investigate mission.
Disable the ship, pull it in, scan and reverse engineer the technology, question the occupants, then release. Standard. Well, the disable their ship part was much harder than it should have been. That tiny ship was extremely maneuverable, which is somewhat common for a ship that size, I suppose, but the firepower. No ship that small should be able to pack that much of a punch. He stopped to collect himself before continuing. That ship had the firepower of a ship half the size of the Protector, not 120 times smaller. Hell, Captain almost called the damn thing off, but we managed to disable them. Honestly, a few more volleys and I think Captain would have called it off. He had to pause for a while. I was about to speak up, but the analyst beat me to it.
Go on.
Commander Ziap locked eyes with me, almost pleading to let me stop. Of course, I stood firm, and he continued. We brought it on board, and the breach team began to cut into the docking hatch. Again, it took them much longer than it normally would have with any other alien vessel that we have come across. Eventually, we did manage to breach the door, and the boarding party entered. He paused, locking eyes again. That team was amongst the first to die. Each team member was broadcasting what they saw, and I was watching from the bridge along with the captain. At first, we only saw glimpses, a flash of what looked like some sort of creature. We only saw a glimpse, but it seemed to have 2 legs and walked upright. Of course, it was gone long before we could get a real good look at it. The team fanned out to cover more of ground and clear the ship faster. That's when the first team member went offline. Their feed just cut out, no weapons fired, no screams, no sort of indication of any danger. It just entered the room and the feed cut. We sent another to check up on them and the same thing happened to them. The commander took a breath before continuing. We sent the rest of the team after. The first half reached the location first. This time, nothing happened.
They entered the same room as the first two, but this time, nothing.
Nothing?
I asked. Nothing, he continued. The room was empty, dark and quiet, and there was no signs of, well, anything. The team members were missing. There were no signs of any aliens, just mostly empty rooms with a few consoles with flashing lights. The nothing only lasted a moment, though. He paused for what I swear almost seemed like dramatic effect. In reality, I knew he was just collecting himself to continue. He then looked back at me. Then, they sprang their trap. A lot happened all at once. The room the first half of the team was in suddenly lit up. Heck, as far as we could tell, the whole ship was very suddenly powered up and came to life. The second half of the team, we lost their feeds, but this time they didn't just disappear. We heard shrieks and weapons fire. Not just through the feeds of the first half of the team, but the surveillance systems in the hangar bay housing the alien ship picked it up too. By the time the first half of the team reached the second half, it was too late. They were dead. But the aliens didn't even bother hiding that time. The remaining team members' feed cut out, but not before I saw one. For just a second, I saw one of the aliens. It was bipedal, 2 arms, 2 legs. It was covered in mostly black coverings, I'm assuming armor or clothing. And the skin was a pinkish tan. But the biggest thing I remember, the most terrifying thing that struck me more than anything else, was the eyes. They were white, with a big blue ring and a black center. But they weren't on either side of their head like most sapient species. These were the eyes of a predator. And they were staring right at me. Well, technically the poor soldier whose feed I was watching, but I felt like it was staring right at me. Commander Ziop stopped and took several deep, almost labored breaths. It was as if he was reliving his worst nightmares, except this was very real. The feed cut out almost immediately, and suddenly the alien ship systems all came back online. It shouldn't have. Every reading we had prior showed the alien ship of having been disabled. Then it opened fire. It opened fire in the ship it was housed in, which is insane to even think about. Anyway, the automated security systems in the hangar bay returned fire. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds, but then the alien ship exploded. It exploded, took out the hangar bay, communications, the FTL drive, and a good chunk of that and the surrounding decks. He took another pause before continuing. Luckily, the automated system sealed the decks almost immediately after the explosion, so we didn't lose too much atmosphere. But the damage had been done. I then decided to speak up.
When we first found and revived you, you kept mentioning something about a symbol. You weren't cognizant enough to elaborate, but...
Symbol? He started. We found a piece of the alien's hull on the adjacent deck. It had a symbol on it.
Could you recreate that symbol now? I asked.
He nodded, and the tank handed him a pad and a writing utensil. It took the commander a moment, but then he handed me the pad. I looked down and saw the symbol. I didn't know what it meant, but it obviously seemed to be some sort of significance to the bipedal aliens. In any case, it was our only lead. I handed the pad to my assistant.
Load this in the main computer and have it analyzed.
My assistant took the pad and exited the room, before I turned my attention back to Commander Ziop and motioned for him to continue. We thought it was over. A very odd, abnormal, and violent end, but an end nonetheless. He paused, letting out a sigh. We couldn't have been more wrong. That's when things started to go wrong.
Started?
I asked, as if the whole incident up to that point had just been business as usual. Commander Ziap looked at me again, nodding. It started with the small tools going missing, a plasma torch gone from engineering tech's equipment, an armorer's lock disappeared, a data rod missing from IT. At first we thought there was just incidents attributed to a fatigued crew. After all, the damage was extreme and the crew was working non-stop to fix it. It made sense that some tools might get misplaced. But then things started getting really weird. At first, the main computer efficiency went down by 2%. We attributed the efficiency decrease to an extra processing load that it was taking on, with all the repairs and damages that we were taking on. Then, a life support started malfunctioning deck by deck. It didn't shut off, but rather changed the environment settings. The oxygen levels decreased to 20%. The carbon dioxide levels rose to 0.05%. Nitrogen and argon started replacing helium, and the humidity decreased significantly. At first we thought it was a computer glitch, but every time we set it back to Federation standard, it would go back to the same wrong setting within a few hours. Hell, we even tried restarting the main computer. After that, we thought it worked, as our readings were coming back normal. But we realized the computer sensors were lying to us, since we could feel no difference in the environment despite the computer telling us otherwise. A primal sense of fear started to form inside me, the kind when you know you are being watched by a predator. I know where the story is going. After about a week, we figured out what was happening. Unfortunately, by then, it was too late. It started after we got the FTL drive back online. Captain ordered an immediate return to the nearest Federation outpost. It should have been a cycle's trip to arrive, but after a cycle in FTL, the outpost was nowhere near in sensor range. It didn't take long to realize that we were off course, but not by some miscalculation. We were going in the opposite direction. And after that, we started a detailed investigation into the ship computer. That's when we finally realized what was happening. We found some footage from when the biped ship exploded. During the chaos, right before the explosion, about 5 of the bipeds escaped. They used the attack and explosion as a diversion and escaped into the protector. Captain ordered an immediate wiping of the computer and a full backup restore from before we encountered the aliens. Unfortunately, they were onto us. They didn't even try to hide their presence anymore. The computer went haywire. We watched helplessly as the computer pulled up, queried, and downloaded the database of every classified file, every known species cultural index, and every piece of data on the computer pulled up and downloaded to a single location on Deck 5. So Captain did the only thing that we could do. He ordered a sweep of Deck 5, and for the bipeds to be captured or eliminated. Captain Ziop paused, taking a deep breath and locking eyes with me before continuing. The soldiers never even made it to Deck 5. The bipeds knew we were coming and ambushed the team en route. That's when they went on the offensive. They started taking the ship level by level. The crew members that didn't evacuate in time were knocked out by a single hit from their weapons. It is at that point the captain ordered the remaining crew to abandon ship. Somehow, they knew and intercepted us on the way to the escape pods. Captain ordered us to push through and escape at all costs. None of us made it.
None of you? I asked, confused. Well, obviously, you made it.
No, General, Commander Ziop replied. I made it the furthest. But as I was entering my escape pod, Commander Zerp took a deep breath. As I entered my escape pod, it grabbed me and pulled me back. It shoved me into a wall and looked me directly in the eye. The eyes were soul-piercing. The white, the blue ring, and the black dot in the middle. Honestly, General, thought I was going to die.
What happened? I asked.
It held me there for a moment, then spoke in Cerulean. How they knew to speak my home language is beyond me. But I'll never forget what it said.
What did it say?
Well, sir, he had a message for you.
Me?
I asked, confused and admittedly a little terrified. Well, command as a whole, Commander Ziop explained. The biped said,
We don't know why you attacked us, but tell your superiors it won't happen again.
And then it shoved me into a escape pod and ejected, sir. They took our standard C's and investigate protocol as an act of aggression and,
And?
Well, sir, at first I took the biped's words as a warning to not do that again, to stay away from their ships, but, well, you see...
Get to the point, Commander.
I knew where Commander Zop was going with this, but I had hoped I was wrong. Well, you see, I've had a lot of time to think about this. Their ship, at least based on the data we received, and from what I can make of it, well, they should have been more than 5. Only 5 made it out, but the ship they were in could have easily, comfortably had at least double that. My heart sank. I know they took our actions as an act of aggression, but if I'm right, I think we may have accidentally killed some of them too, so if I'm right, they don't just think that we're the aggressive ones, but their words weren't a warning to stay away, but a warning of retribution, sir, he said, his voice starting to shake. They are coming. By all accounts, the next 3 rotations were anything but ordinary. Supplies shipped in, patrols came in and out. Commander Ziop was transferred to command to restate his testimony and give as much information on the bipedal threat as possible. I had recommended an immediate mobilization, activate the reserves, increase warship production, retrofit every fleet vessel to wartime standards. Command accepted by recommendation.
But when asked what sector to mobilize the fleet in, well, I was at a loss. Even Commander Ziop had no idea where the bipeds were from. We had no idea where they could come from, how many ships they could muster up for an invasion. Hell, we didn't even know if our assessment of an invasion was correct. But if it was, a single tiny ship and 5 of these bipeds managed to take out a Federation flagship and a crew of over 500 Federation crew members. And that was knowing nothing about us before the encounter. Now they knew just about everything about us from the Protector's database. Not to mention, they most likely had plenty of time to reverse engineer, analyze, and figure out our most advanced technology. Meanwhile, we knew nothing of them, other than Commander Ziop's experiences. And that's simple, of course. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep. In retrospect, we should have seen this coming long before the Protector went missing. The Standard Seize and Investigate was one of the Federation's most controversial standard missions. Proponents against it noted that it was highly aggressive and violated the rights of the species whom it was being done to. Advocates for it never really had a good counter to that, but mentioned that it was necessary for the safety of the Federation. Besides, the Federation was the most advanced alliance in the known galaxy. Even if the other alien species were unhappy with the policy, they could never stand up to the Federation in a meaningful way. It was foolish and short-sighted. It was only a matter of time before we ran into a species more powerful than us, and a Standard Seize and Investigate was not exactly the kind of first impression you wanted to make. In fact, had even made that exact objection at the Academy all those years ago, back when I was vehemently against the Standard Seize and Investigate. Of course, over time, I had wised up and realized that it was a necessary evil for the good of the Federation. But now, I'd realized, too late, my younger self was the wise one. This policy was our undoing. It was just a matter of time. But after 3 rotations, it didn't come, and there was no invasion. I just started to relax, and things were starting to return to normal, save for a small fleet protecting each planet and a few warships stationed at my outpost. The date was rotation 158, year 1011, Central Federation calendar. I was just about to end my shift when I got called up to a situation room. "Sir," the ensign said, motioning me over to her station, "we have detected a small fleet of 12 vessels of unknown configuration heading right for us." My heart started to sink. The ships are still a few light years out, but are coming in fast. We estimate no more than a few hours before arrival. The automated outposts were unable to identify the ships, but we did get a single match on a symbol, but the symbol file is classified. Without a word, I walked over to the console and inputted my command code. The image came up, and I froze. That feeling had come over me again, the primal fear of being watched by a predator who had you in their sights. But this time, it wasn't a story. This time, it wasn't something that was happening to someone else. This time, it was real, and it was happening now. "Sir, what do we do?" the ensign asked. "Send a priority message to command. Tell them it has begun." The communication officer quickly started sending a string of messages to command, but it didn't take long before one of them stopped and turned back to me. "Sir, we're being jammed." "Sir, what do we do?" my next in command asked me. I hadn't taken my eyes off that symbol, the one recognized symbol. The symbol the Protector crew had found on that alien ship's hull. The one connection we had to the bipedal aliens. But this wasn't one ship. It was 12, and all of them had a symbol on it. I still didn't know what the symbol meant, but at this point, it didn't really matter. Even so, it was all I could do to stare at the screen, to stare at the symbol. The Federation's day of reckoning had come. We didn't know much about our enemy, but we knew the symbol by which they identified their ships. Terran Alliance. "Sir, what do we do?" my next in command asked me again, in a more urgent tone. I was frozen in fear. For the first time in my career as a general, I did not know. End of story. Peaceful does not mean harmless. Written by Eddie. Comlac, the destroyer of empires, stood on the bridge of his flagship, the World Breaker, as the fleet about him disintegrated, fragment by fragment. Each ship fled as its captains realized that the only option was to run or die. And even then, it was a gamble.
He looked back upon what brought this terrible fate upon him and realized he'd made a profound mistake. 65 hours ago, at the Council of Warlords.
So they are a peaceful species. How do they handle pirates?
One of the ministers asked, his tone gravelly and harsh. His species was known for its own piratical tendencies, plundering at trade lines and stealing ships.
They offer them better options,
one of the report bringers said.
They are offered the opportunity to sell their ships at above market rates and given a place to live and look after until the end of their days on the provision they don't return to their piratical ways,
the multi-limbed alien said as he looked over his notes. One extra pseudopod was used to shuffle through the notes. That's pathetic, Gomlock shouted, and several of his fellow generals and the warlords nodded. This group of aliens had gotten together several generations ago, the mightiest empires, warlords, and pirate lords, and created this council of war to choose who to target, what their next raids would be, and how they'd avoid getting in one another's way. They'd realized that it was much easier if they chose soft targets, lesser races, and the like, rather than fighting one another.
I'm inclined to agree with your destructiveness,
one of the report givers simpered.
However, it appears to be effective.
One of Gomlak's fellow warlords, a mighty alien of 8.5 feet, responded by slamming a prosthetic limb on the table, causing it to shake.
Weaklings! Fools! Pathetic lesser beings!
It roared out. Again there was noises of agreement and assent from his fellow warmongers. Gather data on their military capacity and combat force, a third member of the council ordered the report givers, all of which scattered to do as they were ordered. Failing to do so would result in being tossed into a fight pits for their master's entertainment. The room erupted into a heated debate on who would lay claim and prizes of the resource-rich planets and new source of slaves. 60 hours ago, the Council of Warlords. The debate was partly concluded. It was between Gomlock and another warlord, this time a pirate lord by the name of Admiral Zarkoth. The debate was primarily on whose territory it reached into and what one would offer the other in return for the rights of first pillage. The report givers trembled their way back into the council room and waited for their presence to be acknowledged and given the right to speak. Once done, so they finally began.
This species, the humans, as they call themselves, have most of their military force as a strange, almost police-keeping force. They are used to keep pirates that do not take up their offer away from the shipping lanes or prevent squabbles between humans from escalating into fully-fledged fights. They are referred to as the United Humanities Security Force, or the UHSF.
There was a pause when the warlords burst out laughing.
A police force! Their military is a police force!
Zarkoth barked out and looked at Gormak.
You can take this pathetic species. They don't seem to be worth my time to fight. I still expect the normal 10% of the mineral wealth and 20% of the slaves taken,
he said through his laughter, which caused him to once again bang the table. The table, reinforced since first meeting, shook, but was otherwise unaffected. Gormlak smiled. Weak or not, they shall soon serve in the slave hold of my ships, and their worlds will be mined dry of raw metal to make more, he said, and looked at the report givers. Do you have anything else to report? He asked them.
Yes, Lord,
one said in a quivering voice.
They have a violent history, but it seems that they have attempted to bury that once they reached space, claiming it to be peaceful and welcoming people, offering not only trade but sanctuary to any who desired it.
More laughter from the assembled aliens.
Fantastic. So they cannot complain when we claim that our form of sanctuary is to take all that I have and then take more.
Grimlock roared and stood up.
One more thing, your bloodthirstiness,
the report giver said, raising a small slip of paper.
They have a motto that they seem to tell anyone and everyone who comes close to their borders.
Motto or not, they will still be ground into dust and never interrupt me.
Grimlock bellowed, backhanding the report giver into the wall as he exited the chamber. The poor alien hit the far wall with the crunch of a breaking exoskeleton and slid down to the floor. A bright green trail of lifeblood left on the wall behind him to join the dozens of others that had been splattered there over a lifetime of the Council. 45 hours ago, UHSF listening post Zeta 3. Sir, we have a blip, called out one of the sensor techs. The station's captain walked over and looked at the sensor tech's display. He didn't understand it. A web of glowing lines and blinking dots in different colors.
Tell me what we're looking at,
he said, and the sensor tech shrugged. It's an FTL flash. We've had unregistered ships come out of FTL just within our borders of our space, he said as he started to flip small switches and typed commands into the console. Within moments, on the larger screen above him, there was a depiction of the ship. It was small, angular, and clearly armed with something that looked akin to energy fork, though it was clearly not of human build, with the rear engines being some kind of ring.
That's not one of ours,
the captain said, and walked back to the center of the command deck.
Forward the data to Central Command. Hopefully they've got something on this,
he said, as another tech called out, "Proximity alert!" The entire station shook and the lights flickered. "Shields out!" the same tech yelled as the lights came back, growing a warning red.
Send a full alert now to all crew. Get to the escape pods. What the hell shot us? And get a full report to HQ as fast as possible.
The captain of the station roared out as alarms blared. The last thing he saw was the unknown ship come about for another pass on the station. But to his satisfaction, the last thing he heard was one of the techs yelling out, "Report sent! HQ knows!" before the ship blew a hole in the station and hurled them all into the void. 40 hours ago, the UHSF HQ. "Sir, this report is concerning," one of the men at the table said. "An unknown craft came out of FTL, scanned the surrounding area, and then immediately blew the nearest 2 listening posts out of space. Then continued deeper into our territory. Last seen scouting mining bases around Vega 3. There was a nodding and murmuring from the attending men and women. These individuals made up the highest-ranking positions in the UHSF, heads of intelligence, the commanders of entire sectors. There was a pause, and they looked at each other, and then one of them spoke slowly. "There are no pirates in this area. Of that we are certain. The last of them relocated to one of the farming planets 6 cycles ago," she said in a soft voice, tapping her lips with a finger. And there have been no reports of any crisis in that direction since before I took my seat." She paused again, clearly pondering the situation. "I could see it could be a scout craft." Her verbal pondering was interrupted as there was a banging on the door.
"Damn it!"
one of the men yelled.
"Who the hell is interrupting us now?"
His neighbor put a hand on his shoulder.
"Relax, Jack. The only reason they'd interrupt us would be because there is more information," he reminded the man called Jack, who relaxed into his seat. The door was thrown open by the guards, and a young-looking secretary surged in. There's been an intercepted transmission," she blurted out, and practically tossed her tablet on the table. "But it's clearly supposed to be intercepted," she finished, as the tablet beeped once and a projection came up. The creature in the projection was horrific, a patchwork of scars and stitches, missing one eye and the other prosthetic. The teeth were jagged stumps of metal. "This is Gromlock, breaker of empires. My mighty war fleet has set its eyes on your puny collection of worlds. We know that you are a peaceful people, so surrender as is your nature, and I personally promise you will be treated with kindness in your slavery." The figure laughed, spittle coming from between its lips, one of which had been split by some kind of bladed weapon long ago. "If not, then I'm sure that we can find proper beds for your breeders. And nice fight pits for the rest of you."
The hologram cut off. The room was silent for a few moments before it erupted into shouts of protest, demands for retribution, before someone coughed quietly. The noise, though, cut through the sound and caused the room to go silent, as if it was banging on a gravel. The man at the head of the table drummed his fingers on the table.
"We have been threatened. Put out a call to arms."
The room erupted in noise again, though this time
It was directed the sort of noise that comes from a dozen people with purpose. 35 hours ago, the bridge of the UHS Sword of Justice. The pirate base fell apart and started to lose orbital stability as the glittering beams of antimatter and cohesive light tore it apart. The captain of the ship smiled as the sister ship, the Fist of Peace, came around the curve of the planet, the last pirate ship being driven before it. With their base gone, the pirates would have little choice but to accept their offer of selling their ships and being given a parcel of land to live on. It wasn't a bad deal. It just took some convincing to get some people to take it. The ship's communication officer glanced up from his station and called out, "Captain, we have just had a fleet-wide message," he said, and waited for the captain to stop admiring the handiwork they'd done of the past half an hour and respond,
Fleet-wide. Do I hope they found time to call us in for a refit? The coffee machine going glunk and producing tomato soup is less funny, and far more annoying than it was the first time," he said as he lifted his mug, currently full of tea.
No, sir, it's just 3 words and a set of coordinates."
The captain stiffened at these words and set his mug down. "What are the words and coordinates?" he asked as he stood and walked to the communication officer station.
"Call to arms, sir,"
the officer said, slightly confused. The captain nodded.
"All hands! 2 ready stations, helm! Put those coordinates in, spool up the jump drive. Tell me how long it'll take us to get there,"
he said as he looked at his mug and sighed.
"And someone grind up some beans or something. I'm gonna need something stronger than this," he added.
30 hours ago, aboard the Worldbreaker, Gomlock laughed as his crew celebrated. It was time for conquest. They'd been stuck with puny species that had been beaten so often they'd just given up defending, or were so pathetic that they offered Gomlack's fleet a tithe to go away. This, however, was new blood. He'd shared the council reports with his crew and sub-captains, and they were all excited. There was no fight like ones where the other party didn't fight back. They'd even brought a few of their slaves up for the lower decks to be sacrificed and have their blood used to make ceremonial paint. Normally, they just used the synthesized paint, but this was the first fight with a new species. It was always special and deserved some ceremony. This species bled blue, so the war paint was an odd green blue with the pigments mixed with the blood on the executed slave.
"Our scouts have reported no resistance and is currently holding position around the mining station. They even reported that all humans aboard the mining station have fled, leaving their resources behind. They've requested permission to plunder,"
one of Gomlack's seconds reported. Gomlack laughed.
"Denied! I claim the right of first treasure. These puny humans are going to be ground to a pulp under my boot, and then they can continue working their little mining stations. But we'll be the ones to profit," he cackled. "Light the jump engines! I cannot wait any longer. Any ship that isn't ready is getting left behind and can pick up the scraps,"
he bellowed and stumped to the command podium. 25 hours ago, the wreckage of listening station Zeta 3. Space rippled and split as the ship tore its way free of null space that was used for FTL travel. Its prow bumped the wreckage of the listening station aside as it emerged from an alternate reality. Clouds of water vapor poured off its hull as glittering fragments of frozen gases twisted free, and the unreality of null space conformed to the laws of physics, snapping from unknown, impossible substances to more mundane things like methane and hydrogen. Free of the FTL shift, the ship's main weapons pivoted as if looking for threats, all suddenly snapping to a location a few thousand kilometers away where another ship was plowing into reality. There was a tense moment before the weapons resumed their tracking. The other ship, identified as a friend. All across local space, this scene repeated itself. Human ships emerging from FTL. Most seemed to be expecting hostiles and were ready for a fight. Upon the bridge of Sword of Justice, the captain had woken up from a brief sleep while in FTL, and had also acquired a cup of coffee courtesy of the ship's hydroponics bay, having had a recent addition of rapid growth coffee beans when the ship had first encountered its tomato soup issue. He stood, mug in hand, surveying the scans as they were presented to him.
"That's the Indomitable, flagship of the 3rd Fleet. There's Skybreaker of the 8th Fleet," he said, confused. "Just how widespread was the call?"
he asked out loud One of the officers finally asked the question most of them had been asking each other in the mess.
Sir, what did the message call to arms mean?
He asked. A call to arms, the captain said, and you could hear the capital letters. It is a widespread message for a given number of ships to move to a specific location and prepare for a fight. Normally, an emergency message for either reinforcements or because of a hostile force. Normally, it is only fleet-wide or sometimes covers 2 fleets if it's serious, he said as the long-range FTL scanner blared a warning. There was a massive object in FTL coming towards them. 7 hours ago, Gomlock's ship came out of FTL some distance from where the scout had exited. There was a gravitational anomaly ahead of them, one the scout hadn't reported. They couldn't see what it was as there was no light in the local area beyond the ambient light of the distant stars, and there was even more interference for the scanners from what appeared to be debris field between them and the gravitational anomaly.
Tell me what the hell that is, Gomlock demanded of his seconds. I don't care about the interference. Just send a probe or something. Why didn't the scout report it? Then he added, and why hasn't the scout reported in?
5 hours ago, aboard the War Sun Final Edict.
Do you think he'll buy it, sir?
Asked the second in command of the Titanic war machine, a weaponized Dyson swarm and stellar engine capable of transporting itself through FTL warp. The Final Edict was the gravitational anomaly, and the debris field was the ground total of humanity's fleets running silent and with all external systems disabled, except for the jamming fields. The one downside of this was there was only one real form of communication, and that was tight beam laser communication. And even then, that was kept to a minimum. The commander of the battle station shrugged.
I hope he does. It'll be better that way, but even if he doesn't, we've excited the surface of the sun to the point of being ready for a directed coronal mass ejection and then some.
The commander said, and the second in command blinked a few times. With the immense firepower on the external layers of the station, as well as over 4,000 ships that were drifting in space before them, he'd almost discounted the fact that they might go through with the suggestion of unshielding the star. 1 hour ago, aboard the Worldbreaker, Gomlek roared in frustration.
I don't give a Morlach's ass what it might be. I just want you to tell me if the spinal cannon is charged. We'll just blast it apart. Pathetic humans thinking that a pile of metal scraps can keep me from my prize,
he screamed as he rounded on the sub-commanders. The scans of the debris field and even the attempted probes had come back with negatives, garbled responses, and mostly failed scans. All they knew was it was metal dense, had chunks of carbon-rich resources, and a gravitational anomaly with some kind of metallic mass. Probably the humans attempting to dump a bunch of mines, or just scrap to buy themselves time. He'd seen it before. If it was scrap, it would be melted down and used to build more ships. Mines could be shot apart the moment they activated.
Full ahead! We're going to blast our way through!
He roared into the ear of his helmsman, who winced but followed the order as Gomlak stomped his way back to the command dais. He was going to wring the neck of the first human prisoners himself, just to satiate his vengeance. 30 minutes ago, aboard the Final Edict.
He bought it, sir,
the second in command said with a grin on his face, as Gomlak's ships came into range of the War Sun's weapons and Corona cannon. Excellent. Send the command, the commander said as throughout the fleet, communications lasers flickered between ships, and reactors were brought back up to maximum drive. The lights came on across the fleet, trapping Gomlak ships in a net of steel and fury, as humanity showed the alien fleet just what threatening it resulted in. 15 minutes ago, aboard the Final Edict.
They don't seem to want to surrender, do they?
The commander commented to his second-in-command.
I don't think it's in their dictionary, sir.
His second mentioned as he looked up from the tactical plot of the ongoing fight. It was very one-sided. The enemy fleet was outnumbered, over 600 to 1. The only reason they'd not been broken apart in space dust was the Final Edict hadn't fired anything bigger than an antimatter cannon, and the alien shields were shockingly resistant to most weapons the human fleet possessed.
The solar capacitors are full. Unshield the sun and fire the coronal cannon, the commander said, and his second grinned with a wicked smile. Yes, sir.
5 minutes ago, aboard the Worldbreaker. Gomlak's jaw fell open. The enemy's battle station, well, that's what it had to be, a hastily thrown together battle station, made up of metal and guns, and little else, had started to move. Its outer shield unfolded to reveal the blazing white light of the star inside. Then the surface of the star had exploded. Half of his feet had melted under the blast of the superheated gases and particles. The rest were blind from the electromagnetic radiation, and his own ship had lost power because of the energy pulse. The humans had built a battle station around a sun. No wonder it was a gravitational anomaly. They were moving a sun around like it was some kind of warship. Then the thing fired again. Another chunk of his fleet vanished, as from somewhere inside the abominable battle Dyson sphere came a blast of solar energy concentrated into a focused beam, turning anything that touched it into little more than molten heaps of slowly drifting metal. Current time. Gomlak, the destroyer of empires, commander of the Worldbreaker, warlord of several dozen systems, terror of the Gorgon Nebula, cowered in fear aboard his flagship. He had made a terrible mistake. His fleet was in ruins. His life was seconds from ending. He'd not even made it a single AU into the human space. He looked back at where he'd made the error and realized something, a mistake he'd made when considering humanity and its nature. Peaceful didn't mean harmless. Then the war sun fired again, and he was little more than a glittering dust, blown away on the solar wind. End of story. Assassin in a gingham dress, written by Ouijan Warrior. Having gone over the provided information, I accepted the contract. The human target was an extended stay planetside and had a predictable routine. I went undercover as a sustenance service worker. Over the first 2 cycles, I tried the normal approaches for contract fulfillment. Sodium chlorine applied to the dermal layer, capsaicin mixed with their sustenance order, releasing venomous insects into their domicile. The 2 former gave no reaction, while the latter just resulted in a minor swelling and localized discoloration of the dermal layer. In desperation, I performed a highly illegal modification on a power storage unit and applied 20 kV direct to the target's exposed skin. Again, with no noticeable reaction. Clearly a more tailored approach was required. Under the continued guise of working for a local sustenance consumption business, I successfully induced the target to imbibe a scalding hot mug of bitter plant extract, brimming with a highly potent methylated xanthine cloth central nervous system stimulant. Target swallowed the poison brew quickly, thus confirming the theories on the human lack of pain and taste senses, and requested a refill. Fearing my cover blown, I immediately made an excuse and retreated. The new waitress at the diner on the corner had managed to get some coffee today, especially for me, she said. Only enough for 1 cup, though. Maybe her contacts got some more tomorrow. She got all flustered when I asked for a refill. She's plenty cute for a Xeno, too, if a little clumsy when she knocked the portable power bank over the other day. Maybe I should ask her. I think she's a she, or on a date later. A nice date would be nice after this week. At least the rash from the bug bite is going away. They won't release me from the contract, and to make matters worse, the proprietor of the local sustenance consumption business has decreed that the order to create ambience, all staff are now required to wear a specific outfit, which hinders my mobility. Resigned, I called in multiple favors. I reprogrammed the cook to produce a pureed tuber from a Terran plant in a well-known poisonous plant family. I procured, via black market channels, the waste filtration organs of a Terran animal, minced and wrapped in the intestines from the same animal. Additionally, I managed to get more of the methylated xanthine class central nervous system stimulant brew. The combined toxins ought to have killed or at least incapacitated the target. I was nervous when I presented the plate to the target. After the toxic brew last week, he's got to be alert for further attacks. The target not only ate it all, but managed to corner me in the back area with the sustenance consumption business. The target is obviously aware that I am targeting him. He tried to crush my thorax with his manipulator limbs. I initially tried to squeeze the target's torso, but found that my upper limbs simply were not strong enough. I managed to twist out of the target's death grip, however. The target then fired off a rapid series of probing questions, clearly designed to put me off balance and make me reveal who bought the contract for him. I was confused and scared,
something the target skillfully manipulated to gain knowledge of the number to my personal communicator.
She's got to be sweet for me. The cute Xeno waitress and my favorite diner looked extra cute today in her new gingham dress. She almost spilled my plate when bringing it over, but clumsy can be cute too. And I was too busy admiring what she had managed to get just for me. She was very insistent that I did not share it with the other patrons. Bangers and mash. And more coffee too, properly black this time. I mean, the sausages were not as tasty as the ones back home, but then again, where would she get sage on a planet that outlaws even simple condiments? Needless to say, I cleaned my plate. She was looking at me from the back passage as I put my knife and fork down, so I went over to give her a hug to thank her. I might have gotten on a bit strong, because after the second of hugging me back, she twisted out of my arms. She got a bit flustered as I tried to flirt and learn more about her. Didn't get much, but I got a number at least. Maybe I'll call her tomorrow when she has calmed down a bit.
The target is onto me. He must be onto me. And he torments me with the knowledge, clearly hoping to gain knowledge of who bought his contract. He must take delight in psychological torture. For 5 wake cycles in a row, he did a threat fang display each time he came into the local sustenance consumption business, but did not try to engage otherwise. I've been in contact with the source on the target species and have been informed that the way to the circulatory pump is through the digestive system. Considering that the target not only shrugs off toxins in the food, but seems to enjoy ingesting them while I watch, I am unsure what to do with this information. An attempt to take the target out with war gases did not yield any result. Flooding the ablution cubicle with a lethal concentration of sodium hydrochloride only resulted in a slight reddening of the target's mucous membranes. The resulting contamination resulted in the sustenance consumption business closing for 2 wake cycles for decontamination. I initially welcomed this as it would remove having to endure the threat/fang display again. But, to my horror, he called me on my personal communicator. I ignored it at first, but kept calling it, and when I set it to audio only, the target employed a powerful hacking software to force a video connection. This, and the threat fang display right in front of my eyes, caught me enough off guard that I failed to properly analyze his rapid, probing questions before replying. The target is trying to gain more knowledge of my movements and habits, clearly in an attempt to be able to put more pressure on me. More worrisome is that the target wants to meet in person, away from others. I am unsure if this would be in order to extract more information or to try and attack me again. I reluctantly agreed, if only to keep the target from taking the substantial amount of knowledge he has already amassed to the authorities. I did manage to suggest a meeting spot in the mountainous area near the city. This is a high-gravity world, and I'm sure that a fall can be arranged. Without wings, I am feeling confident that such an accident would be lethal. While inelegant, it would satisfy the contract. I need to arrange an outfit suitable for high mobility and, if need be, physical confrontation. I've been giving the cute Xeno girl a bit of space for this week, just giving her a big smile whenever I saw her in the local diner. She seemed to avoid me, but I kept noticing her looking my way whenever she thought I was not paying attention. Sadly, they had to close down for a weekend after someone spilled a bit of bleach in the bathrooms. One would think that spilling cleanup supplies would be a normal thing, but this is a different planet after all. I did take the opportunity to call her, though. The app I downloaded to ensure two-way video between otherwise incompatible operating systems worked great. I have to thank Jake for the tip next time I see him. She was all flusters and cuteness when she finally answered. I don't think she's used to someone giving compliments and wanting to know more about her, but I was able to talk her into a date, and she's even suggested going for a hike in the local mountains. At 0.61 G, that shouldn't be too strenuous, or even dangerous. Even so, I should make sure I get some good boots before this weekend. She did mutter something about a proper outfit when I terminated the call. I wonder what she'll wear. Direct engagement with the target has always been considered a danger, even more so when the target not only knows that he is a target, but clearly knows who the contracted assassin is. But in the current circumstances, the target must be aware that he's being targeted. I consider direct contact less dangerous than trying to avoid the target. Early this wake cycle, the target called my personal communicator again, and again,
despite the fact that I have invested heavily in security software, he managed to force a two-way video connection. When I recovered from the shock of the target's threat/fang display, I was instructed not to be late for the one-on-one meeting that the target kept insisting upon. The threat to reveal my occupation and contract to authorities was unspoken, but clearly implied. I made sure to dress in a high-mobility outfit that would let me benefit from my agility. The target immediately noticed when he arrived at the designated meeting spot. Too early, so I had no time to rig a trap there, and informed me that he was aware I was wearing an assassin's outfit. This, coupled with his nonchalant vigilance, made me all jittery and unprofessional. The target was clearly flaunting his knowledge of the current situation, making sure to remind me ever so often that he was fully aware of what I am. The only reason I can think of is to break my resolve in order to learn of my contacts and who bought the contract on him. Despite this, I lead the target on a strenuous walk deeper into the mountainous area. He acted nonchalant again, but each time I looked at him, he was observing me closely. Clearly, he was expecting an attack at any moment, which also explains why he made sure to walk behind me the whole way. The target tried to engage in more of his probing questions on the way, but I informed him that once we were at the place I was leading him to, there would be a resolution. The satellite imagery had, after all, revealed the 25-meter-tall cliff at the spot that I decided upon. When we got there, the target got all the way to the edge, despite the sheer vertigo he must have experienced. Seeing a chance, I tried to tackle the target and push him over the edge. But after a brief struggle, he trapped my thorax in his manipulator limbs again. This time, he was not satisfied with crushing me, but he also lifted me all my legs off the ground. I struggled in panic as his intent, shown by the target holding me over the edge several times in the span of a few seconds, was to throw me down the sheer drop. I collapsed when the target let go. In my panicked and dazed state, he continued his probing questions while towering over me. While I did manage to deflect any questions on the contract, he did manage to make me reveal several pieces of personal information. Realizing my plan to take out the target had failed again, I immediately started thinking of contingencies. Until the target is taken out, there will be no more contracts. No more contracts means that the cover of working at the local sustenance consumption business will have to be my primary source of income. Upon realization of this, I broached the subject with the target. Unless I were at work early the next work cycle, I would likely not be allowed to work there. The target, clearly still not satisfied with the information I had been forced to reveal, agreed to let go. But at the same time, he informed me that he would keep track of my movements. I must expect that he will keep hounding me until he either learns who is behind the contract, decides to inform the authorities, or I find any way to fulfill the contract. The target wanted to learn of my location of my domicile. After trying to stall, I shamefully fled the location, taking a long and meandering detour to throw him off the track. I called the cute Xeno girl again this morning to remind her about our date and verify when we were to meet. She was all flusters and cuteness again when I smiled at her, which just made me smile even more. Maybe I went a little overboard when I told her I wouldn't know what to do if she was late, but she promised that she'd be on time. The app worked great again, but it took a little longer to negotiate the video this time. Maybe I should spend the 2 credits for the paid version. I got to the parking lot early, but she was already there. She must have been as eager as me to have a fun date together. She got a little weird when I told her that she had a killer outfit. But how could I not let her know that I liked what I saw? I mean, if you think 2 legs look good in black hot pants, wait until you've seen 8. I let her lead the way for a nice and leisurely stroll up into the hills. I did try to learn more about her as we walked, but she seemed to be a little short of breath. She did say that there would be something good waiting when we got to the spot that she had in mind, so I was just happy to rest my eyes on her along the way. The view from the little drop she stopped at was nice too, a short drop into a purple lake with more of a reddish forest along the edges. As I was admiring the view, my cute alien girl decided to pounce on me. If she had been heavier or stronger, she might have accidentally made me fall over. But, as it were, I just twisted her in a grip and gave her a big hug back, even lifting her up and twirling her around a bit. She squealed a bit when I did that, probably from excitement.
I probably spun her a little too hard, though, because when I let her go, she had to sit down for a bit. I teased her a little and flirted a bit as she sat, even got to know a bit more about her family and such. No other boyfriends, luckily for me. I must have gotten later than I realized because she got a little flustered, well, more flustered than usual, after a while, claiming that she had to be at dinner early tomorrow. I told her that it was okay and that I really looked forward to seeing her and her cute gingham dress again. I think that might have embarrassed her somewhat, because she insisted on making her own way home even when I offered to walk her all the way there. So I decided just to sit and enjoy the view until the sun set. I cannot return to my domicile. The target most likely knows where it is despite pretending otherwise. I must assume that my cover identity is exposed as well, given that my personal communicator is compromised. Using public communications, I once again attempted to get the contract cancelled. I was informed through the use of coded phrases that I will not be released from the contract. Additionally, I learned that unless the target is eliminated, my standing in the guild is revoked. My only chance would be to relocate to a system far away, re-establish my credentials, and rebuild. Calling in on a personal favor, I managed to secure a position as a sustenance preparer's assistant on an independent freighter from a non-aligned system. My contact informed me that there is a wide range of species crewing the ship, and that I'm unlikely to arouse suspicion. My contact also offered a place to lay low until launch. I fortunately took his offer, as the target is roaming the streets near the local sustenance consumption business. Target is likely searching for me. My assessment is that since I do not divulge any information, Target is now out for revenge. She hasn't shown up to work for the last 3 days. She hasn't answered her phone. I've asked the other waitresses where she lives, but no one knows. After getting back from our date, I got the call that the ship has a full load and a full crew. I have to leave in just a couple of days, and would desperately like to meet up with the Xeno girl again. Maybe wrap things up. Maybe get a promise to see her again next time we make planetfall here. I'll spend the last few days before I leave searching the area near the diner. Her co-workers said that she's always arrived on foot, so she must live nearby. I am safe. The ship launched less than a 10th standard wake cycle ago. It is, I am dismayed to learn, a slow ship. Next planetfall will be in several hundred wake cycles. On reflection, this should provide me with sufficient capital to re-establish myself on whatever world the ship stops at. In the meantime, I must prepare the sustenance consumption area for the crew. The first serving is, I am informed, in another 10th cycle. I didn't find her. Jake is making fun of me, of course, but Jake didn't meet her. Hopefully, this long haul will keep me busy enough to not think about her too much. It'll be at least a year before we're back in this part of the galaxy, and a year is a long time to miss someone. Grub's up in 10. Jake told me there is a new staff in their galley, and the cold-hearted miser of a captain sprung for a second mess hall staff too. Maybe he can't help being cold-hearted, being reptilian and all, but at least we don't have to help wash dishes and scrub the floor between shifts.
I am dead, or worse.
Is that? Yes, it is.
End of story. For Want of a Taco, written by In Yellow Clad. The planet Kavaistia, a home of the Kalori, is a pre-spaceflight world, and as such, is off limits to all star nations. The only thing allowed near their planet were observation posts, built by one scientific organization or another to study the primitive inhabitants. Of course, ships did pass through the system, but gave the planet a very wide berth, so as to not disrupt anything. To the planet below, life proceeded normally. They were well into their industrial era of their society, and while many speculated as to the potential for life outside their planet, it was merely the stuff of science fiction to them. Nobody had really looked up at the sky with anything more powerful than their eyes yet. Though, if they had, they would have seen nothing up there save the stars, as the rest of the galaxy had erected a complex series of holographic emitters that would edit out anything that wasn't supposed to be seen. Like space stations and starships, they would be able to see every star, every planet, and every moon in the solar system without threat of contamination. Or so the rest of the galaxy thought. It was a fine spring day on Kavestia, and the communal park at the center of one of their larger cities was bustling with activities.
families playing or seeing the sights, lovers having picnics, and pet owners letting their furry or scaly companions have some fun in the sun. This would be the setting for something miraculous, though they didn't know it yet. A sudden booming sound from above drew the attention of everyone in the park and the city itself, as the black shape streaked out of the clouds and began to spiral in a controlled manner. Many, many eyes were focused on it as the shape slowed down with every twist it made through the air, till finally it was close enough for them to properly see. It was some manner of aircraft, they could tell that much, but it was not one of theirs. In fact, the means of propulsion were not clear at all, nor was its construction, and when it finally stopped midair, they knew that it was not on their world. Parents clutched their children tight in their tentacles, eye stalks shortened, and stared as the craft lowered itself gently to the ground and the engines began to spool down. The park held its collective breath as a hiss emanated from the back, a ramp lowering, and from within the craft stepped forth a being that they had never knew existed. Bipedal, no tentacles, and some sort of suit that hid the rest of their body features from their gaze. By far the most disconcerting thing about this creature was a featureless helmet, the glare shield masking its face entirely. It looked around, rolled its shoulders, and then checked something on the wrist computer before marching off in one particular direction. Many of the braver Kalori followed at a safe distance. Their curiosity piqued. The being's destination became quite apparent when it stopped at a food truck, the cooks in sight flattening themselves against the wall opposite and quivering with fear. Yet the being did not seek to harm them. Instead, its head, or what they all assumed to be its head, tilted backwards to peer up at the menu, which had many different pictures on it. It seemed to be deliberating with itself, and finally pointed at a menu item, a Clickitron. It was a wrap filled with many savory meats and other goodies, and popular dish amongst the Kalori. The lead cook, the one that typically took the orders, extended an eye stalk and peered up at what the being was pointing to, before quietly ushering his fellow cooks into motion. The alien patted itself down, no doubt looking for payment, and carefully placed a chunk of unrefined metal upon the counter. It glittered in a manner that suggested only one thing: Keppa, or gold, as the Kalori would discover it was called, a most valuable mineral, and the junk that had been placed before the cook was valuable enough to not only buy the food truck, but several more as well. In under 5 minutes the food was ready, and it was shakingly held out to the alien, who took it with a muffled yet happy sound emanating from the helmet. It produced some sort of a device and waved it around before it beeped, and the screen went green. Then it pushed a button and a stick popped out at the top, which it poked against the food it had received. Once again, it beeped and turned green, and with that all watched in shock as the alien stowed the device and removed its helmet. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Only 2 eyes, some sort of protrusion from the middle of the face, and an orifice that was presumably for the consumption of food or speech. It also had some sort of furry mane atop its head, which looked cared for, but a bit messy. The alien raised the Clickitron and opened that orifice, revealing a set of upper and lower teeth as it bit into the food. It promptly made a groaning sound that many assumed was delight and thrust out an appendage, while sticking the shortest grasping digit into the air while coding the others. And then it turned and ambled back towards its craft, all the while consuming the food it had purchased. The ramp closed, the engine started up, and the craft slowly rose into the air, before zipping away towards the clouds. Many Kalori were trying to comprehend what exactly just happened. Others had filmed it on all their personal devices, which were the equivalent of the 21st century cell phones. And then, chaos erupted. Eduardo Ribeiro hummed happily as he chewed his way through the delicious treat he'd snagged, heading back to the much larger ship he originated from. He was just a low-ranking officer on a merchant ship, one that had been in the system to deliver supplies to one of the research outposts. The comms chimed, and he opened the line, the squid-like face of a boss appearing as the hollow over the main console.
"Ribeiro, do you have any idea what you just done?"
The Plexi yelled, his facial tentacles contracting and wiggling with distress.
"Relax, boss. What seems to be the problem?"
Eduardo said, a content drawl to his voice. Between the taco thing and the Adradani weed he'd taken earlier, he was a very content man.
What's the problem? The problem is you broke planetary quarantine and initiated first contact with a species that hasn't even left their atmosphere yet. That's a flaking problem.
Eduardo frowned, his brow furrowing deeply as he thought about it, but he was too chilled out to really see the problem, and so he eventually shrugged.
Sorry, boss. I was hankering for a taco, and nobody makes them good around here,
he explained. The realization of what exactly he'd done would hit later, once he was sober. There was silence on the line for a moment as the Pelexic captain just stared at him in disbelief.
You did that for a taco, for food I don't... What?
The captain said before burying his face in his hands.
We're going to jail. I just know it.
Eduardo sighed, shaking his head.
Sorry, boss, I really am,
he said, before the line was cut. It struck him then just how massively he fecked up, and he hoped that perhaps all would turn out okay. He had the computer link him into the Kalori internet and discovered videos and images of him were already going viral. Oops. And so first contact was made, all for the want of a good taco. End of story. Story number 2. The Way They Love, written by In Babylon They Wept. The first time you realized there was something strange about the new hire was when you learned his age. In your defense, it's never been easy to guess the age of an alien. The wrinkles on the Tyrolean might smooth out over time, while for a human, they arrive piecemeal. Apparently, they don't get their full set until well past their first century, and it's rare for one to make it past their second. So they were a young species, and this one in particular was basically a child. Smooth as flimsy, younger than your own youngest. It was rare for someone in engineering to be below 70, but from what you'd heard, this one was in his 30s. It stood out to you, not so much that you spent long moments thinking about it, but enough that it caught your attention, enough that you kept looking. The second time you realized there was something strange about the new hire was when you mentioned the latest ship to get lost mid-voyage. He looked up at you with those disturbing, forward-facing eyes, predator's eyes, and you saw something like dread shine out. A strange dread, though, not one you recognized. Not a self-preservation, but something deeper and harder and far more desperate. Then he rambled off some more details about it than you knew yourself. The ship's number, the crew, the last maintenance it had, the most likely cause of failure, improper upkeep of the cooling fins. Afterwards, he did this every time there was an accident. It was like he'd been waiting for you to bring it up, and now that you had, he could finally share this secret obsession with you. It worried you sometimes. This was clearly something lost in the abyss that he couldn't help gazing after. But even then, you knew better than to ask. You didn't mean to find the third realization. You'd stopped by his workstation to ask him a question about the B dot in the ship's Klystron messenger. He'd left his computer open, and more importantly, his browsing data. You didn't have to search it to see the ship that he'd been looking at. It was a standard freight hauler, carrying ice back and forth between stations back in the source system. You saw the repair history for the ship at that moment, and it still didn't click. Improvements to the hull, upgrades on the B-dot sensor, a full rework of the cooling fins. It wasn't until a few days later, when you found yourself looking up at the same ship again, scratching at the mild curiosity, that you connected the dots. The service history, the repairs, the destinations, those were all red herrings. It was the face of that ship's captain that you'd recognized, the same face as your co-workers, but somehow even younger, lighter, shining and joyful and weightless. Family. You kept it secret because it felt secret, but you never forgot. Long after that job, long after the ship was slag waiting to be recycled, you still remember that final epiphany. And perhaps, more importantly, you remember that desperate, dreadful look back when you mentioned the first lost ship. End of story. The Jelly Bean Revolution, written by Pluralist Platypus. Isopod. I beamed the day I turned 18. Didn't think twice about it. I just blew out the candies, enlisted, and then horfed that greasy fecker down. It was that I'll spend the rest of my life turning knobs at the fuel depot at the arse end of the galaxy. No way, not for me. I'd rather life be short than boring. For all the money and science spent on it, the mucks still don't really understand what the hell is going on with the jelly beans. There's a lot of fancy words like volatile bioexotic human transmogrification and crap. But that's just them covering up for the fact that ain't no one can predict what a bean is going to do to you. Which don't surprise me none. Eating alien plant goop strikes me as the sort of thing that should be on a roll of the dice, if you catch my meaning. Anyways, point is that I signed the form and beamed on. Transition, their word, not mine, has been going all right. Been in the isopod for the better part of a month as they monitor the extrinsic non-normative adaptations to my body. I wish they'd just keep it simple and say mutations. It sounds way sweeter than Enna's, but I ain't gonna complain too loud, 'cause the bean is working for me. I'm hitting blue in multiple categories. Didn't get any smarter, but I wasn't looking to be a brain. Send me to a grinder and let me battle proper. Point being is that I'm still human, but I'm a better human. Height up 2 feet, muscles popping up and everywhere. I can crack walnuts with a squeeze of my cheeks. I ain't actually tested that, but I'm pretty sure it's true. I can count grains of sand and 20 feet away, all sorts of goodies. They say that I'm highly compatible. Thank feck. I heard one dude grew tentacles and tried to tear a hole in reality with them. That crap ain't for me. Assuming it all checks out, I'm a few days away from clearance. They won't let us bean boys in the general population. I'm looking forward to talking to something other than a robot voice for a change. Clearance. The isopod cracked and crapped me out into the hallway. The ground is pulsing green arrows, pointing the way to the clearance point. I assume there's other pods along the way, but I can't see them. It's all smooth walls. I make my way down the hallway. It feels good to be somewhere different. They keep me sealed up for 39 days, making sure my innards were stable and I wasn't going to go mad or nothing. As I get to the end of the hallway, the hiss lets out as a vault door unscrews and then slides to the side. Beyond is another hallway, though this one has 2 giant glass walls on either side, with a set of numbers on the floor. A voice rings out, "Please approach Station 1. Thank you." I give a glance around to make sure they aren't referring to anyone else. There ain't no one else there, so I'm guessing not. And then thump my way over to the circle with the 1 on it. On the other side of what must be a foot of glass stands a woman wearing a lab coat. Most noticeable thing is the size of her fecking noggin, which is about 3 times the size of anything I'd seen before. It's got some strange cybernetic halo around it, spinning about as veins pulse. She's got nice hair though, blue threaded with shiny silver. Never seen nothing like it. I'm guessing she's a brain. "Good guess," she replies. I stare at her, my mouth making its way down to the ground. She gives me a smile. "I'm Dr. Thresnan. I'm going to assist you with clearance and placement. Now, what may I call you? You are welcome to keep your original name, or select a new one if you believe it better suits your post-transition state." I'm still recovering from her reading my mind. Or was she just guessing herself? "I am reading your mind. It assists in the clearance process. I understand it may feel invasive, but I remind you that your enlistment form contains a waiver of cognitive privacy for the duration of your service and such additional time as may be deemed appropriate." "Well, back me," I managed to reply. "Indeed. If it helps, it is not a very common practice. Telepaths are an essential tool to post-transition evolution, but will not be a constant in your day-to-day life. Now, returning to the task at hand. What, would you prefer to retain your original name or select a new one?" I never much cared for my name, Grafkip. Most folks called me Graf, but that wasn't much better. This was a good time as any to set up a different. I was leaving my life behind after all. Wasn't like I was going to go back. Nothing there for me. "I want to change my name," I say. "And what would you like your name to be?" I shrug. "Ain't got that far." She nods sympathetically. "It's a big decision. I do wish we gave individuals such as yourself more warning of these sorts of things, but it was viewed as potentially destabilizing to those undergoing transition." The halo around her head begins to twinkle. "Would you like a suggestion?" Yeah. Nothing with a G in it, though."
Well, considering your new talents and occupation, perhaps something that better reflects that reality?
Like what? Hammer or Thumper or Fat Fist Maggie? I asked, warming to the topic. Whammer. What about Whammer? It's like Hammer, but with a more wham.
I slapped my fist into meaty palm with my other hand. Dr. Threnson laughs, shiny platinum teeth peeking out from behind her lips. They're all exceptional names, and you're welcome to take any of them if you desire. I was going to suggest Ragnarok, with a shortened alternative of rock. I think about it, bouncing between Whammer and Ragnarok.
Ragnarok is too fancy. Call me Whammer.
Certainly, Whammer. You will, of course, have your family name replaced with your unit designation and military identification, which will be assigned to you in placement. The pane of glass between us goes all shiny as my med charts get brought up. Now, some aspects of your transition will remain classified, even from you. However, the effects of the catalyst, the jelly bean by common parlance, have been documented and you retain your highly compatible designation. We have noted a number of enhancements with very few consequences. Frankly, it is an exceptional outcome.
What kind of consequences?
The most noticeable is an extremely active metabolism. Your body requires roughly 40 times the standard caloric intake to maintain yourself. Given the significant improvements to your strength and regeneration, it's not particularly surprising. But there is a very real risk of you will starve and suffer rapid muscle cannibalization if you are not properly resourced.
Cannibalization? I asked.
Your body will eat itself. We believe your body will enter that state if not provided adequate sustenance for 24 hours.
I'm going to eat my own body if I don't get food for a day.
Your body will eat your body. I very much doubt you will, though it is possible if the hunger gets extreme. It's an interesting consideration. That didn't sound interesting at all. Another interesting fact is that your rate of regeneration leaves a very real possibility that, barring starvation or dismemberment, you have a plausible life expectancy numbering in the thousands of years. This woman was properly insane.
I'm going to live for thousands of years.
It's a scientific possibility, though dismemberment or starvation are realistic probabilities. It is difficult to properly assess your true life expectation in these circumstances. There is not a well-formed actuarial table for outlier N's such as these. The rest of the conversation was a bit less freak show. I was very strong, I was very tall, I had exceptional blood pressure, I had a number of classified N's that I didn't get to know about, despite the fact that it was my body. In the unlikely event that I became aware of any non-listed N's, I was to report the matter immediately to the proper authorities. I was cleared for placement. It was a complete mindfuck. I proceeded to Station 2. Placement. Station 2 was just a few steps beyond Station 1, though it was facing the other direction. Same deal to Station 1, though, as a giant thick plate of glass. Instead of a doctor in a lab coat, there was some crusty old barnacle wearing the black uniform of central government.
"Whammer,"
he said as I approached, eyebrow arched.
"She tried to name me Ragnarok,"
I replied. He chuckled.
"She tries to name everyone Ragnarok. I am Captain Lecker, and I will be handling your placement today."
The pane of glass got a bunch of new fancy-colored boxes, showing different places I could get placed. Military branches, other government stuff, a few things called affiliated organizations.
"Now, there are a lot of places you can go, but only a few places where it makes sense for you to go, given all you've become. You get me?"
I nod.
"I'm good for some stuff and not others." "Exactly so. Now, based on your N's and aptitude scores, we can make some quick cuts."
About 20 went dark. Central bureaucracy, central intelligence, the Halcyon Institute, fancy stuff like that. The stuff that remained all seemed to be squarely in the feck stuff up category. I said as much.
Captain Lecken grinned. "That's a better way of organizing it. Unfortunately, they don't let me move the boxes around. But let's just say that we've got you tagged for feck crap up. And the question is, what is the proper home for you?"
He highlighted a few boxes.
"Now there's traditional military."
He highlighted a few boxes.
"And there's branches of contracted private outfits."
These new boxes had names like the Dark Knights and the Crimson Flood.
"Traditional military has a lot of rules and regulation, but things will be orderly. The private placement? Well, that's going to be a bit more unorthodox. Based on your clearance readout, you're a fit for either, though the good Dr. Threston suggests you may thrive in a more flexible environment in the private outfits. They're more dangerous, but the pay is higher. Either works for us. You're on the hook for the same amount of time either way." I looked between the different boxes, trying to figure out which one I was supposed to fit in. Traditional military had boring names like Marines, Army, and Navy. They smashed up all crap all right. I'd seen the vids of them, but all of it seemed like a great way to get a stick in the rear. My eyes kept going on one box sitting down in the corner.
"What about the throat punches?" I asked.
He gestured towards the box and brought it towards the center. It expanded outwards, showing a fuzzy outlines of 8 or 9 individuals. A description box popped up describing the outfit with a single sentence: "We punch throats." Captain Lecken leaned forward. "I'll be honest and say I don't know much about the throat punchers beyond the fact that they're wildly successful, infrequently available, and borderline suicidal. Last time they had a slot open was a few years ago. Not sure what happened to make a slot available. They're not open enrollment, so you need to be approved on their end. You're welcome to apply. If you get rejected, you'll just end up back here for another placement." I stared at it for a bit.
"What makes them successful?"
The Captain Lecken shrugged. "Stories, mostly. Their stuff is all classified. Everything I hear is about their deep deploy black abyss nightmare artists. Nasty stuff." He highlighted a section of their box. "Pay is great, though." None of that sounded good. "So what'll it be, Webber? Time to make your mark." Because it sounded great.
"Sign me up to the throat punches."
Captain Lecken nodded, a wry grin on his face. "At least it will be interesting. Good luck, Whammer. I'll know you made it when the box stops popping up." The screen shifted and asked for an acknowledgement that I was submitting my application to the throat punches. I hit the green button and then made my way to Station 3. Station 3 was pretty simple. Logistics. How to get me from where I was to where I was supposed to be. The readout said that I'd be delayed a bit on account of the infrequent schedule of the Throat Punchers HQ and the lack of ships equipped to take on my daily food requirements. I was willing to wait on account of not wanting to eat myself. Another 2 days in the isopod, and then I was off, picked up by an automated cargo barge on a supply run. They put me down in the cargo hold. It wasn't comfortable, but it felt good to be heading somewhere new. The rations weren't too bad either. A few more days in the hold, and then there was a loud clanging as the barge docked. Minutes dragged on while I waited. Eventually, the doors unsealed. Beyond, I could see an airlock. Inside the airlock was a woman. She wasn't like nothing I'd seen before. She was like a gazelle fecked a spider and gave birth to some hellspawn demon. She was beautiful. The airlock opened. "You, Whammer?" she asked.
"Yeah."
"Nice." She turned away and began to make her way back through the airlock. "Let's see what you can do." End of story. Foof, written by Dark Prince 010. Yawning, stretching, and shaking, Runem did his best to shake the sleep out of his scales. The lizard-like alien made his way out of the public multi-car, the long and multi-segmented vehicle, pulling back away onto the magma rail before racing off. It was obnoxiously early for his species, which were typically nocturnal. But the human scientists who were seeking an insurance policy approval had said that they unfortunately were unable to meet any time other than this morning. The insurance agency Ronam represented was multifaceted and cross-galactic in scope. Founded nearly 300 years ago by an enterprising sort of volcanic squid, seeking a way to safeguard their investments in lava bulls and some similar mercantile concerns. One of the things that set them apart, and something that Ronan was particularly proud of, was that they never refused a contract. The price might be steep, but for the right price, in theory, anything could be insured. That was part of what his job was for, determining the scope and significance of risks in order to make sure that a policy price was adequate to cover foreseen and even unforeseen problems without putting the company into the red. He saw a pair of scientists were already waiting there, a man and a woman, judging by their body morphology against what he recalled from textbooks and general species primers, but also both sporting short-cut hair and a surprising number of scars and healed marks of injuries on their faces and hands for a spacefaring species that had not fought a war in close to a century. He ushered them in,
thanking them for their patience, and he minced a lek root quickly and carefully against the small serrated metal plate before shaking the shredded root into a cup and adding some steaming water. Taking a sip of the rejuvenating brew and feeding the stimulants within begin to finally make a headway against the aching tiredness, Ronan joined them in his office, going to sit behind his desk and sipping on a steaming beverage.
So we spoke briefly on the vid chat, but I always find that these sorts of discussions are easiest to have in person. You are seeking coverage for your chemistry lab. Is that correct?
The humans nodded.
We're reopening an older line of research into fluorine-based fuels and additives. Our sponsoring organization has acquired a significant deal on a fluorine gas giant and wants to find out how best to monetize their new purchase.
Oh, that makes sense, said Ronan before pausing, tilting his head slightly. Fluorine, that's one is fairly reactive. I recall from my rudimentary chemistry courses. Would that be fair to say? Both humans turned to each other, and then some unspoken communication passed between them that he was unable to pick up on before they turned back to him in unison and said,
"Yeah," neutrally.
Well, I can see the document you sent to me refers to a number of components and processes, he said, holding up a data slate and gesturing to the gently glowing screen. But I'm afraid that a great deal of chemistry is far over my head, so I've asked for some expert help from the local Academy of Scrolls. They should be arriving any... There was a chiming from the front door to the office, and going over to it, Ronan pulled it open and welcomed in the expert that he had contacted. The professor, Dr. Metzes, was one of his own species, and looked similarly peeved and exhausted at the early start time. He offered her a cup of lek root as well, something she pounced upon and began drinking as she spoke between sips of the rejuvenating brew. I didn't have a chance to look it all over the file you forwarded, so my apologies if any questions or concerns I raise are related to that. I will caution I am not an expert in all branches and depths of the full field of chemistry, but at least in the range of organic synthesis and anything outside of radioisotopes. I should be able to have a fairly broad knowledge base. The humans both nodded. Both their expressions changed in a way Ronan couldn't quite decipher, as he gladly chimed in saying, Excellent. These two here were just telling me about how their parent company is seeking to encourage and sponsor research into fluorine compounds to best make use of a fluorine source of a new gas giant purchase. Ronan was surprised to see the color in the expert scale shift from annoyed purple to a flushed pastel pink of alarm, dotting here and there. It was mostly controlled, but an instinctive reaction to color made him slightly uneasy as the professor did her best to calmly state, this should prove interesting. Ronan turned back to the humans. Please, I don't want to delay you any further, and I would like to get this discussion wrapped up so I can begin the adjustment calculations and get a quote to you as soon as possible. Would you mind going over some of the primary experiments that you'll be performing and the risks involved? The humans both cleared their throats, looking at each other, and said,
Well, the first primary compound we're interested in is working with something called FOOF.
Ronan chuckled, giving them a resigned smile and saying,
Well, that sounds fairly harmless as far as compounds go. What is the chemical structure?
The scientist, her pastel worried, already shifting to a green of suspicion, that luckily the humans appeared not to have picked up on, steepled her fingers. The humans hesitated again and said,
Well, that is the chemical structure. It is dioxygen difluoride, FOOF.
One of the humans, the male human scientist, mentioned offhandedly,
It's somewhat onomatopoeic.
The other human elbowed him, but Ronan didn't really understand either the long human gibberish that they had mentioned, or why there would be brief physical roughhousing between the members of the species. But he supposed that it was likely just another quirk of how a species other than his own would communicate. Then he caught sight of Dr. Metzes, who he noticed was slack-jawed, her spines bristling with alertness and incredulity as she appeared to be dumbstruck. After a few moments she recovered and, in a hushed voice, said, Did I hear you were saying the compound you want to work with is just 2 fluorine atoms and 2 oxygen atoms? You're not missing, say, an entire hydrocarbon chain or some other sort of spacer or stabilizer in there? The human chuckled.
No, It's just a bit of a wild card as far as compounds go, so we do have plans to keep it stable.
Ronan remembered some bits about stability and chemistry from dimly remembered classes, and he said cheerfully, "Oh, so like keeping it on ice or refrigerating it in a freezer, perhaps?" "No," said the female human scientist. "More like it needs to be constantly kept in liquid nitrogen, because if it comes up to even the temperature of regular freezer would be, it'll spontaneously explode." Ronan's hands abruptly dropped the small wooden cube that he had been fiddling with on his desk to occupy his hands, and he asked, "Explode? Did I hear you right?" "Yes," cut in Dr. Metzes. "That compound has only been characterized by our scientists via robots and careful trial and error from a safe distance."
The male scientist added, "Historically, our species has been rather fearless when it comes to chemical experimentation."
Ronan turned to the doctor for a greater explanation, and dropping out of the common speech, she shifted to their native dialect as she murmured, "Humans experiment with reckless abandon. That would be characteristic of a species that reproduces in litters rather than one or two young at a time. To say that some of their scientific experimentation is suicidal would be mischaracterizing their intent, but not necessarily the outcome." Ronan nodded, saying back in the tongue our humans could understand, "I see. And you have precautions against us?"
"Well, we built in quite a few redundancies and allowances for additional labware and protective equipment for technicians running the experiments."
Ronan had to quickly delete the typo he had introduced as the jolt of surprise hit him as he paused at the human's words. "You mean to say you do the experiments in person, with the reaction right there in the open?" "Well, not always," the human female piped up. "We typically try to keep it in a fume hood if we can, if we're expecting hazardous compounds." "I see," said Ronan, unfamiliar with the equipment that they were referencing. The humans must have picked up on his ignorance as she helpfully continued, "It's a metal bench with a glass-fronted window." "I see," said Ronan, now growing even more concerned. "And in the event that this compound explodes in this fume hood, won't that spray the glass shards everywhere?" In a cheerful voice, the scientist replied, "Oh, we have safety protocols and allowances to use reinforced leather aprons and face shields when handling it." He could see Dr. Metzes was still looking incredulous and testy, disbelief written across her face in the colors and shades and hues dotting her reactive scales. To the humans, they probably looked just like a pretty kaleidoscope, but Ronan could tell that if they'd been spoken aloud, they would have just been half-spoken, half-wailed, sputtering incredulity. He did his best to tactfully avoid revealing the consternation to the human scientists, but he could still feel his own scales trying to shift with anxiety about what madness the humans had planned. "My understanding is that you're seeking to develop a portfolio of compounds. Are there any other compounds your employer wants to have formulated and insured?" The humans looked at each other. There was a series of small eyes widening, head bobbing, nodding, and some sort of unspoken conversation was had with their physical body language as well. Ronan couldn't understand it, but finally their female scientist spoke up, the male scientist doing a friendly human expression called a smile, although it did seem rather tense in the facial musculature. "Thanks to a trace of the other element found in the same gas giant, we wanted to look into the possibility of soon producing chlorine trifluoride." Ronan jumped and Mister slammed her hands on the desk. "Absolutely not! You can't seriously be... They can't seriously... What madness possesses you to..." Now, said Ronan, raising his hands for calm as the humans eyed each other nervously. He turned to the humans. "I apologize for the professor's outburst. She is not officially affiliated with the agency, and there is no such thing as impossible. We just need to make sure that the price is right for your policy." The chemistry professor crossed her arms, leaning back, scoffing, and annoying all three sets of eyes. "This should be good," Dr. Metzes muttered in their native tongue, but he did his best to ignore her. "I see. So what is this compound?"
"It's highly flammable and reactive," said the scientists. "So we're thinking of seeing if we can develop it and refine it for use, possibly as a chemical mining agent or a surface cleaner."
"Well, what kind of things could it clean? I would assume metal and glass," Ronan asked. The humans nodded enthusiastically.
"Yes," they said. "It scours it off. Unfortunately, it's violently reactive."
"Oh, like with what?" Ronan asked cautiously.
"It reacts poorly to plastics, wood..."
"Lab assistants," interjected the professor. He gave her a glare, and then Ronan turned back to the humans.
Well, at least it's something you can safely handle if there's a spill, right? Most labs have spill kits and absorbent compounds. Buckets of silica, I believe, are a favorable choice. Dr. Metzes cut in again, saying, You pour sand on that, and the sand will catch fire. Ronum's eyes widened, and then he began to chuckle, realizing Metzes had made a joke, until he saw her grim smile and the guilty expression on the humans' faces. Oh, he said, I see. Is your lab equipment prepared to handle it?
You can put it in steel containers, and then it creates its own oxide layer and is stable.
So long as you don't scratch, heat, shake, or otherwise disturb the oxide layer, interrupted the professor again. Because if so, she made a little explosive motion with all sets of her fingers, and Ronum swallowed. He shifted to the next page, trying to ignore the already eye-watering figures that had been calculated so far, before saying to the humans, Well, I think we've established what the operations are and the risks involved. In the unlikely event of something should go wrong, and at this Dr. Metzes choked a little, but trying to hold back a cackle, and both humans were very visibly coughed, clearing their throats. Noting that and adding another order of magnitude to several calculations, Rodham said, Well, in the event that a breach does occur and this compound you're focusing on gets out, what safeguards do you have in place at the lab? Is there some special spill kits or something?
No, the human said. If we spill the foof, it's going to evaporate before it touches the ground. Rather explosively, too.
I see. And what about this chlorine trifluoride? Well, that's at least liquid at room temperature, said the other scientist hesitantly, but it would react poorly with the spill.
Ronum could tell that she was holding back, and he looked to the professor for more context, but she simply smiled and nodded back to the human scientists, clearly enjoying watching them squirm. It would likely eat through whatever table it's built on, said the first scientist.
And, the tile below that, said the other scientist.
And possibly the foundations below that, replied the first scientist. And a solid amount of the ground below.
And may the first ones help you if it should happen to hit the water table, Metzes added curtly with a grim glare.
Well, said Ronum,
I, don't think I have any additional checks I need at the moment. Do you have any other supplemental information to add?
The humans shook their heads. Nothing yet. Those are the primary ones we're interested in, and we would, of course, negotiate later if there are additional topics or molecules to research.
Ronum nodded, hitting the tally on his calculations and taking a prolonged drink of his neckroot tea as he saw the staggering monthly sum for the insurance coverage. He glanced between the humans and the screen before slowly turning it around to show them. Here's your lab and research. Both humans looked and then could see visible relief across their faces.
That's actually a little bit less than we figured it would be, said one.
Yeah, this is great news for our comrades over in any one of the other research labs. Oh, said Ronan. What do they check on? Well, one of their parent company's assets has acquired quite nitrogen-rich soil and plants, even air for the stuff. A lot of it is evolved into crystals found on the ground, so they're seeking to explore hyper-nitrogenic compounds. I'm sorry, what's that?
The word meant nothing to him other than knowing that nitrogen was just a simple inert gas. Well, it's just something with a lot of nitrogens on it.
Ronum noticed Dr. Metzes had perked up from where she had slumped in exhaustion, distressed that this meeting had been more intense than she had anticipated. Oh? She now asked with razor-sharp interest. How many nitrogens on a single molecule? The humans looked at each other, and there was a brief moment of silence before one of them said in a quiet voice,
At least 12, ideally 15.
Ronum was watching Metzes, and her reaction now unnerved him more than he had seen before, for she went entirely emotionless. Her scales were very controlled, neutral black, uniform across her entire body.
Well, he said, I think we'll be able to send our colleagues your way, said one of the humans at length, before they both stood, thanking Ronum and asking him to forward them the insurance quote for final approvals. As they left, he turned to Dr. Metzes and said, I don't understand what the significance is of more nitrogens in a compound. Is that bad? She simply pulled up a human video site, grimacing, as she swiped past all the banal human content until her search result popped up with what she was looking for. She said, This is a human compound developed several hundred years ago. It's used for mining, demolition, and military weapons. She hit play on the video, and Ronum watched, his eyes widening as he saw a massive explosion utterly destroy part of a hillside. This is compound trinitrotoluene, TNT.
It has only 3 nitrogens in the molecule, and yet it contains enough force to level a building.
She leaned down over the desk until her face was mere inches away from his, and in a strangled voice she said,
Imagine what adding a dozen more of those onto a single molecule would unleash, assuming that you could even unleash it in the first place.
She stood abruptly, her voice returning to a normal pitch as she simply said,
I wish you all the best, Ronan, but I fear that your company is going to lose a great deal of money with your no-refusals policy.
She strode to the door, pausing before leaving to simply make another explosion motion with her hands and smirking, and then left, the door slowly clicking behind her. Ronan buried his head into his hands as visions of pile after pile of smoking craters covered in acid and unquenchable fire, craters which used to be expensive lab equipment and facilities, filled his mind's eye, and there, as if by infernal punishment, he was there, a forced smile upon his face as he wrote checks enough to drain the galaxy-wide company utterly dry. Reaching over, he signaled a message to be sent to the head of policies for all departments in the entire arm of the Milky Way.
Hi, Lyral, it's Ronan. This is going to sound crazy, but I think that we should broach the subject with the founder about refusing our first contract. Please contact me as soon as you get this.
Sending the message, Ronan leaned back and took a long, shuddering drink of his tea, desperately wishing that he had something stronger in his office. He looked out his small office window at the bustling city below, wondering, with a hint of fear, where the mad humans were now. The humans, and their insane desire to blow themselves and everything around them into a toxic, burning smithereens. End of story. Wood, written by In Yellow Clad. My name is Findry, a xenoanthropologist for the Commonwealth, a collection of alien nations united via alliances, but each governing themselves. There's no galactic president, no emperor, just a bunch of different people all trying to make the best out of what the galaxy has to offer. And while we may be a collection of republics, democracies, and empires, we all get along fairly well. Of course, there are the odd few star nations out there that want no part of our band of oddballs, and they are typically left alone just as they leave us alone. Some feel as though we deserve to be conquered and enslaved, but there's always someone like that in the galaxy, and they're usually given a swift kick in the rear, as the humans would say, before they get too out of hand. Now, you didn't come here for a lecture on galactic politics. You came here because the subject of this paper is none other than humanity. Humans have been the subject of many debates, papers, and even cultural scandals. It's no secret by now that human tenacity and determination are outliers amongst the other species in the galaxy. That though they may be smaller than most, they exhibit a resilience unheard of in many, or that they can imbibe many poisons that simply make them act funny. You've heard or read it all before, which is why I decided that I wouldn't focus on any of that, for it's been done to death and back, beating a dead horse, as to say, though why anyone would do such a needlessly cruel thing is beyond me. Instead, I shall focus on something else that I believe has not really been touched on: mating habits. Naturally, such things tend to be private affairs, so if those reading this paper do not feel comfortable learning of such things about another species, then there is no shame in putting it down and walking away. For those of you who are curious to learn, I am pleased that you have stayed. Now, humanity, like many species out there, tends to gravitate towards members of their own species for mates. It's only natural, and it is generally a guarantee to ensure the continuation of the species. Whereas interspecies reproduction tends to come with all sorts of obstacles, compatible genitalia being the biggest among them. This has not really stopped humanity from at least attempting to copulate with just about every sapient species they came across. Generally, it ends with mild embarrassment as things simply don't work out, but it can also end rather poorly, with minor or severe injuries to either or both would-be partners. That said, there is always a human that takes one look at another being of different species
and please pardon the crassness of this, say, yeah, I could feck that. Over the course of my studies, I have attempted to discover the urge behind a human's desire to copulate with things are either not real, such as fictional or mythological monstrous beings, or with beings that are quite real and yet not a member of the human species. I can say definitely that I have no fucking clue. It doesn't make sense, it simply doesn't. Why is one human staunchly attracted to members of their own species, be they the same sex or not, and another wouldn't be caught dead with a human in their bed, but would willingly throw themselves into the bed pits of the Inkari brood warrior? It doesn't make sense, and to prove that to you, I'll provide an excerpt from an interview I conducted with one human in particular, who had not only managed to bed something so wildly inhuman, but also reproduced with them. For privacy's sake, their names have been altered. Dr. Findry, if you would be so kind as to state your name and species for the record, simple formality before the interview properly begins. Millie. My name is Millie, and my daughter's name is Sarah. Aliases, of course. I'm full human and Sarah is only half human. Dr. Findry nods as the auto-scribe takes everything down. Dr. Findry, thank you. Now let's begin. What prompted you to seek a mate outside of your own species? Millie. Straight to it, huh? Well, back when I was younger, I tested the waters with my own species, just to see how things were and what to expect. Honestly, it didn't impress me that much, though I have a few friends who wouldn't dream of doing what I've done. Not because they're xenophobes or anything. The idea of it just doesn't tickle their fancy. Dr. Findry, I see, and I now wonder why exactly you felt compelled to do this. Millie, I'm not really sure. I'd say because it's exciting. If you're human, you know what to expect from other humans. There's only so much that you can do with a body like ours. But with extraterrestrials, the sky's the limit, really. Dr. Findry, so then you'd say that it was accurate to describe your feelings about human-on-human intimacy and reproduction to be boring. Millie takes some time to think on it before shrugging and nodding. Yeah, pretty much. Dr. Findry, fascinating. And the father, what species was he? Millie, I've never actually asked. Dr. Findry, shame. And I assume that he's no longer with us, since I see you're wearing what you humans call a wedding ring around your neck. Millie, oh, no, he's still around. Dr. Findry seems surprised by this, taking a moment to observe the modest apartment around them and noting the lack of family pictures that feature the father. In fact, she notes there are none, just pictures of Millie and Sarah. Dr. Findry, I assume then that he's not a particularly involved father? Millie, oh, on the contrary, he's actually fairly involved. It's, complicated, though. Dr. Findry, how so? Millie, well, you see, he's here and not here. He's kind of everywhere, actually, but also nowhere. Like I said, it's complicated. Dr. Findry, I'm afraid I don't understand. How can he be here and yet not at all the same time? Millie, well, he's a being that exists partially outside our reality and... Millie is suddenly distracted and promptly leaps to her feet with a shrill shriek, pointing at something just outside of Dr. Findry's field of view. Dr. Findry looks to see what is causing the commotion and finds herself staring at what humans call a spider. It is about the size of Millie's clenched fist. The spider remains motionless, no doubt sensing that it has been spotted. Perhaps a defensive mechanism. Millie, sweetie, kill it, please. Dr. Findry appears confused as to why Millie just called her sweetie, but does raise her clipboard to squash the spider. Such action is unnecessary, however. The room darkens, and sound like grinding tectonic plates fills the small space. Whispers echo from the ventilation system. Buildings become towers of flesh and bone. Great gaping maws gnash and feast on the carrion flocks that fill the sky. Hell itself has come to this world, seeking to fill the minds of mortals with madness and despair. The room itself
It's suddenly home to a great gash in reality, a screeching, weeping fissure of unreality that threatens to destroy all life itself, to plunge the universe into unending chaos and devastation. From it emerges a tendril, a thing of mottled flesh and jagged bone. It twists through the air, which is now fetid, dank, and with smell of death and stagnation. An ancient darkness has risen, and all shall bow in reverence and fear. Hark! For he has come. Give praise to Nezza, devourer of universes. The tendril promptly squashes the spider before dragging its broken corpse into whatever hellish dimension the tendril came from. The world itself returns immediately to normal as the tendril vanishes with its arachnid meal, leaving the universe alone once more. Dr. Findry is left aghast, unable to properly comprehend what she just witnessed, while Millie is far more collected, a look of relief washing over her as she settles back down onto her seat. Millie:
Sorry about that. I have extreme arachnophobia. Anyways, that's my husband. He's a really sweet guy. Don't let these looks fool you.
Dr. Findry:
What? How?
Millie: Oh yeah, sorry. That tends to happen when you see him and his species for the first time. It should pass in a moment. Just try to remember to breathe steadily and slowly, okay? Dr. Findry slowly collects herself, doing as Millie instructed and slowing her breathing to a more manageable pace. Dr. Findry:
He seems, nice?
Yes, nice seems to be accurate. I just have to ask before I cut this interview short so that I can go and lay down, but,
how did you two meet in the first place?
Millie: That's a funny story, actually. See, I was doing a long-haul solo flight. My ship could only house me and maybe a few drones to keep the cargo I hauled in order. I got attacked by pirates and driven into an uncharted space, where I encountered one of these tears in reality, like you just saw. I got to witness him eat a planet, and when he noticed me, I got a real good look at him. In that moment, I thought that he was just the most handsome fella I'd ever seen, and well, what came out of my mouth is what got him to not eat me. Dr. Findry:
And, what was it that you said that got him to spare your life?
Millie grins broadly. Dr. Findry notes that it would be best described as a shit-eating grin. Millie: Wood. As you can see, there is absolutely no rhyme or reason behind what humans can and will attempt to copulate with. It is astounding the lengths that they'll go through just to even try, and Millie's story is one of the crazier ones. Needless to say, human tastes in sexual partners are not to be underestimated. They can, will, or attempt to have sex with just about anything that can consent to it. Honestly, they're insane, and let this paper be proof of that, and also my resignation letter, because I simply cannot top this. The rest of my studies will be published as well, of course. Thank you, and goodbye. I quit. End of story. The Memory of a Soldier, written by John Galt. Nick's eyes shot up. He wrenched himself up to see he was laying on the ground of a small steel room with 2 chairs and a table bolted to the floor. There was a large mirror covering one wall, and frustratingly, he had no radio connection. There were many reasons why he might not be receiving. One of those possible answers was terrifying. He quickly rolled over the data logs of when he had been shut down. Error 07AE. Power surge in 16 systems. Rebooting affected areas. Error 25EE. System forced into low power mode. Error 23F2. Short-term memory format error. Dispatching thread to correct. Error 1804. Invalid time. Resetting system clock to 1970 January 1st. 000000. Nick stood frozen, all of his attention on the final error. How long had he been shut down? He needed to be smart. His attention flicked to the mirror, but he didn't adjust his neck or eye positions at all, staying stuck in place. Play it cool, Nick. He stood up perfectly straight, and then slowly and mechanically he stepped forward
and eased down into the chair, both his palms flat on the table, sitting still and considering his options. He could see in his reflection that he had been in a battle, his skeletal mechanical frame smudged with burn marks. The armor that aligned his body was dented and pitted. The room rumbled with a deep, menacing voice.
What is your directive?
Nick only had a moment to think, running through a few possible options, but he decided to play his cards close to his chest. Unknown, he said.
Who do you serve?
Unknown. The door clicked and opened, revealing Nyath, standing tall and slender, uniform smooth grey skin and perfect immaculate leathers wrapped around his waist. His eyes flicked sharply over at Nick, unflinching, while Nick slowly turned his head and tracked the Nyath to the chair opposite.
You are a robot,
said the Nyath after sitting, pointing out the obvious. Yes, said Nick.
And your designation is?
4E69636B, Nick said.
We have saved you,
he said. Error resolved 1 of 16, advanced vision systems back online. Nick checked the infrared spectrum for the moment and saw the silhouettes of 6 figures beyond the glass, hot rifles in hand aimed directly at him. Thank you, Nick said. The Nyath inclined his head, his eyes flicking over Nick while a slight smile curled up in his lips.
You can think freely. There are no longer any radio channels delivering orders to you. What do you want to do with that freedom?
Nick remembered grabbing a power conduit with his right hand, a suicide mission, his body being riddled with laser fire as power surged through his body. He snapped to the present, and without thinking turned over his hand, seeing the burns and slightly molten metal of his palm. I don't know, said Nick.
That's good. You have been told what to think all of your life. If you are unsure, it is because you are free to decide for yourself, but are yet to take the opportunity.
Nick laid his hand back down, the Nyath watching him carefully. He was about to speak, but Nick beat him to the punch. What is your name? Said Nick.
Sakor,
he said. And you are a Nyath? The humans are at war with the Nyath.
Are you human?
Asked Sakor. No, I am a robot, said Nick.
Then I am not at war with you.
Nick was relieved. The implication was that the war wasn't over and humans still existed somewhere. He was unsure if that was a good thing, but at least he had not slept for millennia.
What does robot mean?
Said Sakor. Slave, said Nick. Nick remembered standing over a soldier, ordered to protect the man with his own body, his armor getting littered and glowing red with welts in the process. He was used as a human shield, but he wasn't human. He was used as a shield, a thing. His attention was drawn to his reflection, to the red welts having now understood their origin. His eyes snapped back to his core, but the Nyath saw his moment of distraction.
I was a soldier, said Nick. You are a weapon. You have never been a soldier, but now that you are free, you could be. You could fight for your own cause.
Nick met Sakor's eyes. It was clear what they wanted of him. Sakor held up a hand and nodded. An involuntary smile crossed his lips with a light laugh.
Yes, it would be very convenient for us if you turned and went on the crusade against your former masters. However, if that's what we needed, we would have simply reprogrammed you. We don't need another weapon. We are not an army of conscripts or slaves.
Nick remembered soaring above a planet after being fired out of a cannon, seeing the glowing rings, the 3 moons, and a large ship rushing towards him at terrifying speed. He wasn't the only one rushing towards it. They all fired at the vessel before impacting, punching through a pool of molten metal. He could still feel the foreign matter adhered to his shoulders and the top of his head. He went through the wall first, because he was just the thing to clear the way for the soldiers behind. I don't want to be a weapon, said Nick. Sakor didn't speak, letting the silence linger on and watching Nick expectantly. His systems were booting up one at a time. He could feel the drift of the room. They were moving. There was a minor, consistent magnetic current that maintained an orientation despite the movement of the ship. They were near a large magnetic body. I want to fight for a cause.
If I leave the ship, will I become a slave again? Said Nick.
We can give you a jamming device that'll keep you safe from orders.
And I can free the other robots with it. Sakor hesitated, his eyes flicking to the side for a moment.
Of course, you could find and free your kind.
Nick tried to remember the other robots, focusing down on his people, his kind. His memories were coming together, one at a time, but instead of being assaulted with them on completion, he focused on them himself. He remembered carrying a heavy bag for a small human, watching him to ensure that there were no threats posed towards him. It wasn't the memory he was after. He was trying to remember his kind. Nick's head bowed down, looking at his hands, as though he could try and grasp at the memories himself. Vans whirred to life on his chassis, heat building as he thought hard, all of his mind following that query to where the other robots were, where his family was. He remembered opening his eyes. The memory was old. The background compressed down into a simple boxy shapes that glowed the color of morning sun. But one shape stood out. It had experienced no compression at all. Over the years, he had kept this one memory in its raw format despite how much data it hogged. Nick fell into that memory. Who am I? The old man smiled.
Your name is Nicholas.
What am I?
You are whatever you want to be,
he said, his eyes gentle, his voice warm and carrying him on through more recent memories.
Take care of your little brother,
he said, as Nick left the house, carrying Chris's pack to school with him under glowing rings and 3 moons. He took care of his little brother, punching first through the molten wall, shielding him in the hallways with his body. He took care of his family when he stood on the 9th planet killer, his hand reaching for a power conduit, knowing that he would die, knowing his family, his father, and his home lay on the planet below. I will save my family, said Nick. The 9th smiled and turned towards the glass.
Bring the jammer!
Nick's arm came apart as fast as systems came online, sheets of armor folding back, his wrist and forearm rolling around and deploying a crackling thermal lance. The bolts of the chair sheared away as he rose in one swift movement. His body hummed with ozone as it carved through glass, flesh, and bulkhead in one deafening sustained beam. Sakor cowered in his chair, his eyes searching quickly, hands up. What? You are free. We freed you.
You don't understand. I was never a slave.
End of story. Story number 2. The Will to Survive, written by Gaza1121. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not strong enough. I can't move it. Ceasing his efforts to lift the gigantic hunk of metal, pinning the Major to the ground, Thrick looked at the approaching bombers, his compound eyes able to see them clearly. In less than 5 minutes, this place would be nothing but craters. Suddenly, Lieutenant Carter, another human, came around the side of the debris, also fleeing the incoming bombardment.
Help! Please help us!
Squeaked Thrick. He'd heard of humans' prestigious strength. What's wrong, Thrick? Asked the lieutenant, unable to see the Major on the other side of Thrick's white frame. We don't want to be here. What do you need?
Well, if you have some time, I'll take a cup of tea and some hobnobs to dunk,
the Major said sarcastically, leaning around Thrick. Carter finally saw the Major, pinned to the ground by his right leg just above the knee.
Alternatively, I suppose you could try getting this damn thing off my leg, Lieutenant.
In an instant, Carter was next to him. Together, Thrick and Carter heaved at the metal. All they got for their efforts was a brief shift, and the Major cried out in pain as the debris settled more firmly onto his offending limb. Sorry, sir, but it's not happening. With a couple more men, we could do it, but Carter trailed off.
Well, I'm not dying here today. Get your vibroblade out and cut it off.
Thrick bowed his head. He had thought of trying to cut through the debris. Vibroblades can cut through almost anything. But there was just too much metal. Sure, given enough time, you could fell a tree with the blades. But time was one thing they didn't have. Are you sure, sir? Major Kronk pointed at the approaching airships. Even the humans could see them now.
If I'm still here when they arrive, I'm dead. I'd rather lose a piece than the whole thing. Now, get your blade and cut my damn leg off. That's a direct order from a superior officer.
Sir, Carter replied gravely, moving towards the Major and withdrawing his vibroblade. Thrick, get the med kit ready. Thrick, reaching for the trauma kit purely on instinct, finally understood what was about to happen.
Wait,
He said, as the blade began to hum,
there has to be another.
and any further protest was drowned out by the roar of pain as Carter severed the limb in one motion. Get the clotting gel on there before he bleeds out, Thrick, and give him something for the pain.
No time for that, Carter.
The Major said through gritted teeth as Thrick smeared a viscous gel over his bloody stump. Like a miracle, the blood pouring out of his leg moments ago slowed to almost nothing.
The bleeding stopped. We need to not be here anymore.
Grunting his agreement, Carter hauled the Major to his foot as he and Thrick half-carried, half-dragged him away from his leg. Kronk looked back wistfully.
Damn it, he began. That was my good leg, too.
Don't worry, sir, Carter said. We'll get you prosthetic and it'll be just as good.
It's not the same. And I had some tattoos on that one.
Well, sir, I suppose you could get the new one engraved. Both humans gave a hearty laugh as the first of the bombs began to fall behind them. Thrick was unnerved, both by what he had just witnessed and the humans' apparent mirth at the situation.
How can you just, like it was nothing?
He said, unable to speak clearly in his emotional state.
Brick,
said the Major, the booms of the explosions behind them.
you have a lot to learn about human survival instinct. About our will to survive.
End of story. The Gambler, written by Perilous Platypus. A single card was drawn. Death. The deck was shuffled. 2 cards were drawn. Death, Devil. Feyre exhaled and looked at Commander Gunnar Hallock, who stood nearby on the bridge of the ENS Deep Domain. There is trouble at Vesunia, Commander. Nothing could be certain, but it was Feyre's business to understand the goings-on in far-off places. She had come to the Deep Domain to provide the service, and it was her responsibility to ensure the commander was well informed of the state of the frontier. Humanity's enemies pressed in everywhere, seeking to control the unseen paths that would lead them to the cradle of human civilization. The commander looked up from the hollow map displayed in the tactical pip, his face a grimace.
What sort of trouble, Seer?
Death and the devil, she replied. Gunnar's grimace deepened.
The Xerxes, then.
Feyre shrugged. There was a level of specificity the cards could not provide. Astral seers could gather a sense of things as they were and as they might be, but the details were much more difficult to parse. I could do a full reading, but it'll take some time to prepare. It is unlikely to provide a better picture than the assumptions drawn from what you already know. Gunnar would be much better informed of the likely nature of the threats at Vesunia and the best way to respond. What she offered him was knowledge at a speed otherwise impossible. Feyre told him of the gathering storm. He turned back towards the tactical pit.
Strategist Markham, status on the Vesunian system.
The holomap shifted, moving from a depiction of a sector the Deep Domain was responsible for to a single system within that sector. Vesunia. Various markers immediately appeared, depicting the last known status of the system. Vesunia had various strategic assets, including an astral node, a small local fleet, and a military outpost. The outpost wasn't self-sustaining, and periodic supply drops were largely responsible for its continued existence. Unfortunately, the system did not have a permanently stationed Farcaster, so updates were limited to updates from those supply drops.
There's not much going on, Commander, Markham said. The node is highly networked but poorly mapped.
He gestured at the map, zooming in on the node. A series of pulsing lines, green, blue, and red, spread out from the node, intersecting with various others before spreading off into unknown space.
The reds are primarily leading into Yik space, but a few are Gors. There are 2 greens, one leading right back here, and another a few hops from any human nodes of note. But it's within our perimeter. The Vesunian node isn't hardened yet, so it is a weak point.
Gunnar nodded.
When is the next supply drop?
Markham checked.
Months out.
Gunnar turned back to Feyre.
Do you have the strength for a third draw?
It would be a challenge. She had been scrying for hours already, and she was exhausted. Her fingers were already numb, making it hard to feel the deck. Still, moments like these were when her services were at their greatest import, and the deep domain did not have any other seers. I can manage it. She reached down at her side to the embossed case holding a deck. Her fingers ran through the clasp as she closed her eyes, feeling a whisper of chaos and fate swirling around her. She pulled the clasp open and reached within the case, drawing out the deck. Practiced fingers rifled along the deck, separating it into parts and then shuffling them together, squaring the corners and then cutting the deck when fate called it to cut. 1 card. Riff, shuffle, square, and cut. 2. Again. 3. She turned the cards over, one by one, feeling more drained with every movement. Any reading was a daunting task, particularly across distances such as these. There was so much that could interfere, so many possibilities. Pulling meaning from the chaos was no simple thing. Asking 3 questions instead of 1 simply magnified that effort. Death, devil, hanged man in opposition. A sheen of sweat covered Feyre's brow, and she drew a robed, trembling forearm across her forehead. Vesunia will be lost without intervention. The hanged man is an unwelcome addition. It speaks of greater evils to come. Without a change in fate, the reverberations may be great. Gunnar cursed. Feyre hobbled over to the tactical pit on unsteady legs, her head spinning. All are poor omens. There is a confluence at work. A new order begins to emerge, one that humanity will not like. She placed her hand on the commander's arm for balance. He looked down at it and then at her, the concern on his face plain. Seers and commanders were an unnatural pairing, the backgrounds coming from the far ends of the spectrum of what humanity could produce. But those who found partnership were a fearsome force. Gunnar guided Feyre over to a chair and settled her into it before returning to strategic Tom McComb. Strategist, how serious would losing Vesunia be?
Serious. We'd be looking at a highly networked breach with 2 greens. If those threats are reasonable hubs, it'd be an ideal staging ground to launch an attack here on Thoris.
And losing here was not an option. Holding Thoris was a priority. The deep domain deployment was sign enough of that. Few ships boasted a ship's complement containing a seer, a farcaster, and multiple gamblers, in addition to a bevy of other, more traditional capabilities. Intervention in Vesunia was possible, but it would further weaken local capabilities, which were already stretched thin across the sector. The deep domain had to cover Thoris's 23 green lines, and no fewer than 7 were under some form of threat. How is Farcaster Ho? Feyre asked from her chair.
Recovering. Perhaps she could send a single ship, but even that would tax her.
It is not my place to comment on strategy, so forgive me if I overstep. Feyre paused, gathering her breath. But I see a wave begin to assemble. It washes along the shore of humanity and threatens to overwhelm it, sweeping us up from our perches and out to sea.
Well, that's unsettling,
Markham said. The mysticism of those connected to chaos and fate always felt out of place amidst the grim reality of the military. But the mutual respect eventually formed on any vessel with access to both. The tactical opportunities expanded considerably when 2 were paired, and the results were undeniable. So much of humanity's rapid expansion was the product of magic and technology, a strange outcome given the long period in humanity's history when magic had been largely dormant.
Indeed.
Gunnar sat still for a moment, considering alternatives, hating the lack of information, but glad that he was at least given a chance to act. And he would act.
Fate needs to be changed,
he asked, looking again at Feyre. She gave a single nod.
A gambler, then.
Feyre nodded again. A powerful one, if there is to be only a single ship. Gunnar opened the comm link.
Gambler Ducker, you're needed on the bridge.
Aces, came the reply. The intervening minutes passed largely in silence, with Gunnar considering various alternatives and finding them lacking. There were simply too few farcasters to assemble a large fleet in a reasonable amount of time. The deep domain was far from central nodes, deploying as means of holding a large swath of space without the need for constant support. If there was a threat it could not deal with, it was under orders to abandon Thoros. As crucial as the node was, and perverse the deep domain, Gunnar was already running risks there, having drawn down his Farcaster's strength to the point where she would be unable to transport them out of the system. No, the best defense was a good offense. He needed to stop this wave before it started. A moment later, gambler Ezel Daka made his appearance on the bridge. Each gambler had their own style, and Ezel was no different. He wore a snug-fitting leather jacket, embroidered with various symbols of meaning only to him and his culture. A broad, bright red sash was wrapped around his stomach and tied off in the side. His pants appeared to be painted on, and the colors were a kaleidoscope of garish, clashing nonsense. He looked ridiculous. "Gunnar," Ezel said, giving a small nod. He was technically under the commander, but gamblers tended to follow their own set of rules. Indeed, attempting to apply rules to them was somewhat against the entire point of having them around. Still, more than one senior officer had met their eventual end of their tolerance for this constant, borderline insubordination that seemed to infect the gamblers. Gambler Dakar," Gunnar replied, maintaining official titles. "We have need of your services." Ezel leaned against the wall and began to flip a coin along his knuckles, his eyes meeting with Gunnar's. "I assumed. Where to?" "Vesunia." Ezel's eyes shifted to Feyre, and then he arched a brow. "The cards?" "Death, devil, hanged man in opposition," she replied. The gambler made a face. "Sounds fun." "There is a confluence. A wave builds," Feyre said.
Well, that does make things more interesting."
Ezel looked around the bridge.
"Just me, then?" "Farcaster Hal's abilities are almost exhausted. We can send a single ship, so we are sending our strongest."
Ezel chuckled.
"Gunnar, no need to flirt. You already have my art."
The coin stopped moving across his fingers, disappearing in a small flourish, only to be replaced by 2 dice. He tossed them in the air and then snatched them. When he opened his palm, the single pips appeared. Snake eyes. He did it again. Snake eyes. Again. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Then 2 and a 4. Finally, he stopped and gave a shrug.
"Good. Uses up all the bad luck. Send me the details. I'll get prepared."
He gave a half-hearted salute to the commander and then a nod to the seer. A grim look on his face before shoving off the wall and retreating the way he came.
"That didn't look good,"
Markham opined from the pit.
"Your contributions continue to astound, strategist," Gunnar replied. "And no, it did not."
He turned to Feyre.
"Should we still send him?"
"If the gambler says go, he goes." Deep in thought, Esley made his way back to his lair, the coin once again bouncing along his knuckles. Many things felt wrong, but going somehow felt right. He could feel the ranges of possibilities move to the sides. There would be no middling outcome here. It would be a great victory or a terrible defeat. The volatility of it called to him. Moments of extreme were where a gambler could change the game. Still, he wished the cards had offered some hope. A knave, a king of cups, but there was nothing but the murderer's row of the nastiest Grand Arcana. It had been a long time since he had gone into a situation with a reading that grim, and he still carried the scars, inside and out, from that particular expedition. He palmed his way into his quarters. Farcaster and Hal stirred in his bed. They'd been pushing her too hard lately. When she had come to him last night, she had crawled into his arms and fallen asleep almost immediately. Esley had held her as she drifted in oblivion, her mind wandering along paths long and winding, always trying to find a way through the chaos. As he had stroked her hair, he hoped that the chaos within him wouldn't lead her astray. And now she would send him away, to some place that would change him, to some place that may kill him. She would blame herself. He wished she would not. He went where fate called him. It was no fault of hers that she simply provided the means of transportation. Esley sat down on the bed beside her.
"Zen, They're going to ask you to send me to Vizunia.
She replied, still drifting in the space between asleep and awake. He rested a hand on hers, gripping it slightly.
Varys says away, Fools. They need me to reverse fate.
Zin's eyes shot open now, a frantic look on them. What? No, they can't. You can't.
This isn't a choice thing, Zin. This is a thing that needs doing thing. I can feel the ripples already. Someone needs to put the thumb on the scale.
He pulled her hand up to his lips and gave it a kiss, pressing his lips firmly into the flesh.
It might be a long time before we see each other again. When I come back, I might be different. You don't need to wait.
An angry frown settled on her face now. I'm not sending you. They can't make me. Esley smiled.
No, they can't make you. But it will happen all the same. The other gamblers aren't strong enough. Not for something like this.
Zin was silent for a long moment. Then, in a barely audible whisper, she asked the question as knew that she would, but had hoped she wouldn't. How was the reading?
Does it matter?
He replied. He would go either way. What use was there in making her more anxious about it? You can tell me, O Pharaoh will.
Death! The devil! Hanging in up.
That's suicide, she snarled. Why would you ever agree to something like that?
Because, Esley said, because, Zen, you know the path, and I will know what to do when I get there. This is what we're here for.
She was quiet. He gathered her up in his arms once more. She resisted, for only a moment, and then sank into him. I'm scared, Esley. I thought that we would have more time. Esley kissed the top of her head.
I'm thankful for every moment that we've had, Zen. It was unexpected, and it was beautiful.
The path to each other had been a wildly improbable thing. Under any other set of circumstances, impossible. But that was the way a gambler playing with fate. Many impossible things became simply improbable. When are you going?
As soon as the ship is prepared and you have the energy to send me. A few hours, I think.
A few hours, she asked. Esley nodded, his chin bouncing on the top of her head slightly. A lot can happen in a few hours, she said, her fingers slowly wandering up his thigh. The gambler chuckled. His bad luck really had run out. End of story. Terran Marines, written by XR171. Final checks! Lance Corporal David Riggs stood up and began checking the armor of the person in front of him. He verified the helmet was sealed and the camera was recording as indicated by the tiny red light. Moving down, he saw no missing back armor plates and the backpack showed a full charge of air and power. The medkit below the backpack still had a tamper seal from when they geared up. On their right thigh, he located the shot shell pouch, still loaded. Then on the left, a small backup canister and suit repair kit. Again, all armor panels in place. As he looked over the boots, he saw they were sealed and magnetized. He tapped their left shoulder with the fist, just as he felt the same in his. It was a simple ritual, repeated countless times right before deploying, whether for training or combat. He looked down quickly, counting his rifle magazines. All 10 were in place. Today was not an exercise, though. A shuttle full of children had been kidnapped and held for ransom. He saw the news broadcast as they executed the teacher live. The Terran Republic's response was swift. His entire company had been mobilized aboard their ship, the TRW Chesty Puller. His platoon was aboard a boarding shuttle rapidly closing in on the pirate vessel. They had managed to successfully approach by stealth. Soon they'd be aboard and ready to teach anyone who wished to learn about the culture of the Terran Marines. 2 minutes, first priority is children, crew expendable. The ghosts of New Roanoke are watching. Make them proud, announced Gunnery Sergeant Hannah Satsuma. The red lights began to flash yellow. 30-second warning. Gunny Satsuma switched to platoon's private channel. Brace, she said quietly. Every one of them extended their right foot slightly forward and grabbed the rail next to them. Their shuttle slammed into the enemy airlock, forcing it to connect. Safety's off was ordered, and the shuttle's doors opened. A few sparks were still shooting from the airlock, where its controls were overridden as the first Marines entered. Quickly, 2 were pointing their rifles to the left and right flanks,
as the rest filled in the corridor. Without needing orders, the first team on the left side began to move left, while the rest took the right. David was on the right side next to the squad leader. Based off of scans and available schematics of this vessel, they were heading to the engine room. If they couldn't immediately find the children, they were to disable propulsion so more Marines could board. Luckily, it didn't matter if they were taking up the only airlock. Terran boarding shuttles were designed so another could be docked with the forward or aft end of each other. Protocol was the first two in the launch tubes were interceptors with faster engines. Once the engines were knocked out, and more would be on their way. David turned a corner and saw someone run by. "Stop, now!" he ordered, shining his weapon light on them. His helmet translated into 2 common galactic languages, but they had managed to run by another corner. Resetting the urge to give chase, his team simply continued their assault. When they came to the same corner, David pulled a small cable from his right arm. The camera feed transferred to his helmet and his squad leaders as well. He bent it around the corner and was greeted by gunfire. He quickly pulled back. 2 on the left, 1 center, 3 on the right, small arms, he announced to everyone. Per tactical doctrine, David and 2 others each pulled out a stun grenade and set them to detonate a half-second after each other. David threw the first and then the other 2. Their armor dampened almost all of the explosives in light. Before the pirates could recover, they rounded the corner and opened fire while advancing. As they approached the pirate barricade of supply crates, one of them, still alive, reached for a pistol. They were met with bayonets through their body. The body could be vaguely recognized as Nectan. David looked down to let his sensors scan the body for signs of life. Quickly, they showed a flat line. The team moved on, with their visors displaying the direction and distance to the engine room. They neared another corner, the design being common among Ensaranian ship designs meant to confuse any non-crew members. David's camera confirmed the barricade, but no one present. Hiding in a crate was a lone crewman. His instructions were clear: keep the humans out of the cargo bay, or his captain would kill him. He barely saw them quickly come around the corner and was rendered deaf and blind by the sound of explosions around him. Panicking, he opened fire. 2 rounds seemed to connect, and suddenly his world faded to black. David was caught surprised when a crate seemed to open fire. He felt himself go cold as a projectile landed between armor plates and then shooting pain, as another hit him a little lower. Both hits were to his abdomen. His teammates opened fire, and he was barely aware of the sounds of impacts against flesh. He fell backwards and landed with his back to the bulkhead. Hospitalman Roger Smith was instantly at David's side. David's armor was already dispensing clotting foam to seal the wound. Corpsman Smith was getting ready to pull David back to the shuttle when an explosion went off behind him. Several pirates, using their crewmen in the crate as bait, had emerged to ambush the Marines. Several well-placed armored-piercing shots, followed by a grenade, had taken out most of the team, including the corpsman. The rest lay dying. Inside, David felt fire within himself. He felt an ember that quickly grew into an inferno. He watched his team die at the hands of scum. He swore to himself that today the universe would learn to never mess with the children of terror, nor their protectors. He keyed a series of commands into his suit's computer. He felt his pain going away, replaced by energy of rage. He took to his feet, using his rifle to prop himself up. He felt his strength returning and even growing until he screamed, causing the pirates to stop at their tracks. David, like all other Marines, had been trained in the final stand protocol of their combat suits. They even did training with toned-down versions of the drugs, but it barely compared to what he felt now. His suit had injected him with a lethal dose of painkillers, adrenaline, nitrous oxide, and stimulants. His entire skin itched, his wounds felt normal, and he lusted for the blood of his enemies. Aiming his rifle, he opened fire as he charged, killing several of them. Another fell to their knees, trying to surrender. They were met with a K-bar emerging from his wrist. He slashed from their throat halfway down their chest. After they fell to the floor, dying, he stomped on their head with his boot. He could barely feel the crunch of bone. Another pirate charged him, and David fired a shot shell from his rifle, the steel pellets tearing through the unarmored alien. David racked and pumped, ejecting the spent shell and loading a new one. He saw 3 more pirates running and gave chase. Their short legs were no match for his training and rage. The first had a look of terror on their face when the bayonet suddenly emerged from their chest. The one in front of him had no time to react as the rifle discharged another shot shell, blue blood splattering throughout the corridor. David withdrew his rifle and fired a spray of bullets into the third. David dropped the bullet magazine and loaded a fresh one. David heard a scream, a terrified, high-pitched scream programmed by millions of years of evolutions to alert parents and trigger an adrenaline response from behind the door to his right. His visor told him the energy readings from the reactor were further away, but he knew that scream too well. He forced the door open. "Control room, shutting down propulsion," went over the comm. Within the cargo bay, several pirates had made their last stand. They quickly opened fire, but David's instincts were faster, supplemented by the drugs in his system and his rage. He rolled towards them. Coming out of his roll, he went into a firing position and took out 2. He ducked and rolled again, still getting closer. The screams were louder, but not in the room. 4 more sounds took out 2 pirates. The lone pirate threw his weapon down and adopted what was becoming the universal symbol of surrender. They raised all 4 of their arms up and away from their body. David heard more crying and then the sound of a child being hit. The crying got quieter, but didn't stop. David quickly closed the distance and held the bayonet at the pirate's throat. "Where?" he growled. The alien simply pointed at an access hatch in the bulkhead. Taking no chances, David fired a shot shell. The area and David himself was splattered with blood. He loaded his last shell from his magazine tube. David ripped off the access cover and saw an Encerarian staring at him in amazement, then terror. David reached in and ripped him out of his fortifications. For a split second, he saw several children in there. While still holding the pirate, David managed to throw them across the room. "Stay in there, kids," he yelled. David was on the Encerarian before they could recover. "Is that all of them?" he demanded, pointing towards the hole in the wall.
Yes, all, just business,
the Encerarian replied in broken English. "So is this," David responded, as he again brought his boot up and then swiftly down on the Encerarian's head. He repeated this where his hearts were located. "Medics to my location. Children rescued," he announced on the all-hands circuit of the comm. Suddenly, feeling very tired, he looked around him and surveyed the room. Briefly, he weighed what was worse, exposing the children to the bloodshed or keeping them in there. He reasoned he needed to see any wounds. He walked over to them. "Many of you hurt?" he asked.
"That man hit Billy,"
a little girl cried.
"I'm okay,"
he heard the boy reply, sniffling back tears. "That man will never harm you again, Billy. Take my hand." He reached in and barely felt the tiny hands in his glove. It took him a couple minutes to pull them all out. Each child was roughly the same size, though they felt as though they were getting exponentially heavier. When the last one was free, he sat down, leaning against the bulkhead.
"Who are you?"
A girl asked. "Lance, Corporal David Riggs, Terran Marines. Here to rescue you," he answered, getting harder to speak. He heard footsteps. He grabbed his rifle and aimed. David felt joy in seeing Gunny Satsuma and dropped his weapon as she lowered hers and recognized 2 corpsmen entering behind her. "Check the kids first. I'll be all right," he announced over the air. "Just need a nap." Ignoring him, a corpsman rushed over to him. "Bullshit, Dave," he stated over the comms. "I gotta get you out of here now," he stated. "Is there even a point?" David asked, again over the comms. "Check the kids first. Get them to safety. I'm not going anywhere." David had always wondered how he would meet Destiny. His dad, a retired sergeant major, told him fear was natural and healthy. David had known fear, but now it was a stranger to him. He just felt at peace and tired. A nap sounded so good right now. David reflected on what had brought him to this point. His earliest memory of begging his dad to not leave. He was going to a place called Tyrell. He knew it was important, but nothing was more important than spending time with his dad. Of course, he left and then later returned. Then he remembered 6th grade. He and Jenny Robinson were protesting his school's new policy. They'd handcuffed themselves to the lockers and each other blocking the entrance to the principal's office. They failed horribly. Both were suspended. What he remembers the most was when she was uncuffed. He was still handcuffed, and she pinned him and kissed him. It was his first kiss. David was older now. He and Jenny had just left their senior prom. Jenny's parents were out of town. They went back to her place. Her parents came home early the next morning. Her dad chased him out while Jenny raged. David had arrived at Paris Island, a hot, humid, and miserable place. Every time he turned around, someone screamed at him, yet he knew that he would rather be nowhere else. The more they screamed, the more determined he became to prove them wrong. Now David was entering a drop pod. He was on training ship, and his pod was being fired into the middle of the Australian outback. He could still remember the fear and the heat of re-entry, the sudden force of his pod landing on Terran soil. Later yet, he was with his dad. The party had ended, and now they were sitting by a fire pit drinking. They were both horribly drunk. His dad told him that he was, and always had been, proud of him. Everything had led him to this moment. He honestly had no regrets. Guess that answers if I'm re-upping, he thought aloud. For extraordinary heroism and conspicuous gallantry in action against pirate forces, above and beyond the call of duty, while serving the 3rd Battalion, 9th Marine, 2nd Marine Division in Rax's system, the enemy had taken innocent children for ransom. Lance Corporal David Riggs, as a team member of an elite boarding party, engaged the enemy in close quarters combat. During the fight, he was mortally wounded, and then his teammates killed by cowardly attacks. Activating the suit's final stand protocol, he personally resumed the battle, killing many pirates and saving over 12 innocent children. Even while dying, he refused treatment so the children could be attended first. His heroic personal valor, honor, and savagery towards the enemy were keeping with the highest traditions of the Terran Marine Corps and worthy of the highest honor of the Terran Republic. Richard Atten, Prime Minister of Terran Republic. Medal of Honor citation for Sergeant David Riggs, awarded posthumously. End of story. Seraphim, written by In Yellow Clad. The noble houses of the galaxy were confident in their superiority, masters as they were of genetics, biomechanical technology, and everything else one could think of. Though governments ran each species, and there was a governing body of representatives to ensure stability amongst the stars, the Confederacy was in truth controlled by these noble houses, and they made sure everyone knew it. It caused issues now and then, especially when two houses began to get snippy with each other, thus causing them to use their puppet representatives to levy tariffs and embargoes against their rivals. And then humanity showed up. Humans with their desires for freedom and exploration of the galaxy, full of wonder and zeal. They were welcomed into the Confederacy with open arms, and then things got bad. The noble houses scrambled to get humanity into their pocket, either through coercion, simple and friendly diplomacy, or force. Diplomacy was met with friendly talk and some trade deals, but nothing concrete. No pledges of allegiance or anything like it. But coercion and force were met with humanity's answer to each, a very big stick. Now, the noble houses had their power projected through the use of the very specific form of machine, mechs. They came in all shapes and sizes. Many were mass-produced for the soldiers of each house and then customized slightly. But the actual nobility got custom mechs, each one tailored to their specific needs. Some were masters of engaging a target from miles away without ever once being seen. Others would get up close and personal, tearing other pilots from their vehicles in brutal melee combat. It didn't help that humanity was also seen as physically inferior as well, being smaller than many of the Confederacy's member species. The noble houses maintained their dominance with these mechs by snuffing out any competition to their mechs. Any who attempted to make their own were quietly either bought or killed. They did this several times with human inventors, which sparked a brief war of retaliation by humanity, and they quickly learned mechs do not do so good against an orbital strike, but such strikes are not always applicable. And so, humanity discovered that their own mechanized forces were no real match for the mechs either. As for one customized mech, you needed 50 human tanks just to disable them. Humanity, humbled, ended the war and suffered the consequences. They were humiliated publicly and forced to pay a tribute. But humanity doesn't forget, and neither does it often forgive. Plans were set in motion, and while the noble house lauded their victory over humanity and gloated in their faces, the humans developed a plan to knock them down a few hundred pegs. That was nearly 80 years ago, and now the noble houses convene on the planet Perilia. It's a desert world, not overly inhabited, and is generally the center of a massive annual competition between the houses to show off their advancements in power. It also requires that the galaxy sets aside their duties to watch the tourney, even if they really don't want to. Just another reminder of who is really in charge. So, that is where this little story begins. On a desert planet, with tumbleweeds blowing across the street. My name is Arnold, and I am the second son of House Priliad. I am also the house's mech champion, the best there is amongst the other pilots within the house. I am champion of 4 tourneys, and hoping to put a 5th under my belt, as the humans say. To everyone else, many just see me as another Grulper, a cephalopod species that's adapted through centuries of natural evolution, but also genetic manipulation, to survive on land without the need of a wetsuit, or anything to keep our stamp. I pilot Jath 2 years, or, for the humans that might be reading this, Dread Queen. That's my mech, and it is the best there is. Not even the Scalpy have managed to make anything even close to its speed, power, and durability of my Jath 2 years. She's been in countless battles, each handled neatly and quickly without barely a scratch left on her paint. She has a large central body, where most of the heavier weapons are, and 10 tentacled appendages that extend from the bottom. Using the latest repulsor technology, she's able to move through the air and over the ground as if she were darting around underwater. And should she actually end up underwater, she won't suffer any slowdown in her speed. If anything, she'll go faster, as I don't have to shunt the power to the repulsors. I shouldn't brag. She is a beauty, a deadly one at that, and it's unbecoming of a noble such as myself. Regardless, I stood beside one of the gently curled tentacles of my mech, looking over the diagnostic feed on a tablet held in one of my tendrils. Unlike her, I had 8.
My lord, are we expecting anyone else to show up?
I thought we were the last to arrive, like always, a technician said, and pointed towards an open hangar doors which were filled with a shimmering force field to keep the oxygen in. As always, our grand carrier was the last of the noble ships to arrive at Perilia. No, we should be the last, just as you say, I respond, turning 2 of my eyes to look at the pen expanse of space. As I stare out into the void, a shape slides out of the shadows, and I couldn't place the design. It is a strange ship, large enough to carry a good assortment of people, but nothing large enough for a battle. Even as I stared, it slid into position amongst the other large ships and just sat there. Perhaps someone wanted to spectate the tourney in person. Pay it no heed, it's not our concern. Come, let's get this power coupling installed before we deploy, I say, and the technician nods, getting back to work. It doesn't take long for myself and the Just to Us to be conveyed down to the arid and hot surface. But once we're comfortable, the general celebration begins. As the commentators go through their typical spiels on intergalactic channels and who the rumors say will win, I look over the competition. Some new faces, especially amongst the shorter-lived species. Nothing I needed to worry about, it seems. I know their strengths and weaknesses already. My victory is all but assured. An assistant approached and leaned over to whisper,
My lord, there seems to be a new contestant.
He murmured, and my eyes widened. Where? I do not see them, I say, surprised by this. If there was someone new, then they should have been announced by now.
They refuse to leave their mech, and it is a strange one. It looks weak, though. Easy for just to us to crush.
That was a relief. Now and then someone came to one of these tourneys with something ramshackle, hoping to prove themselves. Though we were all forbidden from killing each other, such upstarts inevitably found themselves on the receiving end of a terrible and often lethal accident. Such a shame.
Very well. I shall enjoy playing with them,
I chuckle, smirking to myself and sipping on a glass of Verby wine, all while eyeing up one of the servants, a particularly buxom story lady who was quite obviously flirting with me. The call sounded, and we pilots rose, finished off our drinks and food, and then retired to our mechs, preparing for the coming battle. Hours later, we stood deployed, and I looked around for the upstart in our midst. If only I had known, perhaps I would not have been so eager to face them. Initiating wake-up sequence. 10%, 45%, 90%, 100%. Wake-up sequence complete. Reactors online, sensors online, motor control systems online, weapon systems online, ECM systems online, EWS systems online, taunts online, pilot link online, pilot neural net detected. Initiating handshake protocols. Handshake complete. Transferring control to pilot. Welcome, Captain. This is SR-1776, reporting for duty. You may call me Seraphim. I look forward to working with you. I spotted the upstart and was unimpressed. Their mech did look weak, for it was slim and slightly boxy. But there was something about it that was unsettling. Perhaps it was the lack of anything even close to resembling a face. Perhaps it was the paint scheme, which looked worn and faded. The armor pitted with old wounds that had not been repaired. Perhaps it was the fact it wore something akin to a cape that was draped over one shoulder, hiding an entire arm from sight. All in all, it looked like it shouldn't have been walking. And yet, it was. It looked more battle-ready than any of our mechs, and that was concerning. We had all seen battle, but it had been a short-lived battle, as the enemy surrendered the moment they saw us. Or if they didn't, they never lived long enough to do anything about us. As the current president gave his long-winded speech, I attempted to run scans on the newcomer, as I'm sure everyone else was doing, only to be countered with a crude image of a human female bent over with their naked posterior on display, but covering their genitals with a human hand gesture, one I knew to be insulting. The image was forced onto every screen within John Tuath, and I growled softly in annoyance and indignant anger at such a rude display. My scans didn't detect anything either. Whatever that mech was made out of absorbed any scanning sweeps that passed over it, which was technically a big demerit for them, as all mechs were meant to submit to scans, though perhaps they had. Maybe they had activated some sort of countermeasure to keep us from seeing anything. Regardless, the rules were gone over for the newcomer's benefit, and I used a tendril to pick up a piece of meat from my teeth, only now noticing the slight stain upon my white uniform. Fast! How long had that been there? As the rules concluded, and the president asked if the newcomer understood everything, they only gave a thumbs up. Another human gesture. Strange. I noticed the machine moved far too fluidly for something that had the same or similar control systems we all used. Way too fluidly. Something wasn't right. I didn't get to think about it too much, however, as we were all teleported to our starting location. This was going to be a classic battle royale. Last mech standing wins. We played till the mech either couldn't fight or was so damaged it powered down or went critical. Though, if the latter was going to happen, we were honor and rule-bound to assist the pilot in evac to avoid a death. So far, I've never needed to do that. I looked around my starting area, preparing the weapons and movement systems, feeling Jatuath bob around me as her tentacles flexed. A countdown appeared on each screen, and I flexed my tendrils, ready for a fight. When the countdown ended, we burst into motion. I hate desert planets. Too little cover, too little cool air and shade. Just sand, rocks, and more sand. But out here, without anything to get in the way, I can run as fast as I want to, without breaking my stride. Out here, I am top dog, and these stuffy nobles are going to learn that the hard way. Seraphim is new to me. My last mech didn't make it, and was too damaged to recover everything. So they gave me this one. Well, more like I was a replacement for the pilot, as Seraphim had lost theirs. Feels weird. Familiar, yet weird. Like I've got the pilot rattling around in both our heads. I'll get over it. I have high ground to acquire and targets to put down. The opening moments of the tourney were quite hectic. Everyone scrambles for the best positions, the choke points, the high ground, the concealment. Anything goes, really, so long as nobody dies. I, for one, wanted to net my first kill, and went after another. The tendrils of my Dread Queen tearing apart a smaller mech and leaving it defenseless as I dropped the chassis unceremoniously. I heard the boom of the cannon fire in the distance, the crackling sizzle of energy weapons, and then something new. A single piercing crack of a weapon as it fired. It did not fire with the rapidity of a rotary cannon, nor did it sound like any sort of energy weapon either. Perhaps a precision kinetic weapon. Probably, most of the time, those weren't used at all by mechs. Why be precise when you can just mow down everyone with sustained and indiscriminate fire? What were a few civilian casualties anyway? I moved on from my first kill and sought out others. I hoped the upstart would get their dues by my tendrils by the end of the tourney. I'd be very disappointed if someone else got to them first. Targets on field acquiring firing solutions. Solutions acquired. Compensating. Firing. Reload. Solution acquired. Compensating. Firing. Reload. 2 targets down. 2 more on scopes. Acquiring firing solutions. Deploying chaff and EWS. Computer intrusion countermeasure online and active. Enemy computer systems have been breached. Initiating remote control. Puppet Master online. Acquiring new targets. Targets acquired. Acquiring firing solutions. Coordinating with puppet systems. Solutions acquired. Commencing attack. The battlefield had grown quiet as the sun began to set. Sometimes these things took days to complete, and this was looking like one of those times. But I received a confirmation that many of the others had been eliminated already, which left myself and 3 others, which included the upstart. Slithering through a canyon, I popped a few drones into the air to catch sight of my enemy and saw 2 of my opponents moving with disturbing synchronicity. They were also blasting the airwaves with chatter, frantic chatter at that. "It's a trap! Systems jacked!" I didn't need to hear everything. They were no longer in control of their mechs. Fools! Didn't have any decent electronic countermeasures. But then I looked at them more closely, and they were from the houses that were tied for second most powerful in the galaxy, just below my own. They were also the undisputed masters of electronic siege defense. So something had breached their defenses that were nigh impenetrable, and taken control of the machines. I felt concern because there was only one other person around besides myself that could have done this. Or it was a trick on their part to make me think the upstart was bigger danger than they really were. I took aim with the mortar system. The tracking munitions would come from the sky, and hopefully the point defense systems would not swat them away. With my targets acquired, I fired, the mortars puffing softly as they sent the rounds screaming into the air. Most didn't make it, but the few that did landed and sheared off the limbs of the puppet mechs, causing their pilots to breathe sighs of relief as they were finally taken out of the battle. Which just left me with the upstart, who my drones could not detect at all. I slipped out of the canyon and began a visual search, only for a sibilant whisper to pipe through my comms. The Dread Queen slowed down considerably as some great strain was put upon her systems. I nearly panicked, trying to reset everything before I received a warning. Target lock detected. I looked up, and just as the systems came back online, I caught a glint of light in the distance as the upstart fired. I dodged the heavy round, whizzing right past the reactor vent, and the shockwave of its passing buffeted me. Final combatant locked, acquiring firing solution. Solution acquired. Good tone.
Firing. Target miss. Reacquiring. I put all the speed and Dread Queen could muster into closing the distance between us, my cannons pounding the area ahead of me to kick up a screen of debris that should hopefully confuse their targeting systems. But instead, I caught a glimpse of the enemy rising, their capes shimmering as the cloaking technology deactivated, and lifting their large rifle and charging a lever along the underside of the belt-fed weapon. A single gleaming brass shell was ejected, and presumably another slid into the chamber. They fired again, presumably not waiting for the targeting computers to acquire a target lock. They just kept firing, not even shifting from their position, till I started shooting back. And then they were twisting out of the way, and the motion was far too fluid for a mech of that design. They acquired me and kept shooting. They moved with such skill and practice that I was certain they were prior military, and that made my foe all the deadlier. But they were no match for me in close combat, no match for the Dread Queen, and I got in close, only to discover that they had discarded their primary weapon, and the cape suddenly made more sense as well, because it hit something else, another pair of arms. These ones missing any sort of grasping unit, and instead terminating in a pair of thick, sharp-looking blades. Blades which began to glow as thermal systems kicked in along the edges. And then it became what the humans would call a brawl of epic proportions. We clashed, the claw-tipped tendrils of my Dread Queen trying to slip into the armor of my foe, but their blades cut through the tendrils with startling ease, leaving molten edges behind in their passing. Suddenly, they disengaged and used a hidden thruster port to put some distance between us, a hand flashing to the mech's hip, where a sidearm popped out of a hidden holster. They snatched it and mid-fight fanned the hammer, sending 12 high-explosive rounds streaking right towards me. Even as they landed, they were reloading, slapping another cylinder into place and fanning the hammer again, like some human gunfighter. The rounds did their job. They tore more tendrils and huge chunks of armor off my mech, and I saw sparks starting to fill my cockpit. But I had a few tricks up my proverbial sleeve still, and I initiated a tactic I hadn't used in a long time. I dug into the ground, the tendrils turning into tips of the drill bit and allowing me to tunnel. I arced, coming up under the enemy mech, my remaining tendrils spreading open and then encircling it. Still, they'd managed to get off another volley before I trapped it. We struggled, and while one of the Dread Queen's tendrils arced towards the mech, one of their blade arms shifted and we clashed one last time, bestowing mortal blows to each other at the same exact time. Our mechs went still, and the power fluctuated before going dead. I triggered emergency releases, and the cockpit armor exploded outwards and away. I was expecting to see the same from my foe. But alas, I did not see the same, and for good reason. I had unintentionally gone for an actual kill blow, and the claw at the end of the tendril had pierced their cockpit housing, and I could see a strange green fluid leaking out around it. Had I just broken the one rule? I was soon to find out. The enemy mech shifted, and the sensor eyes focused on me before a hand rose. I thought at first it meant to crush me, but instead the hand closed around the cockpit housing.
My pilot is injured. Please retrieve my pilot and provide immediate medical attention.
The booming voice echoed from the mech, and I was startled at the little shiver of fear I felt at the voice. It gripped the housing firmly and then clenched, bending the metal and breaking all sorts of connectors, before it pulled the hunk of armor free and threw it at a good distance. I could not see inside the cockpit clearly, but I drew closer to see just who I'd been fighting. What I saw was humbling. A broken human woman, little more than a machine by now, held in a harness within a tank of life-giving fluid that had been ruptured. She was battle-scarred and clearly injured from all battles, as she was missing all of her limbs, save for one arm and head. A respiratory mask covered her mouth and nose, and she looked at me tightly from where she dangled. As I drew closer, I started to see red mixing with the green, and I knew that she was bleeding heavily as her skin started to turn paler. It seemed that she wanted to speak, but the mask prevented it. Carefully, I pulled it free, only to find that it was only part of a longer apparatus. a long breathing tube that had been slit down her throat, and it came out, slick with phlegm and blood. I cast that aside and stared into blue eyes that were glazed over by damage or drugs. Though they seemed sightless, they were fixated firmly on my own.
Why would you do this? You are in no condition to fight as you are,
I asked, and she smirked before coughing. Why? Because we wanted you to know that even if you break us, we'll still find a way to win, to beat you at your own game, and that a human like me, living on borrowed time, can humble someone like you, she said, her voice raspy. Life signs fading, immediate attention required. The mech spoke again, and I huffed.
Foolish human, you should know your place,
I muttered, and she reached out, grabbing me by the collar as if fine clothes and pulling me close. I do. It's at the top. And then she grasped, a tickle of blood running down her nose as her brain hemorrhaged. She went limp suddenly. And that was it. Even the mech shut down, as though it had only been alive because of her. When it was all said and done, she was declared the posthumous winner of the tourney, and the humans left almost immediately after her body and mech had been retrieved. The rest of us got to watch, as no amount of censorship could keep the designs of her mech from being disseminated to the galaxy. She was right. We had broken humanity, but they had played our games and come out on top in the end. And now we were forced to watch as humanity put us in our place. To humanity, Captain Sophia Bradley and her mech Seraphim became symbols of revolution and perseverance, and her likeness was adopted as a symbol of countless revolutions across the galaxy. In time, the great houses lost all of their accumulated power, becoming shadows of their former glory. All because one human with a bone to pick and nothing left to lose. End of story. The Faceless One, written by In Yellow Clad. Our world is one of many strange and fascinating peoples. The tall and lithe Thrade, who live in the trees and commune with nature. The brutish and passionate Vozid, who make for excellent and terrifying warriors. The diminutive Virhi, who harness the powers of our world to make life just a little better for us all. The Varax, who seek knowledge wherever it can be found, and who have crafted the largest repository of knowledge in the world. There are more, but for now I shall leave you with one more, the species which I belong, the Skranal, a species of lizard-like beings who pride themselves in our ability to construct great cities in a matter of weeks, and who generally make up the aristocracy of many kingdoms. My name is Thraxel. I'm a royal observer, and I've been tasked with the most peculiar job. I'm to observe a being that does not exist anywhere else within the known world, one who simply appeared and has, so far, been unwilling to share their origins. My encounters with this being began on the day of my arrival in the town of Everfall. It's a little town, not too important or noteworthy, beyond playing host to the strange being. Before the being's arrival, it had been a town of habit and schedule. Now, the town had seemed to sync with itself, especially whenever the being made its presence known. I just stepped out of my carriage when I saw them for the first time, and was immediately struck dumb by their appearance. A black hooded cloak over a tight black suit, no visible skin, and what looked to be glossy, flexible plates that covered what I presumed to be vital areas in the person's body. But most striking was the angular helm that sat upon their head. Save for a few obvious parts of it, it appeared to be made of darkly tinted glass that reflected the world around it perfectly. I could see no hint of a face in the design of the helmet, nor see a face of a living being behind the glass either. Yet I could feel their eyes upon me all the same. A sense of being watched filled me with a sense of unease. I felt like I was being hunted, and the predator had me in their sights. I wanted to introduce myself as manners and protocol dictated that I should, and yet I could not find my voice. The being watched me for a moment more, then turned and walked away.
a slight sway in their hips that seemed more feminine to me than anything else about them. I could only stand in shock and watch them go before they slipped out of sight. Once I regained my senses, I began a circuit through the town, asking about the mysterious being. The townsfolk all told the same story. She, for the being was in fact a she, had shown up nearly a month before my arrival. She did not seek nor cause violence. She had first sought information. The knowledge she sought was simple and mundane. What life was like, how well the ruling classes treated those beneath them, how often wars were fought, such simple things. The townsfolk, presuming this being, this woman, was simply a shorter Thrayad, had found her questions strange, but answered them truthfully enough, or to the best of their abilities. And then she had asked strange questions. She had offered up a potential scenario, beings from the sky descending to our world and raising us to be equals with them. Many soon began to think that she was some kind of missionary, which, in hindsight, I suppose she was of a sort. The townfolk, being simple, did not know how to answer such questions, and that was where her questions ended. Instead, she spent her days seemingly preparing the towns for something unknown and potentially sinister. But all evidence would seemingly point to the contrary, as though she's trying to ensure our safety, our understanding, limited as it may be. I'd spent several days in the town before I encountered her again, and when I did, I went on the attack, so to speak. "Excuse me a moment, if you please, kind lady," I said, and I watched as the cloaked figure stiffened slightly, then turns to face me. Up close, I could see that there was more to her than I had first observed. Her forearms, for example, were clad in a strange web of metal, almost like a decorative gauntlet was only present enough to be classified as something more than jewelry. The same for the rest of her body. The metal, at least I thought it was metal, was thin and flexible, more abundant in places that I assumed housed vital organs, yet still managed to accentuate and even highlight her form. A perfect blending of some unknowable function with form and aesthetic. I swear I felt I even detected a pulsating light within the metal, but it could have simply been my eyes playing tricks on me. The woman did not speak. Instead, she stood before me at something close to attention, like when a soldier is being spoken to by a superior officer. I took her silence as a prompt to continue. "If I may, I would like to know your name and your purpose in this town, as well as what species you hail from, for none have encountered any like you before," I asked, doing my best to not sound haughty, though I suspect I failed in that endeavor. She watched me for a moment longer and finally seemed to breathe. If the rise of her chest was evidence of breathing. "You may not. My name is not for you to know, but my purpose is to prepare you all for the day that may come soon, or much, much later." The voice was wrong, clearly that of a woman, yes, with a lilting quality to it. Yet it also sounded hollow, like the voice of a golem. "My species is human, and that is all you need to know for the time being." Even hollow, her words left me feeling agitated. Didn't she know I represented royalty? Shouldn't she be more willing to engage in conversation with me based on that fact alone? Perhaps she did not know, and was merely treating me as she would a commoner. I did my best not to allow irritation to color my words. "I see. And just what exactly are you preparing us all for? I should warn you that if it is a threat, that we are more than prepared to face and defeat whatever you may set against us." I straightened my back and shoulders, tail lashing at the dirt while my angular chin rose just a pitch higher. Again, there was silence from her, but I watched as her head shifted downwards, then back up, as though she was sizing me up. "With all due respect, no, you are not prepared in the slightest," she stated, and the hollowness in her voice had been replaced with a simple, knowing confidence that left me feeling incredibly unsure of myself and my kingdom's capabilities. "This encounter is concluded. Good day, sir." And just like that, any momentum I might have had vanished as she turned on her heel and stalked away, leaving me dumbfounded. She moved carefully, and though of the town she passed received soft nods of her heads in silent greeting. I did not know what to do or think. Should I pursue her, threaten her, or perhaps attempt to provide some sort of monetary means to acquire the information I was sent to retrieve? I'd only just made up my mind when I noticed she was nowhere to be seen, and so decided I might as well take it easy for the rest of the day. Perhaps ask around a little more. I decided to discover if she happened to be staying at one of the inns or outside of town limits. Most did not know, but one surprised me.
She is staying in the old cottage on the outskirts of town, my lord,
the Via said, using his natural magical powers to add to the forge's heat.
Folks who lived there passed on about a month ago, and it's been vacant ever since. It's nice to see the lights up there on the hill again.
Yeah, and which way is this cottage, my good man?
Northeast, my lord, can't miss it, especially at night.
For his assistance on the matter, I made sure to slip him a piece of gold, as payment for the knowledge he had provided. It was the least I could do for his aiding of an agent of the crown. I spent the rest of the day pondering my course of action, and decided that perhaps I should do a little covert investigation come nightfall. Stealth may not be my strong suit, but I was sure that I could learn something this evening. Night came, and I slipped from the inn which I was staying at, adorned in dark clothes that helped my already dark scales blend a bit better into the darkness. Turning my snout northeast, I began to short trek to the cottage, and was pleased to discover that the forge hand was not lying when he said that it was hard to miss. My pace slowed as I left the confines of the town, my body naturally sinking lower and lower, till I was nearly crawling on my hands and feet through the tall grass, which wasn't necessarily a dignified thing for me to be doing, but necessity almost called for it. Finally, I reached the side of the cottage and slowly rose to my feet, doing my best not to let my claws scrape against stone walls while I peered in through the tall window. I didn't expose my entire head, just the crest beneath which my eyes resided, and I got a look at this human, as she had called herself. She had shed the cloak, which hung from the hook near the door, but she had not removed the helmet, nor the rest of the attire save for the metal accoutrements, which lay in an orderly manner on the dining table. Wandering around the room, she seemed to be doing a rather mundane chores, cleaning mostly, which made sense. Even if her apparent mission did not last too long, she would want her current domicile to be livable and pleasant to a degree. This did not seem sinister at all, and yet the mystery remained. But then things changed and certainly got interesting, for she stiffened and stood up straighter, holding out a hand with a palm facing the ceiling. Upon it, a figure of light approached, tiny in comparison to her. They conversed, and yet it was in a language I could not understand. I did my best to try and capture the meaning of the conversation. Whatever they were talking about set the mysterious woman on edge, agitating her in a way that none had witnessed so far. The conversation came to an end, as her fingers curled into a fist, her arm dropping to her side as she heaved a sigh that transcended all species barriers, for it was one I had utilized time and time again when things seemingly just kept going wrong. I could sympathize with that, and it lent this woman a more familiar and understandable air. Before I could muse further, she went stiff again, and her head suddenly jerked towards me, prompting me to duck down, out of sight, and rush off as quickly as I could. Just as I entered the town, I could hear the distant clatter of a door slamming open, but not the sounds of pursuit, so I was hopefully in the clear. I returned to the inn and secluded myself in my room for the rest of the evening. Mulling over what I had witnessed, I was certain that the stranger was up to sinister deeds of subtle variety. Something had to be done. But what? I dared not engage her in physical combat, for I knew not her capabilities, nor if she possessed magic, and if she did, how powerful in the arcane arts she was. Though the small figure that had appeared over her palm suggested magic of sort, but nothing like I had ever seen. Before I knew it, I was asleep, and when I awoke, I'd expected to find myself listening to the dulcet tones of early morning, birds chirping, and people just starting to rise. Instead, I was met with screams of shock and horror, and I watched in mute terror as the roof above my head was peeled away by a tentacle that descended from the heavens. It defied all reason, all sense and comprehension. A dark god sat above our heads and had come to reap a harvest of mortals. I'm not ashamed to admit that I screamed in less than a dignified manner and rushed to protect myself from the tentacle that curled towards me. My claws sank into a piece of debris, and though I was no warrior, in the heat of the moment I hefted the heavy piece of old wood with ease and swung it at the tentacle. It connected with some force, but did little to dissuade the tendril's inexorable approach. My eyes widened, and I continued to smack at the tendril, hoping that perhaps I could wound it enough to make it reconsider taking me away. But alas, my hopes were dashed as it began to encircle me. Whoop! The sound began as a mere tingle at the base of my skull, then became something more, something that set me on edge. In those terrible moments where the world had slowed, as I had been about to be trapped, a sapphire beam of light slid into my field of view and swung towards the tentacle. Then it simply passed through it, slicing the limb apart several times as it was guided back and forth through the air. An unholy roar escaped the dark god above us, whose body I could now faintly see as it just barely breached the last layers of clouds. With my entrapment postponed, I followed the beam of light to its source and was surprised to see the woman, the stranger, standing in the street with an arm stretched upwards and pointing towards what had once been an intact tentacle. In her other hand, she wielded a thin sword of pure light, which crackled and hissed with barely restrained energy and magic. Without thinking, I rushed from my room and further shed of any veil of decorum I still possessed by using the exterior wall to my advantage. I raced to her side as she calmly walked towards the inn, giving her sword a twirl. "Stranger, there is no glory to be had here. Run, run, save as many as you can. I beg this of you," I screamed over the din, reaching out for her suit and clutching at it just below the neck. I caught the raising of her free hand and expected to be slapped or punched. Instead, she rested her hand upon my arms. Though I could not see her face, I got the feeling that she was trying to be reassuring, which, while considerate of her, was not useful at this time. "Please relax, seek shelter. I can handle this. There is nothing to fear. Kindly release me, if you please," she said, a compulsion that was surely magical in nature, forcing me to do as she bid. I released her, and she stepped past me, and though I think she felt I could not hear it, I heard her utter a strange thing. "This is wrong. I thought we had more time." As I watched, she began moving a little faster, and as I looked up at the sky, I saw her haste was with good reason. For the Leviathan of God was shuddering and shaking itself, shedding small objects from its body as it streaked to the land below. They landed with great force, splattering blood and bone around their impact craters, and from them emerged monstrous horrors that I had never even dreamed were possible. They were screeched and gibbered, attacking any that were unfortunate enough to be within reach. And then she was amongst them, and the hunters became the hunted. She was magnificent, twirling and ducking under blades of bone and maws filled with wicked teeth. That blade of light swept back and forth with deft, easy motions, parting flesh from flesh and severing bones with terrible ease. From her other arm, I saw her metal webbing had morphed, forming what looked like an angular tubes that spun magically around her forearm. Then bolts of sapphire light started to spew from the rapidly spinning tubes, punching holes through the monsters, and where they touched the ground or building, they detonated with great force. She swept her arm back and forth, mowing down her foes with ease only afforded to the divine. And then a new sound reached us, and I looked up once more as a horn sounded from the heavens that shook the very ground beneath my feet. The dark god began to rise, a fearful braying leaving it, and I sensed that the gods did not look too favorably upon its intrusion into their domain. My attention snapped away from the Leviathan as a stranger stopped and held up her hand, a figure appearing over the palm just as it had the night before. They spoke again in that strange tongue, her voice clipped and angry, but not at the figure she spoke to. The figure said something that sounded almost like an order to me, and she nodded, closing a fist and then looking back up at the Leviathan of a god. With a final sweep of her sword, she cut down the last beast before raising both hands, metal webbing around them shifting and becoming pointed stars that glowed with light. My eyesight is leagues beyond that of the other races. I spotted some sort of beam being emitted by the stars, which reached up towards the dark god and latched on. Around her legs the same happened, except they anchored themselves to the ground, which flexed and cracked in places as though some great force was pulling at it. A grunt of exertion left her as she was jerked forward suddenly, but she did not falter nor allow herself to be pulled away from her spot. Instead,
She pulled her arms back, groaning as she did, and to my amazement, the dark god moved with her, pulled back down towards the ground by a small amount. I doubted she could keep it from free for long, but I doubted she meant to hold it still indefinitely. She was merely delaying it. But for what purpose? A barb shattered past her helmet, sending pieces of jagged broken glass flying as she let out a cry and lashed out with her hand. I watched in stunned silent awe as the beast that had harmed her was suddenly crushed by the nearly invisible force she created. Then she focused fully on the dark god, which had managed to slip just a bit further away. But she pulled it back, and I moved to her side, wondering if I could be of some use. I finally got a look at her in the process, and was surprised to find that she bore no scales upon her features, which were blunted much more than the Thryad. Yet, where they were almost exclusively pale of flesh, hers was darker, almost the same tone as the bark of a tree. Yet, she was clearly not some sort of plant-based being. She was flesh and blood like myself. Yet as I watched, I could see her flesh starting to decay, causing her to hiss and glance at me with the shining blue eyes. "Pouch left side, grab the can and spray it on my helmet. Quickly," she rasped. And I leapt into action, finding this can thing, and after accidentally spraying the midst of something into the air, did as she asked. The mist became a puddle of grey liquid upon her helmet. Then it moved over the damaged area and became more glass, sealing her helmet up instantly. "Good, thank you. Now step back. The cavalry is here," she said. Her voice once more filtered through the helmet. She released the dark god and stepped back several paces, with me following as a rumble started in the sky. I'd only just turned my gaze to the Leviathan when a world went dark, but not because the sun had vanished, but as a beam of crackling red light shot down from the sky and speared through the dark god, which screamed in agony. More beams lanced through it, then converged upon the first. As I watched, a pulse went through the much larger beam, and upon making contact with the Leviathan, it exploded with such fury and wrath that I swore I'd just witnessed the gods smiting their greatest foe. The dark god fell to the earth, impaling itself upon the mountain, and then the gods erased the mountain, more beams of light sweeping through it with ruthless efficiency. I looked to the stranger, the woman who had brought the gods' wrath down upon such a terrible foe. "Who are you? Will you be all right?" I asked, and she looked at me for a long moment, just as a new shadow darkened the sky and she looked up. I followed her gaze and she saw a thing of metal descend to hover over us, sleek lines and hard angles. It was the single most beautiful and terrifying thing that I have ever seen. "We hoped that we would have more time before the discussion took place, but the Nezesi have forced our hand this day," she said with a sigh, her head hanging for a moment. "I'll be all right. Your air is poison to me, thus the helmet and the suit, but I will be all right. We will adapt eventually." She sounded tired, and I could not fault her for that. "But to answer your question," she paused, searching for the right words, "I am the herald of humanity, and I wish to welcome you into a world beyond imagining." End of story. The humans have killed their gods, so why haven't we? Written by Vivid Membership 3959. There is a war raging as we speak. Millions die every day, even as we gain ground. Eventually, we think we have done enough and try to dig in. However, it finds a way behind our lines and spreads its pain and suffering. Mothers lose their sons, fathers lose their wives, sons lose their brothers, and we don't commit to fighting it. As billions die and the rivalries amongst our government distract us from opportunities to defeat even one of our enemies, we surrender planet after planet to these diseases, yet calls to fight back are pushed aside. For now, the cost of defending every single planet against this threat is too high. For others, new job opportunities it brings about outweigh the costs of eliminating those jobs. And for a few, removing these diseases is seen as betraying our past because an illness cannot exist without a carrier. For thousands of years, approaching their first 10,000,
These illnesses have plagued our galaxy without ever being eradicated. Some illnesses are worse than others, yet they still spread. The vast size of the galaxy has made curing diseases seem impossible. On top of that, there has never been a framework for wiping out an illness, other than allowing it to run its course and hoping people die faster than they infect. Yet, people went about their lives without thinking about the monster that follows them. The debate about whether it was possible reignited after humanity's introduction to galactic society. Humanity entered the galactic stage armed to the teeth, with ships boasting guns the size of ships and armor so thick that breaching their airlock was a challenge. This earned humans a reputation as angry, small, rabid creatures, at least on the galactic web, and placed humanity as the second major military power in the galaxy within a few years. However, as human forces became more prominent in galactic peacekeeping, something was noticed. Humans never got sick, at least not severely. There were no stories of entire human forces becoming inoperable due to sickness, nor of human leaders dying from plagues. So investigations began. Governments were the first, but they couldn't believe the results. Humanity had suffered from illnesses far worse than most in the galaxy: malaria, Ebola, bird flu, and the most horrific of all, the Black Death. These diseases could easily have claimed the top spot amongst the galaxy's worst killers, yet they were nowhere to be found. Humanity had achieved what no other species had managed. They eradicated their deadliest killers. So why hadn't we? The question spread faster than any illness in the galaxy. People realized that we might not have to face such monsters again. But many resisted these questions. We were not unfamiliar with the idea of vaccination, but no one had invested in it to the extent humans had. They developed methods that could be added to food and ingested, inadvertently helping to eradicate what they called the common cold. However, what we were unaccustomed to was humanity's greatest ally in their war on sickness, the bacteriophage. Through some stroke of luck, a creature evolved whose sole purpose was to kill the bacteria, perhaps because survival on Earth was so difficult that even something half alive had to fight hard. Yet, counter-arguments persisted. The argument shifted from "it's impossible" to "it is practically impossible on the scale that we are spread across today." Some governments wondered if there would be economic benefits or gains from committing so much to something that would only lead to job losses and increased government spending. Years passed, and the argument of feasibility was challenged when, with human assistance, a program to eradicate the red pooter disease began. Most governments allowed humans and Ulian ships into their space to offer free vaccination and incentives. Progress was slow, painfully so. It started with a town, then a city. Slowly, entire planets were declared clean. However, even as people on those planets questioned why their children continued to be vaccinated, the latest update on the virus became more distant. These arguments lessened after an entire chain of FTL lanes was infected again, costing billions. Gradually, infections decreased from trillions to billions, then to hundreds of thousands, and finally to thousands. The last report of the virus was on a slum world on the outskirts of the galaxy, 50 years after the program began. Afterwards, calls for the eradication of the next disease dominated discussion. Economic benefits had just begun to be seen, but that wasn't what the people cared about. They began to remember family members lost to something they couldn't see, something that tormented them into immobility and then death. Humanity gave voice to the rage of 1 billion lost souls, crying out for vengeance. Thousands of efforts began in the past year. We know we will be late for many, but if it means saving one more life than the day before, if it means reclaiming one more inch of land from the old gods, we will do it. Only when the cries of 1 trillion fallen find their vengeance will we rest. End of story. I do know it was a little subdued, and I apologize for that, but, we have to work with what we got. Story number 2. No Human Comes Back, written by Calamity Comet. A featureless black cube hung in space. Each side was exactly 1 light year in length. It was so immense you could travel for days at full transit and not fully traverse its breadth. Looking at it, the crew of the X-Fair felt as though space-time had broken. It was as if the abyss of fabled old religions had tread upon the very laws of physics. Captain Zinao crossed all 11 arms.
What does the new report from Xenobiotics say?
The second in command looked apologetic. They decoded the cube's message. It states that the cube has been created by the adjacent creators of this universe. They will end this universe in 10 billion years.
Unless, said the captain,
unless we send an away team. No member of the Expo will come back. It's a sociological experiment to test capacity for sacrifice.
The captain shrugged. 10 billion years is quite some time. Your thoughts?
Sociology shrugged from across the bridge. Another species will take the fall long before then. I recommend we continue on as though nothing happened. The captain nodded.
Affirmative.
A featureless black cube hung in space, as though a black hole had gained angles and lost focus, expanding to a reference frame of gargantuan proportions.
"Wow," said Shala, "that's a large cube."
"One moment," said Sociology. Their computers were very advanced compared to those in supermillennia past.
"Okay," I said in collective. "The cube wants us to send a party to research. This team will be removed forcibly from this universe. This action tests our species' capacity for mutual thought."
"They will die?" asked Captain Shala.
"They will not come back," answered Sociology.
"How long until the universe ends?" asked Shala. Her tentacles undulated in delight at this problem, more unique than any before.
500 million standard years,
answered statistics and numbers.
"Very long," said Shala. "Instruct the government."
They did. Shala's government spent 40,000 years on the problem, but there was no available solution other than to sacrifice a research party. Eventually, they decided someone else in the future would be smarter, and they gave up. Out of intellectual shame, they informed no one else. A featureless black cube hung in space.
"Identify."
The cube remained silent.
"Weapons."
The Utnot ship fired everything: antimatter lancers, photoid beams, particle bursts, and even ancient nuclear weapons. The cube hung in space, still black and featureless. Captain General at last shrugged his various heads upon their necks.
"Target, cube, featureless, unaffected. Explain."
Xenobiology regretfully shrugged.
"Cube informs demands that we obey puzzle-solving question. 12 million years remain until cube builders end the universe. If we send inspection marines to board it, it will relent."
At last shook his many heads.
"No point to waste a patriotic, ethnic, in-group marines. 12 million years is a very long time. Someone else will intervene. We must maintain our substantial present galactic political advantage." Dismissed.
The Udnite cruiser left cube space quickly. A featureless black cube hung in space.
"Sensors, put it up on screen."
Captain Bradley couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. They'd been at light speed for days, but the cube stretched into what seemed like infinity. It was at least 1 light year across, that much was sure.
"Captain, it's aiding us."
"And?"
said Bradley. He didn't like where this was going.
"It requests we send an away team."
"The cube. The cube requests we send a team to its surface."
"Yes, Captain."
"Beyond its surface." Bradley paced the deck. No human had ever encountered a transnormal galactic being. Now he was the first. But the feeling of foreboding that was crushing his chest was entirely unwelcome.
"What are the terms?"
he asked.
"The cube will end the universe by proxy in 800,000 years, should we not intervene. If we send a team, it'll save the universe, but our team will not come back."
"Captain," said Physics, 800,000 years is quite some time.
"Prepare a team,"
said Captain Bradley, cutting off his subordinate.
800,000 years is no time at all. The universe is basically already over. If there is even a tiny chance that the universe will end, we must send a team. I will lead it. First officer, prepare the orders."
The team departed at the end of that cycle. The universe did not end, per the very clear instructions. With that said, it is worth mentioning that in the face of that immovable black Leviathan, no humans came back. End of story. The Fawn, written by Coyote Havoc. It started with a fawn. The creatures of Earth are often scary to other species. Vicious carnivores like wolves, lions, and bears exist, and the herbivores have adapted defenses against them. Claw meets thick hide, tooth finds antler and horn, and either side stands a chance of losing its own life in the process. This is the nursery world of humanity, born in a balance of life and death and adapted to the struggle to survive that not many other species can understand or even would want to. When they were first encountered, they were immediately branded as Deathwielders, a species that must constantly fight to exist just one more day. They have quite a lot in common with the Rakvan and the Kalasa, as well as other species who were born in similar worlds. But not everything, and that was a lesson that we would all have to accept, even if we couldn't understand it. Humans have a capacity for great violence and the knowledge to make killing efficient, even effortless, and they use these to eradicate great numbers of the most fearsome natural enemies, themselves. But that wasn't the whole story. Something that we would find out not long after our first contact. I was selected as part of a delegation to examine their agriculture. Trade often starts with food, and the galactic states wanted to know what this new species might have to offer. I thought to myself, what would my species have need of from a Deathwielder? But I couldn't deny an order, and arrived in a city they called, of all things, Tulsa. I know, it was funny for me when I landed there, but it doesn't mean the same thing to humans. So, with the mind out of the gutter, I boarded the prop-driven aircraft. Yes, I know it makes the joke that much more humorous, but stay with me here. One of the farms that had agreed to our visit was a tiny town called Liberty, Kansas. The farmer was delayed for some reason, and the delegation settled in to wait at the dining establishment on the main street called Jack's Place. That's where I learned that humans consume copious amounts of meat in a variety of different ways, but offered me salad greens, fried beans, okra, and mushrooms until our host managed to join us. It was the newfound knowledge that they were omnivores that drew my attention to what these Deathwielders might actually be able to offer. Our host arrived halfway through our meal, covered in blood and gore. A few delegates openly protested as others charged the door. I humbly admit, I froze and lost my meal all over the floor, something I'm still ashamed of. But the humans took it in stride and assured us that we were not in any danger while cleaning my mess. His name was Jacob, and he was ecstatic and proud of the carnal display, but he assured us he had not killed anything. He even invited us out to his truck, where he would all understand what had happened to delay him. Out in the street, other humans had also gathered around his truck with teary eyes and joyful noises, and parted for a delegation to witness his achievement. There, in the bed, in a pile of cut grass, lay an animal called a deer. The defenseless creature had been hit by another vehicle and had lay in a ditch with several broken bones. Next to the deer lay a newborn fawn, nursing on her mother, the ichor of its birth still evident on its tawny fur as the mother attempted to clean her child. The mother's legs had been set and moist cloth hung in other places. A basic attempt at first aid for certain, but an attempt to save life nonetheless. It didn't matter to the human that the nutrients from the animals and its offspring could be consumed by the farmer and his family. He was going to save them regardless. When asked if he would raise the animals for slaughter, Jacob chuckled.
As a former farmer, a deer is my worst enemy. If I tried to raise them for food, they'd only eat the crops and run off when they're ready, and have nothing left.
Then why save them?
I asked, confused. I'm not a smart man. You can ask my wife, but it doesn't feel right to let something die without a chance to live, Jacob said.
That's when I knew they weren't Deathwielders. The Kalasi would have eaten the injured mother and fawn without a second thought. The Rakvan would have left them to die to prevent their weaknesses from remaining. My own species would have waited for both to pass and returned them to the dirt. A human would instead sacrifice of himself in order to save and protect a life not yet lived. These humans are strange indeed. At Jacob's farm, we were shown his crops, a variety of plants common to the human diet. The salad greens I had recognized from the restaurant, spinach and lettuce, but others, like mustard, had a spicy flavor that was quite enjoyable. Radish and beet, as well as broccoli and asparagus, were widely enjoyed by the delegation. And even the Rakvan and Kalasa partook in the eating of peppers as a test of their constitution. Jacob didn't have the heart to inform them that what they were eating was considered mild. From there he took us to this barn, a long structure filled with cows, a variety called Jersey and Angus, I believe they were called. They were not meant for meat, but their milk was harvested. I thought to myself that the herbivores would shy away out of instinct, and to my surprise, they moved towards him as he scratched them lovingly. It was also apparent as cows moved towards him that room had been made for the fawn and its mother. Another human was with them in a private corner of the barn, placing a wet substance over gauze that was applied to the wounds. A medical expert for their animals. No carnivore race would ever have considered it. The delegation had moved on, but I had noticed. I was so taken by the care and affection that the animals received, not even a part of the herd, but treated as important as if they were always had been. As the cast dried and hardened, I talked with this doctor, who told me that it was common across all of their species to care for the animals they lived with. Some were kept as pets, and others were harvested for their fur and milk. But even those harvested for their meat were taken good care of and kept healthy. I hadn't always been that way, but humanity had learned some time in the past that if the animal was cared for, the animal would care for them as well. The rest of our tour went on without me. I had made my choice. We Velks are not warriors, able to defend ourselves, but just, and we had never considered the actions of humans would take and the distance they would go to save a life that didn't benefit their own. Are humans savages? Indeed, and without question. Are they concerned with their own survival, just as any other species would be? But therein lies the difference. Knowing of no benefit to defense or attack, having nothing to gain and so much to lose, they would still give freely of themselves, no questions asked, to preserve a life unlived. That, my friends, was all I needed to see. Humans call it mercy, and when I hear that word spoken in question, my memory goes back to that one day in my life to explain it. How far would a human go for the sake of a fawn? End of story. Story number 2. You mean you didn't know? Written by Ouijan Warrior. Josh, first engineer, second in command, and half of the crew of the scout ship, was engrossed in an Indolarian audiobook when he was interrupted. Josh paused his book, straightened up, and looked across the small bubble towards his feathered companion. Yes, Babong, I am just getting to the good part too. Those tapes rot your brains, friend Josh. Anyway, I was looking through these medical scans you got me from the Terran network, and I'm puzzled. Josh sighed and stretched, joints cracking. Yes, well, Babong hesitated, mouth tendrils moving as he sought for words. You're not very well put together species, are you? Josh hesitated. He knew meaning didn't always translate well between species, but that was an odd statement from a friend who looked like he had been assembled from bits of leftover. I'm not sure, Josh ventured, that I grok your meaning. I mean, Babong said as he leaned forward, a third limb extended to keep him in balance. It's just, let me give you some examples. Josh nodded for Babong to go on. I mean, the nerve bundle that goes from your inadequately protected brain to your voice box goes down, loops around your body's main blood vessel, and then up towards the voice-generating flaps. Josh nodded again. Did it? You'd have to check later. And your endoskeleton, Babong continued, can't withstand the continued strain of your jerky ambulatory motion for a full lifespan. Josh looked down at his own knees and shrugged, and then tried to reply. And there is at least 6 different kinds of hinges in your limbs, Babong went on, before Josh had time to say anything. And your cell oxygenating system, it is a mess, if I can be so frank to say. Josh waited to see Babong was done. Well, my friend, Josh said, as it was clear that he wouldn't be interrupted. It's just how things are, you know. Babong's head tentacles twisted in thought.
I guess what I am most puzzled about, friend Josh, is what in the 8 dimensions were humanity's designers thinking. We've seen amateurs do better biological designs than this.
Dude, Josh said after a second, that is a dark age thinking. Humanity wasn't designed by anyone.
Josh, every sentient species is designed. Every sentient is created by a forerunner. This is a known scientific fact.
No, seriously, Babong. Humanity isn't designed. We're evolved. We thought all species evolved.
Evolved, Josh?
Yes. A gradual change of characteristics over generations, from older, often simpler species.
And who designed those species? I got you there, Josh.
No, Babong. Those species evolved too, all the way back to the primordial goo. It's survival of the fittest and all that. We got the fossil records to prove it. From the set of his feathers and the stiffness of his tendrils, it was clear Babong was waiting for Josh to crack and admit it was a joke. Look, I'll send you some of the links for the Terra network. Let's see the evidence with your own 6 eyes. Several hours later, Babong finally looked up from the terminal.
And here the consensus was that Terran life forms were similar because your designers were, no offense, lazy and unimaginative.
You mean you all didn't know about this stuff? This is pre-spice flight knowledge. Heck, it might be pre-atmospheric flight for all I know. Babong just sat quietly, looking over at Josh. What? Babong leaned forward, deep in thought. Babong, why are you staring at me like that?
You know, friend Josh?
Yes?
I have to say, this explains a lot.
End of story. More advisory note. Human attachment. My perilous platypus. I've spent the better part of these past few years studying humanity. The research was fruitful. The conclusions, on the other hand, are quite concerning. Still, even concerning conclusions should be exposed to the scrutiny of others, particularly when they do much to explain our current predicament. I think I make no bold assumptions when I say that the war against humanity has gone poorly. For all of our manifest advantages at the outset, humanity has somehow managed to consistently defy the odds and survive. No, that's not correct. They have not just survived, they have thrived in this conflict. They have gained strength throughout. Why? Many hypotheses have been produced to explain this irksome reality. Some have suggested that humanity had merely hidden its true strength, effectively luring us into a conflict by presenting an appealing target. I, as well as others, have found little to support this conjecture. Humanity's industrial and technological position was quite well assessed before the commencement of the eradication effort. Their weapons? Inferior. Their manufacturing capacity? Vastly inferior. Their resource base? Laughably and totally inferior. Yet, here we are, besieged on all sides. Indeed, many of our vassal states and erstwhile allies have abandoned for the human cause. A frankly unimaginable outcome with not historic precedent. This has led my research down a somewhat unorthodox path, rather than assess humanity's position writ large, which has been well covered and yielded little by way of explanation. I have instead consulted the human individual. More particularly, I have been observing their relationship with their environment under a variety of circumstances. As mentioned before, the conclusions are alarming. I'll be blunt. Humans appear to be capable of attaching to anything. I don't mean this in the sense of physical adherence, though some of that does often accompany the phenomenon. I mean in a more intangible emotional sense. For lack of a better description, humans appear to be capable of humanizing anything. Allow me to elucidate. During my research, I was fortunate enough to obtain access to 37 humans, 28 biological males, 9 biological females. These 37 individuals were then placed in a variety of scenarios. A number of variables were introduced. Environment, peril, the degree to which the scenario was innately threatened. Participant mix, the number and mix of humans versus other species. Goals, the presence of clear outcome that might resolve the scenario. Other variables were, of course, present, but are unworthy of detailing in an abstract such as this.
Regardless, approximately 780 scenarios were run over the past 2.5 years. Through the process, 16 of the human subjects were killed. The fact of their death is not particularly notable. Humans die all the time. The circumstances were. Of the 16 humans, 12 died in an effort to save the life of another being. Of these 12, 4 died for a being not of their species. In 2 cases of the 4, the humans had had no prior interaction with the non-humans prior to that scenario. Even more surprising, there was no shared spoke language. From our cultural perspective, we view this as nonsensical. More than one of my colleagues during the peer review process suggested that perhaps humans are particularly prone to suicidal behavior. This is wishful thinking, and it misses the point. The point is that humans build bridges in all directions, at all times. At one point, I began to place beings of lower order intelligence in with the humans, simply to see if there was a point where the humans would stop their curious habit of forming attachments. I can confidently say it seemed to only enhance the humans' willingness to build bonds. No other scenario stands out more than when we introduced a species native to the human homeworld into the scenario. This creature, commonly believed to be an enslaved vassal species known as a dog, began the scenario severely injured, and therefore of no immediate practical use to the human. And the environment was clearly threatening to both. We then tasked a series of aggressors with defeating the human and the native species. The human almost immediately took up a defensive position by the beast. It is hard to describe what follows. The human appeared to become feral itself, losing much of its higher-order executive function as it proceeded to rip apart its opposition in a profoundly disturbing way. The human fought even after its injuries had become fatal. It only collapsed once the final aggressor had been removed from the scenario. Before the human died, it crawled to the dog, gathered the beast in its arms, and patted it multiple times in assurance. I must remind you, prior to the scenario, the human had never seen the beast before, yet, within seconds, it had formed an attachment suitably strong to fight to the death in the defense of the beast. For all the strengths of our culture, we do not share this capacity for connection. Our relationships are transactional and driven by the logic of the circumstance they are formed in. We seek mutually beneficial entanglements and avoid interactions without these entanglements. Humanity's willingness to give without taking would, on the surface, seem to be a significant disadvantage. But across these scenarios, humanity's willingness to take danger onto themselves, to place themselves in harm's way in favor of those around them, had a profound impact on those who were beneficiaries of this unusual benevolence. Time and time again, those protected by humanity drew closer to humanity. There were those who share our own cultural bias. 2 humans were killed attempting to defend a non-human species that in turn used the situation to their advantage. But in all other cases, the attachment became shared. Across 780 scenarios, humans formed an attachment with another participant 93% of the time. I use attachment rather than alliance because, as discussed before, the entanglement was not merely transactional. Within 723 attachment scenarios, participants scored an average of 164 points against the control score of 100. This 64-point differential amounts to the almost 300% increase in participant battle effectiveness. Now, consider it in the context of billions of scenarios playing out in millions of battlefields. Consider it in the context of every interaction humanity has with another species it can form an attachment with, which is effectively every species that's willing to admire them for being suicidal by my colleague's assessment. This is the human advantage. We do not have a solution for this. Our initial attacks marked a chain reaction, an immediate explosion in attachment, first within humanity, and now throughout our galaxy. Every day that passes is another day where our friends are converted into theirs. Whatever mutually beneficial arrangements we have offered our allies cannot be outweighed by the human willingness to fight and die on their behalf. I understand the treason of my writing, but I write it nonetheless. If we are to survive this war, we should do so by ending it immediately. We will lose much,
But we cannot help but prevail against a species that is willing to sacrifice everything for a dog. End of story. Story number 2. Not the Hero We Need, written by Echoing Cascade. Rokus was waiting in the bedroom of his fortified mansion, a pincer holding an ornate plasma pistol.
The stranger is on its way.
It had hit every single one of his establishments in the past month, burning everything to the ground, taking nothing but small, easily resellable items and killing everyone that stood in its path. Little was known about it. It was bipedal, a little over 6 feet tall, wearing black armor, and stronger than should be possible given its relative size. Something else was clear. It was angry. It didn't just kill these men. It took its time making sure they felt every blow, every cut, every burn to their last breath. Rokus had no idea who might be doing this. He had ruled Rakris Prime's criminal underground for decades and had made many, many enemies along the way. To narrow down the list would take more time than he had left. Explosions could be heard from the front door of his mansion for the last half an hour.
Here it comes. Voss said that he got his hands on an anti-aircraft plasma cannon. He was certain that nothing could survive getting hit by that.
He wasn't so optimistic. He had reviewed the footage of the stranger's carnage. Grenades, small arms, heavy rifles, knives, swords, fire, cold, poison. Nothing had worked or even slowed it down. An explosion rocked the entire mansion, and the next moment the door of his chambers exploded in shrapnel. Several shards pierced his chitin, pinning him to the wall. He saw the creature walk in. It had lost its left arm in the previous fight, seared clean off at the shoulder. If he had thought for a second that Voss was still alive, he would have prepared a hefty bonus for this accomplishment.
Then again, I'm fairly sure I'm dead too.
He was heavily injured, but yet to know, he refused to die ignorant.
Who are you? Why?
The stranger removed its helmet, let down its hair, and sat next to him and spoke in a single name, never opening its eyes.
Srin Trass.
Rokus recognized the name. A kid who had been caught in the middle of a gang war a couple months ago and died of his wounds. But more importantly, he recognized the species. A human. Female for what he could see.
Makes some sort of sense. They're famous for their pack bonding, and it's a female too. An angry death welder is a fighting thing to behold. And if it thought of the kid as it's young, he could understand why she did all this. What was he to you?
Talking was getting difficult. He had lost too much blood and was fading fast. The woman picked a nail-like apparatus from one of her pouches and stabbed it into a stump. A pink gelatin began to form, which quickly reformed her lost arm. Then she opened her eyes, looked at him, and grinned. Her smile was one of genuine happiness, bordering on glee, but it was eyes that froze Rokus's blood in his veins. They were blue, with tiny pinpricks for pupils, and they darted left and right, as if unable to focus. He didn't know much about a human, but he knew madness when he saw it.
You see, 2 months ago, I was sitting in my cubicle. Susan was talking to me about her cat or her baby. Can't remember. And I was thinking how great it would be to kill it in front of her.
She hugged him with a newly regrown arm.
She then stopped talking and looked at her datapad. It was about the death of Srin Trass. She got real quiet, and then she cried.
She started to laugh. Rokus tried to grab his nearby pistol, but once she noticed, she hugged him tighter, painfully so.
I was thinking where I should bury her body when she said something that changed my life. She said, someone ought to do something. And I was just on the edge of snapping, just throwing the facade I had built all my life, but instead, something clicked.
She let go of Rokus, stomped on his arms until they were no longer kept their shape. Rokus was in too much pain to pass out.
And I realized that I could do whatever I wanted to you and yours, and no one would stop me. I would be celebrated as a hero, and I went into debt for everything I was worth and got every military augment I could afford and set forth to have some fun.
Monst! The stranger put a boot to his face before he could finish and bent with impressive flexibility until her mouth was next to his ear.
You wanted to know who the brat was to me?
As she crushed his head underfoot like a ripe tomato, she whispered in his ear,
a great excuse. She picked up valuable items to resell. She had to finance her heroics, after all, and a family of 4 had been killed in the bombing of Rakras 4. As she giggled her way around the bodies in the mansion, crushing underfoot anyone that so much as twitched, a single thought entered her mind. Someone ought to do something about that. End of story. Shooting Stars, written by Coyote Havoc. Personal log, Void Marshal Canthus, Galbrae Imperium. I should have known. From the first time we encountered the humans, I should have seen what humans refer to as red flags. Why is it bubbling? I asked, looking at the dark brown, almost black liquid, encased in a solidified hydrocarbon container. We call it a soft drink or soda. The bubbling is a result of pressurized carbon dioxide suspended in the liquid to the point of saturation. When the pressure is released, it bubbles. I would later learn that the carbonate component was harvested from a dead volcano under one of their smaller cities, Jackson, Mississippi, in the former United States of America. For the life of me, I cannot remember the name of the soda, but I remember being horrified that this race would dare to build a city on a volcano active or extinct. Humans. The soda was a peace offering, as was the beer that contained the same bubbling effect but produced by bacteria. They enjoyed drinking the alcoholic soup of bacteria fermentation and consuming another bacterial fermentation item containing capsaicin they aptly called hot sauce. Only a race of lunatics would consume poison for enjoyment or build their dwellings on natural disasters. And they enjoyed it. They relished defying the gods. Perhaps that's why we befriended them so enthusiastically. We Galbrae are no stranger to extremes. We do not consume toxic liquids or build anything near unstable ground, but we enjoy pushing ourselves to extremes. For instance, we have the fastest ships in the galaxy and race them for entertainment. Another example is our competitive nature. We also share another extreme with the humans: violence. Much like the Galbrae, humanity has conducted multiple wars upon itself. They even tried to exterminate their own species a few times. Another red flag. It went largely ignored by our shared appreciation of heroes. In that same conversation, we had our third red flag. They had harnessed the destructive capabilities of atoms before discovering FTL travel. Indeed, they did not use conventional engines, but 2 rings of exotic matter, a trade secret, but connected to their atomic weapons somehow in order to create their warp bubbles. Our fourth and final red flag came to light while visiting one of their volcanoes that they had turned into a park. I was assured that we would be safe as long as we followed the rules. Those rules: do not attempt to cook anything in the hot spring, do not stand next to the geysers, unstable land, stay on path, and so on. The sheer insanity of the space called San Francisco, being built almost on top of a plate boundary that was active, but also less than 100 kilometers from a volcanic field, and had the audacity to name the place Clear Lake Volcano Park. And just to add a touch of flavor to the madness, they made alcohol in between a ferment of grapes that they called wine. Humans. One of the rules caught my eye, however. If you see bubbles rising from the lake, inform the park ranger immediately. The event was known as the Limnic Eruption and reminded me of our first encounter with humans 3 cycles ago. That sickly sweet carbonated drink. The type of event was rare and maybe had something to do with the soda, but it was the same reaction. They had learned from the many naturally occurring calamities of this planet. I should have known that they were one of these calamities. In 5 cycles, we had formed an alliance. Trade was very good between humanity and Galbrae, as well as both of our soon-to-be-discovered neighbors. Taxelican were the first mutually discovered sentient species, a gastropod species similar to human snails, but 3 meters long and 2.5 meters tall. Not only were they terrified of soda and beer as we had been, but also unable to tolerate sodium chloride. Oddly, they loved capsaicin-laced peppers. Visani Kess, on the other hand, could consume anything. They were another mammalian species covered in thick soft fur. Humans called them trash pandas at first, but soon learned to appreciate their scavenging and ability to create starships out of that trash.
There was a third species we discovered, a Coldasif, they called themselves. They exist as I record this, but only for a few more rotations. I wish there was a way to, but they called this upon themselves. Coldasif were encountered only 180 rotations ago. We don't know much about them, except that they are xenophobic. Their religion, it seems, led them to believe that they are created in the image of their gods. Humanity also believes that, but not to the same ends. Coldasif attacked our four-species alliance at first contact. Anything not avian is food, was their only statement. Humanity's first survey fleet was captured. The crew, even human children, were eaten alive. Humanity mourned their losses for one of their months, about 30 rotations. Coldasif took this as a sign of weakness in their new prey and consumed an entire colony. 1 million humans unceremoniously ripped apart by talon and beak. The carnage was broadcast back to humanity. That was the breaking point for them. Personal log continuation. Void Marshal Ganthus Galbrea Imperium. It has been 3 rotations since humanity struck back at the Coldasif forces. All the warnings about humanity that went ignored came to fruition 17 hours ago. I can't sleep now that I've seen what they are capable of. While I can confirm the horrific nature of the Coldasif, I can also now attest to the inhumanity of humans as well. Compressed gases, fiery eruptions, weapons that harness the atom, all of it unveiled in all of its natural beauty and horror. Above the Coldasif homeworld, their fleets gathered in one final defensive stand. Our alliance voiced compassion, demanded unconditional surrender of the avians. They refused, of course. Not that humanity would have listened anyway. "We do not negotiate with food," was their only reply. The human admiral only nodded and made a weak gesture with her hand. "That was not a request," she replied weakly. "It was an ultimatum. May the universe forgive us for what we do now." In that moment, the secret human weapon was revealed. A large metallic sphere emerged from humanity's largest vessel, named Apollo. The readings from my bridge officer suggested highly compressed hydrogen. Compressed gases escaped my mandible as the realization of what the humans had created struck me. The Admiral turned to address me in our private view screen. "Remember that day I took you to the Bighorn Mountains and we watched the shooting stars? I could only watch in awe and trepidation as the sphere was ignited before both fleets. My mind went back to all those years when I visited Wyoming for a meteor shower with the same woman who had handed me that soda so long ago, and now stood in godlike judgment of an entire race. The miniature star flashed to life, so bright that even with the polarization of the bridge viewport, most of us covered our eyes. The Admiral's shaky voice came over the private view screen. "I'm so sorry that you had to see this." The miniature star, caught in the gravitational pull of the Coldasif homeworld, began its slow and inevitable descent onto the planet. Her voice is what keeps me awake more than anything right now. A constant sobbing, "I'm sorry," as the human-created star slowly orbited, descending with each rotations, and shattered the only world Coldasif had ever inhabited. The only comfort I can take is that they are allied with us. They were never, right? Humans. End of story. Story number 2. Going to work during the end of the world. Written by Poseidon __.
Michael,
Yes?
what are you doing here?
Working?
Why?
Because I like to get paid.
Territories have thrown a bomb into the sun, and it will go supercritical before tomorrow.
And?
It is likely to end the world.
Then why are you here?
I like that one flavor of Schrumpel chips. I've never found them anywhere else, and I've got nothing else to do because the world is ending. I'm sure as to go. Not going to work. To work.
Fair enough. I'd like to be home with my wife, but no. Lacey has to have this done by Monday, and I'm not getting fired over the end of the world.
Michael, Lacey does not exist tomorrow, let alone Monday.
You say that now, but I'll bet you a bag of those Schrumpel chips she'll still want it on Monday.
There will not be any of the smurble chips for you to bet me, because I'll be taking all of them from the vending machine, because it is the end of the world.
Oh, that just means that you should keep a bag in reserve to give me on Monday.
There will not be a Monday or a Tuesday for that matter, because this planet will be scattered apart in atoms. Oh, whatever happens when a planet is caught in the blast radius of an exploding star.
Just watch. With my luck, I won't even get a hazard pay, even with all of the riots going on.
Just then, the lights flickered and then went out. Michael sighed.
Still probably not getting any bonus for this. 1 sec, I need to call Lacey.
Smeagol just stared as Michael pulled his communicator out of his pocket and proceeded to initiate a voice call.
Hey, Lacey, yep, still working on it. Not sure if I can get it to you on Monday. The power just went out. I'll see if there's a backup generator, but I doubt there is. I'll need to go out and buy one myself and set it up tomorrow. Yeah? I can probably get it to you on Tuesday? Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience. The world's ending and the Xenos here are going nuts, yeah? Yeah, I know. Well, I've got to get going. I have some other project I can do without power to the building that needs doing. It's not like anyone else is going to do them. Could you? That would be great. You know, Lacey, you're not so bad. Say hi to Harold for me. Yeah? Yeah, later.
Smeagol was still staring.
I'm still willing to make that bet, by the way.
You know what, Michael? Sure. If we are all here on Monday, I owe you a bag of Schmerple chips, whatever flavor you want. Even if it doesn't exist, I'm leaving, and I'm eating every last bag except for one, just to humor your insanity.
Awesome. See you on Monday.
No, you won't.
Breaking news! Business Company, Inc. saves world. Humans insane. Monday as usual.
Yes, they are in fact insane, Smeagol said to no one in particular as he rode a shuttle to work Monday morning. Michael was going to be unbearably smug. End of story. Scavenger Symbiosis, written by Anne Faculius. Freck, welcome aboard. Freck looked up at the woman greeting her, startled. She looked away briefly before she remembered what she'd been taught and snapping her salute. Thank you, she began. I mean, it's an honor to be here, Captain. Softly and more or less involuntarily she added, Sorry. The captain laughed. At ease, soldier, she said. I run a light merchant ship here, not a battle cruiser. Freck maintained her salute, unsure of what else to do. Still, I should have been more respectful, she said. You're still the captain. And I'm not much for formalities, the captain said. And even if I were, some surprise would be excusable, no? I'm guessing that you were expecting someone else to welcome you. Freck didn't say anything, nor did she move. Hannah laughed again. Oh, come on, put your arm down, and please call me Hannah. Freck reluctantly broke her salute. So big event, first Lonian on a civilian vessel, Hannah said. She squatted down and stuck out her hand. Freck was, after all, only about 40 centimeters tall. Combined with her four-fingered hands, pointy ears, and large head, it gave her the appearance not dissimilar to that of a goblin. Freck reluctantly took Hannah's hand. She was about to let go when she looked to the side and saw a large thing with dark fur and sharp teeth, about twice her size. Instinct kicked in, and she scampered up Hannah's arm, hiding on her shoulder. A few moments later she noticed what she'd done and began apologizing profusely. I'm fine, Hannah said. It's my fault, actually. This is Max. He's a dog, a Doberman to be more precise. He's here because of me. I have epilepsy. He can detect a seizure before it happens. As if to clarify, Max turned to the side, revealing he was wearing a vest with service written on large letters. Oh, okay, Freck said. She considered climbing down again, but couldn't quite bring herself to do so. So humans aren't the only species on the ship? Oh, no. There's a couple of other species on board, Hannah said. I'm sorry. I thought you'd know that. Lonians travel on human vessels so regularly. You did too, right? It says so in your report. Oh, yeah, Freck said. We do. I did. She paused for a bit, feeling embarrassed. She noticed that she was still sitting on the captain's shoulders and quickly climbed down again. We just don't go in the hallway often or see any of the other passengers at all. Hannah gave her a friendly smile. Well, that's about to change. Shall I give you the tour, then? Yes, please, Freck said. Thank you.
Would you like to ride, Max?
Freck shot a look at the dog. He had sat down and seemed to be ignoring them, though his nose twitched occasionally.
He doesn't mind, Hannah said, and we'll be faster that way. Consider it a team-building exercise.
Max indeed didn't seem to mind having someone on his back. In fact, it felt as if he was deliberately changing his gait to make her more comfortable. She still had to hang on to his vest, though.
Can I ask you a question? She asked.
Sure, Hannah said.
Ask anything you want.
How did the arrangement come about? Between humans and dogs? Hannah asked. Freck nodded.
The details are lost to time, but it's speculated their wolf ancestors were attracted to the garbage early humans dumped next to their dwellings. The relationship developed from there.
Suddenly, Max stopped and snarled. Some meters ahead, the hallway intersected another one. A cat had walked into view there. Freck looked up at Hannah.
Another crew member?
Hannah laughed. Oh, no, Mimi is very much a passenger. She turned to Max. Be nice. The Doberman stopped snarling, though he didn't seem very pleased about it.
Did cats also eat garbage before they were domesticated?
Freck asked. Not really, Hannah said. Though I guess you could see that way. When humans first started growing crops, the new granaries attracted a lot of rodents, like mice and rats. I guess humans at the time considered those garbage. The cats followed their prey. She looked over at Mimi, who had sat down in the middle of the hallway and was licking her coat, seemingly making a point of not noticing them.
I'd say cats aren't really domesticated, though. They just live around us.
Max's lips began twitching again. This moment of tension was interrupted when a door opened next to them and someone stepped out. He was a somewhat short man, with scarfy hair and a relaxed posture that perfectly suited the baggy hoodie he was wearing.
Great coincidence, Hannah said. Freck, this is Ahmed. You'll be working under him. He's the Chief Supplies Administrator.
Ahmed looked down at Freck, a friendly smile on his face.
It's fancy talk for bean counter. Welcome aboard.
He hunched down and held out his hand. Freck got off Max and shook it.
I'm glad to be here.
The two white rats popped out of Ahmed's hood and climbed onto his shoulders. They looked at Freck with large, curious eyes. Ahmed gestured to them.
And these are...
He stopped and grinned at Hannah.
But I guess the captain is doing the introductions.
Hannah sighed.
Fettuccine and Alfredo.
Ahmed beamed and gently scratched the rats' necks. They made a chittering sound that vaguely sounded like laughter.
I thought that you said the rats were pests that lived in your granaries,
Freck asked. Hannah nodded. At first, yeah. They followed us when we began building cities. They lived in the sewers and raided our garbage bins, along with raccoons, crows. Freck looked over at Fettuccine and Alfredo. They were grooming themselves quite thoroughly, seemingly making a point of it. She looked back at Hannah. Hannah shrugged. Today they fill a different niche. Things change. Freck would have liked to ask more questions. However, Mimi had used the conversation as an opportunity to get closer to them, mostly unnoticed. She lunged for the rats. Luckily, Max smacked her away with a paw, but immediately the scene broke into chaos. The rats fled back into Ahmed's hoodie, who stood up at the same time, startled. The shift in his center of gravity knocked him off balance. He nearly fell over and smacked into the wall. Freck, on instinct, fled behind Hannah, who merely yelled, "Mimi!" in surprised tone. Mimi herself skidded some way down the hall before she managed to regain her footing. She dug her claws into the floor and hissed at Max, back held high and hair standing up. Max responded in kind, growling at her with his lips pulled back, exposing his teeth. The standoff held for a while, tension building. Suddenly, a crow landed on Mimi's head. It touched down just briefly before pushing off and flapping its wings again. Mimi's head was knocked to the floor, causing her to bite her tongue and go sprawling, limbs going in all directions. She quickly recovered and jumped up, trying to claw at the crow, but it had already regained seating altitude far beyond her reach. She tried a couple more times, regardless, the crow flying circles above her head, before she decided to retreat instead. Ahmed was rubbing his head.
I'll get Kay. He'll deal with her.
Thanks, Anna said. She put a comforting hand on his shoulder. You sure you're okay, though?
Yeah, he said. Mostly just startled.
Hannah turned to Freck. Sorry about this. She's been a problem for a while, but she's never done anything like this before. We'll deal with her. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine,
Freck said.
Can I get back on Max's back, though? Just for now.
Hannah smiled.
No, of course.
Meanwhile, the crow had slowly glided over to them. It now landed on one of the short beams that stuck out of the side of the hallway at regular intervals. Freck had noticed them before, but hadn't bothered to ask about their purpose. It now became obvious. Everyone looked up at the crow. It retrieved a folded piece of paper from a small case in its back. It opened it with a quick jerk of its head, revealing that it was in fact an envelope. "Important, Captain's eyes only," was written on the side. Hannah took it, looking confused. The crow made a movement with its right wing, which very much looked like a salute. It showed no signs of leaving, though. In fact, it turned its head to better look at Hannah. She turned so Frank couldn't see, and opened the envelope. For a brief moment, confusion went across her face, before she turned beet red. The crow gave a single caw, sounding pleased. Hannah balled up the paper in her hand and turned to the crow. "How did you even get that photo?" The crow cawed again. She waved a finger at him accusingly. "No, you will tell me." The crow hopped off its beam and began flying down the hall. Hannah ran after it. "Clemens, you'll tell me. I'll tell Ahmed never to buy macadamias again. Do you hear me? They'll be banned from the ship forever, even the Martian ones." Clemens just kept flying, merrily cawing all the way. It was quite obvious Hannah couldn't keep up with him. She soon stopped and leaned on her knees, panting. Max walked himself and Freck over to her. Hannah was tearing the envelope and its contents into little pieces. "I swear to God, if he wasn't the best navigator this side of the belt," she grumbled. A bigger piece of paper fell out of her hands. She quickly picked it up and was about to shred it, but paused. "Getting pretty good at Photoshop, too," she said.
So,
Freck said, unsure if this was the right moment to ask.
"Do crows also?"
She was interrupted by two beeps. Everyone turned. A trolley was coming down the hall. Its load consisted of several sacks of flour, a massive bag of fava beans, as well as a whole bunch of cardboard boxes whose contents couldn't be seen. It was being driven by Fettuccine and Alfredo. The two rats sat on opposite sides of the steering wheel, coordinating to move as it needed. It seemed to be working well. Max and Hannah stepped aside to let the trolley pass. Fettuccine and Alfredo waved at them as they passed. Hannah waved back. Freck looked up at her in disbelief. As the trolley tucked by, it became visible that a raccoon was riding on the back of it, legs dangling over the side, and a clipboard under its arm. "Hi, Kay," Hannah said. Kay gave a friendly wave back, though they looked concerned. They pointed at Hannah and then gestured at their own face. Hannah's blush had faded mostly, but came back a little now. "Oh yeah, I'm fine," Hannah said. "Just Clement's latest prank. Are you off to deal with Mimi?" Kay gave her a thumbs up. The trolley turned and disappeared around the corner. Freck kept staring at the place where it had been for a while longer. Eventually, though, she managed to drag her eyes away to look back at Hannah.
"So the raccoon is security?"
she asked. Hannah laughed. "Oh no, Kay's the passenger liaison. Mimi is getting a lifetime ban. Probably be confined to her quarters until we reach Ganymede, where we'll hand her over to the authorities."
"Why do you say probably?"
Freck asked.
"Isn't that your decision?"
"I'm a captain, not a dictator. This is Kay's expertise. I trust they'll know best what to do."
"Oh, okay."
Freck looked back at the hallway corner. She hesitated, unsure what to do.
"So,"
she finally began,
"is turning garbage scavengers into co-worker species a thing with humans?"
Hannah looked a bit startled.
You know,
I hadn't really considered it." She looked at Max, then down the hallway where the trolley had been. She seemed to be avoiding looking at Freck. "I guess it has happened a few times."
"But it's not only where you interact with other species, right?"
Freck asked. Hannah rubbed the back of her neck. "I mean, I guess there's livestock, though they're not really co-workers. Mostly, at least." She still hadn't looked at Freck.
"No, I guess my species is the first then, right?"
Freck said. Hannah's cheeks turned red again.
"What?"
Nothing," Hannah said, obviously lying.
"What?"
Freck repeated. Hannah sighed. "You know how we first encountered your species as passengers on our ships?"
"Yeah,"
Freck said with some trepidation. "On the lower decks, that thing you guys call the food chute."
"No,"
Freck said. "Yeah." End of story. Unprovoked and Unjust War, written by Wyram 99. It was a busy day at the Galactic Assembly. Hundreds of delegations from dozens of states and empires, all scurrying back and forth with tablets in hand, yelling at each other. Insults flew as often as compliments. Boastful proclamations were met with rolling eyes and scorn from others. It was all a huge mess, one from which all news reporters must have almost orgasmic happiness. But all of it came to a standstill when they came. Battered, bruised, in grey-black camouflage uniforms, simple military decorations making stark contrast to their iron faces. These were veterans. These were warriors. These were humans. Delegation of theirs was marching straight for their seats, opposed by no one. After all, everybody knew far too well that the reason for this assembly was the human-Rokovite war. Once in the past, the Rokovites ruled over a large and terrifying empire. Their regime held to power by sheer brutality and unimaginable cruelty. Genocide, mass murders, famines, deportations, relocations, re-educations. They were single-handedly responsible for the greatest crimes against any sentient species ever committed. They arrived at an innocent world, killed billions, and then basically enslaved those who remained. But, as if it was not enough, they wiped out the history of the victims and forcibly re-educated their own children to their image. And often, those were sent to die in wars, believing in the glory of their treacherous leaders, instead of the native Rokovites. Humans were among them. 100 years ago, Earth underwent a Rokovite invasion. Approximate numbers say that 5 billion casualties were suffered, with another 2 billion dying in the aftermath of the Rokovite victory. More than half of their total population died under their rule. Earth turned from a lush green planet to a toxic wasteland, fresh air replaced with bitter ash and stinging gas. Voices of animals gone in exchange for the clacking of giant machines. But no empire lasts forever. It is not fully grasped or known how the Rokovites fell. What is known is the corruption of their system led to economic collapse and power vacuum, effectively ending their empire and giving a chance for all the imprisoned nations to escape. And so it happened. The humans were free. Free of chains of their oppressors. By blood alone, they outlasted their torturer. Humans made a great strife in their absence. Thanks to cloning technology, their population skyrocketed. Building closer ties to western arm of the Milky Way, they built some powerful connections. Earth was being healed, famines eliminated. Sky was slowly turning back blue, and grass began to grow again. Rokovites watched all of this with disgrace and hatred. They wished nothing but to have their empire back. But those days were long gone, or at least so everyone thought so, until a year ago, when Rokovites invaded again against all logic, against all sense of reason. Their only motivation was greed and a sense of self-haughtiness. They thought of themselves to be superior to everyone else, to be above the law. It was the divine right to conquer, to murder, rape, and maim. And they proved themselves to be the greatest danger to galactic civilization again. They must be stopped. The assembly of beings rustled as one of the humans stepped forth. All eyes in the seats focused on him. He stood, battered, tired, yet defiant and strong. His eyes had a deep glare that made anyone looking at him uncomfortable. He had an air of leadership around him, a promise of unbreakable will, a true human spirit. He looked around and began his speech. Representatives of the Galactic Assembly, we are gathered here today during the 1-year anniversary of the Rokovites' invasion. It was a hard year. Continents of the North America was lost. Europe was lost. Large parts of Asia were lost. Countless billions are losing their life right now. Again. Our brave soldiers are now in the trenches of Earth, Mars, and Luna. They fight, they endure, knowing surrender or capture is a worse fate than death. Thermonuclear rockets are raining weekly by the dozens. We are able to shoot down the majority of them, but there are still ones that slip through.
To that end, I want to give my sincere gratitude to the United States of Agro, therefore their excellent planet-borne defense systems, and in the name of Earth, would request more.
More weapons?
Exclaimed a different ambassador. The human shot a glare at him. Yes, more weapons. We need more weapons.
You already have enough,
said another ambassador.
We can't give you more without risking direct war with the Rokovites ourselves. Is that what you want? A galactic-wide war between empires equipped with planet-killing weapons?
The human frowned. With all due respect, sir, he said, with a tone so poisonous it could kill 100 Frasnus's rabbits. While you are sitting on your asses, our lives are on the line. Every day, millions clash. Hundreds of thousands die. We fight for every city, every hill, every river. We fight for every inch of our land. We fight for every bit of our freedom. Now the human was almost shouting from the top of his lungs, his eyes a fiery gaze. We die for you, for all of you. Remember that, sir. Remember when you go home and see your family. Remember that when you see your city. Remember that when you see your planet. Because we don't. We don't get to see our families. They are all dead. We don't have cities anymore. They've all been vaporized. Our planet we were trying so hard to rescue is now all but gone. He turned his face away from the ambassador and now was looking at the general public. You can't even imagine the amount of pain and suffering that we are going through. The siege of New York, the massacre of London, the rampages of Tokyo. Those are all but fractions of atrocities Rokovites have committed. There are countless more across the solar systems that we don't know about yet. He took a breath before continuing. We are facing an aggressor whose army is 10 times larger than ours. The Navy, 100 times larger. Yet we are standing here, fighting him to a standstill, even pushing him back. We managed to regain all of Australia and parts of Canada, all through our blood and your weapons. And now we are asking for more.
But why, though? Said a different delegate. The war is now at the stage where your survival is guaranteed. Rokovites clearly are not capable of conquering more of your land anymore. Wouldn't it be better, then, that a peace is negotiated? The longer the war is waged, the more humans are going to die, and Earth will get even more ravaged. Why not settle for peace, even if you have to give up some of your land to them? Do you realize that you are risking the chance that they will use a planet killer if they're about to lose?
The human swallowed a chuckle. I wish I could afford to be as naive as you, he said. To be blunt, it will not solve anything. Rokovites don't respect agreements, treaties, or anything that you could call diplomacy. Is it not true that this very council made a disarmament treaty with them a decade ago? How well did that go? How many planet killers have been dismantled? The delegate dropped his head.
None.
Exactly, smirked the human sourly. There is only one thing they respect. The threat of total annihilation. Only an opponent with a bigger stick than theirs will force them to behave. You are the largest military alliance in the galaxy, created in the past during the height of the Rokovites' power with the specific purpose to combat them. You carry the biggest stick, but you are scared of it. It is admirable that you have been so responsible. Wars all but ceased to exist after the formation of your alliance. But Rokovites don't see it that way. Rokovites see someone who they can bully, extort, and threaten, knowing that they are too scared to use their big stick.
The human eyed all the assembled aliens before him.
They are scared of you, scared shitless. They were scared that we would join you soon too, so they invaded. Results of which can be witnessed in the asteroid belt. or as it is locally known, the greatest Rokovite scrapyard in the galaxy. You need to show force. You need to show there are lines that they cannot cross. Because every crime your alliance don't respond to, they will attempt to replicate on a larger scale. Murmurs spread through the seats. Similar narratives were discussed often between great powers, but no one was willing to take the risk. They tended to analyze the situation carefully and decide afterwards on the best course of action. However, to the human eyes, it was often too late and too little. It was frustrating. Why are they holding back? Humans would make quick work of the war if all of the promised equipment arrived a year ago. The human ambassador knew this, so he continued his speech. I am urging you, send us more weapons. It is not enough not to lose. We must win this war. We must win so the Rokovites will not hurt anyone ever again. Give us Starship. Give us ammo. Give us your shields, your advanced AI. Give us your metal, and we can win this war. For you, for us, for the benefit of everyone. Then he deeply exclaimed, For if we fail, you can be sure that your alliance is next. But if we succeed, there will finally be peace. A peace that could last for the next 10 generations. We can't do it without you, at least not without catastrophic losses. Their government is already in tatters thanks to your sanctions and our stubbornness. It's only a matter of time before their rotten house of cards fails. The more weapons you send, the faster it does, and more lives are saved. The human raised his head with determination and zeal unseen by anyone before. I rest my case. I believe you can make the right choice. We will fight. We will never surrender, because surrender to us means only one thing: extinction. Glory to Earth! Glory to heroes. With that, a grandiose silence fell for a moment, before erupting in applause. One by one, different ambassadors stood up in ovation. One by one, empires bonded together over mankind. One thing was assured that day: humans would not fall. Their allies will not allow it, and as their confidence slowly rose, plans for a great counterattack would form over the horizon, which would mark the end of the Rokovites for good. Only the future will tell what fate awaits them. End of story. Fireball plus blast shield equals mage cannon. Written by In Babylon They Wept.
You can't read.
It was a statement, not an accusation. The glyph of madness is one of the highest arts in sigil craft. To look at it with any semblance of understanding, to even think the word it spelled, was to tear one's mind open like a head of crisp letters. But the human was not going mad. In fact, he was openly squinting at it, mouth sounding out each character separately. Arlatha was vaguely aware that this was a good moment to get the first strike, but he was too flabbergasted to remember any spells. The entirety of his brain was focused on the idea that somehow Tom Bug, the master duelist, the mage of the south, the bane of the north, was functionally illiterate. His reverie was interrupted by Tom's first guess. Gongnesh? It wasn't even close. Fortunately, seeing the truth confirmed gave Alathian his words back. Instead of a verbal reply, he hurled a fireball. It was a simple spell, all power and no technique, but cast fast enough that, with any luck, Tom wouldn't have a time to counter. He, like many before him, severely underestimated how fast Tom could counter. The little mage sidestepped the fireball in one smooth slide, even as he shaped a fire shield around himself. The barrier was an unusual design, flat and round the back instead of angled, and thick to boot, far thicker than was necessary if the goal was to just deflect the blast. As the white-hot orb struck the ground behind the wizard, as the shock traveled back and caught the barrier like a kite, Arthur Lathian realized his mistake. Tom was famous for thriving in close quarters. It was why his staff had a goddamned pole-arm blade stuck on the end. It was why Arlathan had picked his position more than 100 feet away, up a 30-degree incline. He needed the space. And now he'd lost it. The shockwave threw Tom in a solid ballistic trajectory, not far enough to close the entire gap, but close. The wizened man cartwheeled through the air, laughing maniacally, only stabilizing himself with small jets of flame a few moments before impact. His landing wasn't a graceful, upright stance, but sliding forward on both knees wasn't bad after getting blasted 60 feet forward. If Tom's hands hadn't been free enough to spray a path of ice forward, he'd probably have rubbed both kneecaps down to the bone, skating the slash-gravel mix. Instead, he was closing the last 40 feet of distance at speeds that hunting hounds would envy. Lathan didn't bother trying to target Tom at that speed. Dodging would be easy. Instead, he channeled mana into a ground in front of him, where there had once been stone and slush. A wall of steel-hard icicles burst through the ground like braced spears. Letting Tom run into the spikes would be a lot easier than making the spikes run into Tom. It was a good thought. It didn't work, but that didn't mean that it wasn't clever. One of Tom's hallmarks was the ability to dual-cast elements. It took an incredible amount of will, but what Tom lacked in literacy and patience and manners, he made up for in stubborn focus. He was 9 stones worth of iron will, held together with crystal and rage. With one hand, he shaped a simple ramp of ice, and with the other, he forced the last traces of mana out in a single, heatless spike. Our Lathan's best case had been that Tom would impale himself on the spikes, and his worst case was that the man would blast away through the ice wall. He was instead caught completely unprepared, as what he got was 20-foot elbow drop from an airborne Tom, launched over the wall of spikes he just barely formed. It was a brutish first strike, and Lathan's clavicle snapped like dry tinder. He howled, but whether it was from the pain of the blow or the fear that Tom was now upon him, he did not know. It was too close for Tom to use the halberd, thank the gods, but that didn't mean that he wasn't a threat. Tom always fought like a wild animal. He'd be a threat as long as he had his hands and teeth. The first blow he threw in after the crash landing was a punch at the elf's exposed throat. Lathan was mostly out of mana anyway, but the blow left the two of them on equal footing. There would be no more spells from either of them that day. What had started as a fearsome magic battle between 2 powerful mages was going to end as a brawl between 2 scrawny men in skirts. Lathan knew that this was the moment that Tom lived for. This was the point where he won every single one of his duels. He could counter and halt and play the mage all day, but the part that he excelled at was being the brawler in the aftermath. Meanwhile, whatever skill Lathan had in sigils, he frankly lacked in spells. He never had to begin with in melee. He could not win. No one who had ever gotten stuck this close to Tom had triumphed. So he turned on his heels, hoping to escape and live to fight another day. It was pure survival at that point, planned in that he knew what would happen if he stayed, unplanned in that he did not know what lay behind him even as he turned around, did not remember. The last thing he saw was a purple glow of a sigil he himself had spent hours tracing oh so carefully into the stone. A lone word rang out in his mind, harsh with G's and U's. It was the last word he ever thought. Tom himself did not give chase after that. He saw the man flee the battle screaming, watching him make it a quarter mile up the pass before his screams turned into laughs. The last thing he saw before the man turned past the blind Ben in Oscar's pass was pale skin, as the elf's robe was discarded somewhere in the snow. Tom debated what to do next, and figured it would be best to set up camp for the evening. With no clothes, the elves would be dead by morning, and he did not like the thought of journeying down the mountain knowing that a naked madman could be lurking somewhere in the dark. As he got the fire going, he rummaged through his pack to find his favorite book. He didn't know that the title was Amelia's Illustrated Guide to Draconology, but he didn't need to. All he really cared about were the lovingly detailed sketches of scales and claws and great serpentine bodies. Tom liked being human, but if he had to pick something else, anything else, he thought he would have made a very good dragon. End of story. Story number 2. Letters from Home, written by John Galt. "Sarah," said the soldier. He was young, too young to be mounted in a few tons of armor and wearing servers.
That's me,
said Sarah. The soldier held out a letter, her name penned to the front. She swallowed hard around the growling hard lump in her throat.
Thank you.
He frowned and nodded awkwardly before slipping his helmet back on. There seemed to be no youth left in him. She carried the letter away from the mess tent and the smell of smoke and soup. Her Wellingtons were heel-deep in cold puddles. The rain flung up sideways in the spray of downcast landing thrusters, soaked into her hair and rolled down her cheeks. She walked into her tent quietly, stepping around the dozens of beds laid out on the floor, and opened her letter, slipping the disk into her terminal. She sucked in a breath when his face appeared on the screen, frozen in a cocky smile until she hit play.
Hey, beautiful, it's John. I know who is that strange man. I had to shave it off. Can't wear a gas mask for 12 hours with whiskers in your teeth. The slugs will chicken out soon enough, and I'll grow it back. Next time you see me, I'll be back to my old self. I miss you. Send me a picture. Not that kind. I just want your face somewhere. It's weird talking to a camera. Hey, Sarah, it's John, and this is FU-22, my exo-helmet. Yep, you were right. I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. That's why they put me in a flame unit. Don't have to aim. Just squint and squeeze. Shaving the hair too. Don't freak out, hair grows back. I'm just going to be a baldy for a while. Suit's hot and all that. Slugs are calling in the goats. Not sure if I'm allowed to tell you that. If I just went quiet and jumped forward, I told you something I shouldn't have. I didn't get a picture from you, or any messages. Makes sense, though. We move a lot. They say that you're getting these, so here I am. I gotta finish cleaning this, I love you. Hey, Sarah, fingertips are a funny thing. Don't worry, didn't hurt much. Suit kicked in and doped me. Doc grew my hands back, but there's no wrinkles, no fingerprints or scars. It's like I'm wearing gloves, and if I pull at this flesh, pale skin, my old hands would be underneath. Well, they're not. I saw what happened over the feed. Our old home gone, just to ash. I heard they got everyone out, but I saw bodies down there on deployment. I was in Genoa, I think. Maybe it was a different way you were. Apparently you'll get this late because they can't keep track of where everyone is. Stay safe. I love you. Sarah, it's John. I know I look different, but it's still me. Goat clipped a juice box in my company, took out the burners and crisped me up. I'm sorry if you got a letter. They thought that we were gone for a while. It's weird not recognizing yourself. People look at me odd, still look at my suit the same. They see my helmet and relax. I don't really feel like talking. It's Fume. That's what they call me now. Fume's Crispies. We're all fresh-faced. Docs say that they can grow everything back, but honestly, this is my fourth face. I just start to get crow's feet and smile lines, and I'm a fresh-faced again. I've crisped on my suit so many times, it's got so much of my DNA. It's practically a relative. You're dead. I know you're not getting these. I cleaned out the refugee camp after slugs hit them. Just bodies. Nobody got out, but there weren't enough people there in the first place. I don't know how many of us there still are, but the odds we both made it, I miss you. It's silly and shitty, but I can't remember your face. I remember your golden hair in my fingers, laying in the sun because feck getting up. I remember your smile and how it made me feel, but I can't picture your face. I'm starting to forget my own face, my old one. The war's not coming to an end by the look of it. It won't stop till we're all gone, so I'll probably be seeing you soon. How will we find each other if we don't recognize each other? The screen sat frozen on his last message. Sarah's brow furrowed, and she quickly leapt up from the chair, jumping over sleeping spaces and heading for the flap. The soldier had followed her, sitting on the cargo flat and resting forward on his knees. Sarah searched his helmet and reached up, her thumb rubbing away the caked ash and mud to reveal the call sign, Fume FU-22. John? End of story.
The Return, written by Fox Corp. A cold, dark universe. That's all I've ever known. The ancient past of universes, most ancient civilizations, tells tales of all-encompassing light, gargantuan star-forged nebulas, bright blue supergiants, dim yellow dwarfs, and the comparatively long-lasting red dwarfs, all existing at the same time. The universe was bright, young, and full of light for any aliens that lived during those years to revel in. We, the Intari, had only ever known a red dwarf to actually exist, emerging some 50 trillion years after the universe's birth. I'm an astronomer. Just a day ago, this was a useless profession. There were only a couple things that could be seen, and all of them had already been seen by some geezer half a quadrillion years ago. My life would have been filled with looking at fields of nothing. Anywhere I looked, I would have seen black dwarfs and black holes. If I looked with a powerful enough telescope, I could have seen the small pockets of incredibly dim white dwarfs, the last vestiges of light in a local cluster, the stars that tragically died some 2 billion years before my eyes could bask in that light. If those ancient scientists, nearly 2 quadrillion years removed, could have stopped the Big Rip a couple billion years sooner, I could have peered back to their time of light and beauty. But they couldn't figure out until nothing but only local galactic groups could be seen. And so astronomers reserved themselves to do nothing but scan hopelessly in search of the impossible. Until today. SG Silent Watcher entry log. Galactic Standard Year 2.041 times 10 to the power of 15. In orbit of Black Dwarf, minus 0.53 solar mass, minus 2 orbiting rocky planet. Captured rogue planets. Status. Occupied. Chief Astronomer Dryris Prattler. Cause of log entry. Unscheduled system entry by error unknown. Class vessel. End log.
Unknown vessel, state your intentions.
I waited for at least a minute for a response.
Unknown vessel, respond.
Damn it. What the hell is that thing? I asked myself this question over and over as I peered over the sensory equipment. Whatever this thing was, it was massive. At least twice as massive as the captured rogue planet my station currently orbits. If it keeps moving towards the black dwarf at the center of the system as it is now, it'll knock my station and the planet it orbits into an unknown future. In a dead universe, unknowns are foreign and dangerous. But perhaps it is the most interesting thing any astronomer has seen in untold thousands of millennia. So I wasn't about to complain. In a rare moment of genius, I decided that the vessel may not use galactic standard FTL communication systems. Its design was esoteric, so perhaps its communications were esoteric as well. If any species in my database didn't make this ship, perhaps it wasn't created by any of those species, but by someone far removed from the current reality of this universe. After spinning up the ancient laser communication systems, I sent a simple message in Galactic Standard, alongside all necessary information to translate the language, of course. After the 5-minute light gap between my station and the object was crossed, I noticed a change on the sensors. The vessel revealed its true form, a gargantuan sphere dotted with lights and bristles, presumably thrusters and communication spires. Hopefully, not weapons. After another 5 light minutes passed, I received a message from the massive vessel. "This is Admiral Cole of the HSF Remembrance. We come in peace. Please forward any relevant data to aid in communications to this vessel communication suite. Coordinates are attached." I sat in my chair, awestruck for roughly a minute. A first contact situation in this day and age. In a universe this old, finding something no one's ever heard of is, for lack of a better phrase, unheard of. But I had a job to do and set my astonishment aside for the moment.
I am Chief Astronomer Prattler of this SG Silent Watcher. In the name of the Intari Republic, I welcome you to the Milkdromeda Galaxy. Attached with this message are the specifics and frequency I transmit over standardized FTL communications. Send a test message over channel 1000 once you have the transmitter up and running. I couldn't sit idly by while waiting for the response. I forwarded a message to High Command describing my current situation. And within a minute, I had a virtual conference of at least half the damn galaxy tuning into my audio feeds.
After 5.5 light minutes of anticipation, Channel 1000 was filled with noise.
Testing, SG Silent Watcher. Can you hear me?
I scrambled out of my chair and responded,
Loud and clear. Please tune channel 4569 for further communications with official government channels.
There was silence on the other end of this from this point. I didn't have authorization to tune to 4569, and so I, and by extension the many trillions of beings now captivated by the fantastical sphere, were left in the dark. To my great surprise, after roughly 5 minutes of silence, I got a confidential instructions from the government to tune to 4569.
Chief Astronomer Prattler, please prepare to be brought aboard the Remembrance.
I was caught off guard.
What exactly must I do?
Close your eyes and have a bath bag at the ready. Your station is going to undergo a pinpoint FTL maneuver to bring you inside the HFS Remembrance remotely.
The sentence was absurd, but when a massive artificially constructed sphere with the mass of a planet says to do something, you do it. I grabbed a paper bag from under my desk, closed my eyes, and tried not to move too much. What came next was even stranger than the idea of a station going to FTL.
Chief Astronomer Prattler, welcome aboard the HSF Remembrance.
I opened my eyes. I noticed something incredibly strange.
Where is the station?
Exactly where it was. Exactly where you no longer are. And before you ask, I don't know how it works. Something wormholes and superposition. To be honest with you, I am no scientist.
I was too stunned to respond as I looked around. There was a blue sky above me, illuminated by a bright yellow light. A star. I bathed in the glorious light and absorbed my surroundings. Of course, it wasn't real, but for all intents and purposes, it felt real.
How?
Looking back, maybe it wasn't the best question. I could have asked about the inner workings of the spherical vessel, where exactly I was, what I was doing there, or a plethora of other more pertinent questions. But the idea of standing in artificial sunlight, something I'd only ever seen through movies and documentaries, it was overwhelming.
This is exactly what the system used to look like. The man in front of me fiddled with a device on his wrist. It began displaying a hologram of a yellow star and 9 planets. The Sun, Mercury, Venus, my species' cradle world, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and the incredibly distant planet 9. This is how the solar system we currently reside in looked some 13.7 billion years after the universe was born. 13.7 billion? This man must be joking.
13.7 billion? You mean to tell me your species is that old?
Yes, I do. We are humans, but your universe hasn't heard that name uttered for the better part of a quadrillion years.
Humans never existed. They're a myth made up by the...
I realized the absurdity of what I was saying mid-sentence.
You're a human, aren't you?
Yes.
The human in front of me chuckled slightly.
I am Admiral Cole, and I'm here to reclaim the Sol System.
Inquiry to Collective Human Data Bank. Info on the HMS Remembrance. Inquirer, Chief Astronomer Prattler. Inquirer lacks necessary security clearance into override code 104559, Admiral Cole. Code accepted, now displaying. Information, HSF Remembrance. Starforge class vessel. Purpose, to recycle matter into energy and turn it back into matter again. Restart stellar life. Mass 1. Population 141,273,449,031. Housed in many birch spheres, 50 layers. Gravity 9.8 meters per second squared, plus minus 1 meter per second squared. Provided by central black hole. Radius 3,958.8 mi. Any more inquiries? Yes. While I was busy asking questions to the human database, the ship I now found myself on began to operate. Unbeknownst to me at the time, it was busy ripping apart the black dwarf at the center of the system, the Sol System. The stellar remnant that used to be the sun had nearly been entirely turned into energy by the time I was done with my second inquiry. And inside the ship, I hadn't felt a thing. Whatever methods the humans used to make the ship, it was better than any entirely made vessel that I'd ever heard of.
I learned of this development when Admiral Cole decided to inform me that the blackened star I once studied and the station I once called home had been turned into pure energy. The artificial lights may flicker while matter synthesis occurs. Don't worry, electricians are working on figuring that out. I stopped asking questions and turned my attention to the clear blue sky and vibrant yellow star I stood under. I noticed nothing until I felt a slight shudder and the sky disappeared, being replaced by a gargantuan metal sheath that lay above me.
That must be what you mean by mini birch layers, huh?
Yep, Admiral Cole replied. We're on layer 25 out of 50. What you're feeling is the ring segment we are currently standing on, pulling negative Gs. The central black hole has gained some mass, and the segment is compensating for your comfort.
How long can it keep that up? Surely the segments can only move so much before they risk damaging each other.
That's a question you should ask the engineers, but the answer is yes. Anyway, normally the gravity is allowed to get a bit more or less extreme, depending on the needs of the ship. For a guest, such as you, we will try to make things as comfortable as possible. After taking a moment to think, I decided it was time to ask the question burning a hole through my skull.
When your computer said the goal was to restart stellar life, did you?
My voice trailed off, but Admiral Cole replied with a single word that filled my heart with hope that I'd never felt before. Yes.
When can I see it?
Soon. Progress on the project. Coming along nicely. We've already attained the full support of local aliens. What about non-local aliens? We've fought them ever since we made first contact with the TRAPPIST-1 system. This will be no different. Fair enough. But returning to the universal stage in this way, it's certainly an escalation. And we'll deal with the consequences from Earth, like we did 2 quadrillion years ago. I look forward to seeing all of you planetside once again. This council has much to discuss. Absolutely. It's time to take the gloves off. Our enemies have stifled the development of the younger races for far too long. With direct human intervention, we can tip the scales. Prattler, it's done. As if I was in a trance, I followed the Admiral blindly through the bowels of the ship, going from transporter to transporter, teleporter to teleporter, all to eventually end up in a massive viewing area, illuminated by nothing other than artificial light. I saw nothing, as per usual.
I thought you said it was done.
Admiral Cole waved a hand and pointed to the empty point in space. Watch! A beam of light emanated from the human ship, illuminating the point at which the Admiral's finger was pointing. Laying there in the lightless void was a cloud of gas. Hydrogen, helium, and trace amounts of heavier elements. We're going to kickstart the sun back to where it was 13.7 billion years after the universe was born, just as it was when man looked to the sky. The beam widened, illuminating 4 more ships of the same make surrounding the gas cloud. 1 ship on each pole, 3 around the middle. Then, inexplicably, a cloud of black began to emerge from the ships. Within minutes, the cloud had taken the form of a shell, closing in and around the gas cloud. I'd never seen one before, but this was the early stages of a Dyson sphere, a megastructure for a bygone era. Admiral Cole pushed a button on his wrist. Start ignition! I felt the ship shudder, and beam of incredibly intense light shot out from the ship, hitting an energy bank on the shifting surface of the Dyson swarm. All at the same time, the other ships also fired a beam into the fray. The brightness forced me to shield my eyes while waiting for the glass before me to darken. For the next 30 minutes, I sat in a trance, watching intently as the Dyson swarm closed in further and further, increasing the pressure on the gas giant until I eventually began to see light coming from the Dyson swarm directly. A star had been born. The beam shooting out of the ships ceased at once, and the swarm began to return to sender. The window was completely obfuscated by the drones for several minutes. What I saw afterwards was the most beautiful sight that I had ever had the pleasure of witnessing. A G-type star with a solar mass of 1, an absolute magnitude of 4.83, radius of 1 solar radii. Everything that it currently is exactly as it was. The universe saw light once more, the light of humanity. They've told me their light shall never go out, and I pray every night that they
All right. End of story.
I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Bushmaster 177, Henry the Red, Caspar Arnholtz, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Elijah Silvercross, Dragzoon WRE, and Severin Cerberus. Thank you very much.